Ada the Betrayed, or The Murder at the Old Smithy Part 4, A Romance of Passion, by John Malcolm Rymer. Chapter 97, Jacob Gray's Disguise, The Troublesome Shoemaker Again, The Visit. Gray looked now anxiously right and left for a perruquier's, where he might purchase a wig. For contrary to the general fashion of the day, he had worn his own hair and unpowdered. Time and great mental anxiety had, however, very much thinned as well as whitened his locks, and as he remarked, a black wig was certainly calculated to make a very material difference in his personal appearance. There were several little mean barbers' shops in the immediate neighborhood, but they were not possessed of such articles as he wished to purchase, the sphere of their operations being confined to the shaving of His Majesty's lieges, and particularly that portion of them who only once in a week submitted to the tonsorial operation. Jacob Gray had, therefore, much to his dread, to wander into a better thoroughfare and more respectable street in order to suit himself, and finally he got to Parliament Street before he could see a shop in which he was likely to get suited. This he would not venture into until he was satisfied there was no one there but the master of the shop, when, more like an apparition than a welcome customer, he glided in and asked for a black wig. "Black wig, sir?" "Yes, sir. Certainly, sir, black wig, sir," replied the shopkeeper with great volubility. "Should say, sir, you'll look well, sir, in black wig, sir." "My time is precious," said Gray. "Show me one immediately." "Certainly, sir. Time's a precious commodity. No overtaking time, sir, no how." "Lots of wigs, sir, black, brown, all sorts of shades, sir. All the gentry of Westminster wear my wigs, sir. Once curled the wig of the Speaker of the House of Commons, and once—" "I am in haste, sir," said Gray, drumming with his fingers upon the counter. "Certainly, sir." "Business is business. Wigs are wigs nowadays. Here's one, sir, that will fit you to a miracle. Your sized head, sir, is what we call number 6. That's a wig, sir, that's a credit to me, and will be a credit to you, sir." Jacob Gray took the wig, and fitting it on his head, looked at himself attentively in a glass. "I think this will do," he said, as he remarked with satisfaction the alteration it made in his aspect. "You look wonderfully well in that wig, sir. Upon my word you do," said the barber. "I could not have believed it, sir. You look 22 years and a quarter younger, sir." "Pshaw," said Gray. "The wig will do, I have little doubt." "No doubt whatever, sir, not a small shadow of a doubt. You look uncommonly well, sir, in that wig." "So I do in anything, says you. But a wig is a wig, you know, and when—" "Peace, peace," said Gray. "The price?" "The price, sir. Why, I should call that wig uncommonly cheap at 2 guineas, sir." "There," said Gray, throwing the required amount upon the counter, and then immediately walked out of the shop of the loquacious perruquier. "Well, I never," exclaimed the man after his customer had gone. "Most extraordinary man, horrid fright in that wig, must be highwayman." Jacob Gray did certainly look somewhat different in his wig, but no one who had ever known him well could, for a moment, have doubted the identity of his strange face, with its peculiar expression of cunning, mingled with apprehension. "Learmont," he muttered, "would have me visit him in the morning for some purpose, but I will make it night always, until I discover what can possibly be his motive for dragging me into daylight." Little suspecting, then, that he was kept in view by Sir Francis Hartleton's man. From the other side of the way, Gray walked at a rapid pace towards Learmont's. The squire was within, and he gave a slight start when Gray was announced. For, at that very moment, he had been planning his murder when he should, through the instrumentality of Albert Satan, discover his abode. The wig which Gray wore gave him a strange look, and Learmont could not for some time divine what it was that made the remarkable difference in Jacob Gray, but kept his eyes fixed upon him with a look of surprise that the other could not but notice. "I have thought it safer," said Gray, "to try some personal disguise, as I came a long way to visit you." "As you please," said Learmont coldly. "I cannot, however, perceive anything you have to fear." "No, no," said Gray, "but I like not being known and recognized often by the same persons." As you please, Jacob Gray." "Have you considered my last proposal?" said Gray, "to take a sum of money and leave England forever?" "Yes, if you could find some means," said Learmont, "of ridding me of Sir Francis Hartleton." "Who I cannot, I dare not." Yet you might, Jacob Gray. No, no, I can undertake no such enterprise. What I have already done, Squire Learmont, has scarcely met reward. Not met reward, Jacob Gray? Why, you must methinks by this time have a goodly sum of money by you. Gray groaned as he replied. Yes, yes, of course, but not enough for independence. My expenses have been great. Is your young charge quite well? Sneered Learmont. Quite, said Gray. Then you refuse to aid me in the destruction of this Hartleton. I do. I am content with what I have done in so far as it entitles me to your gratitude, your substantial gratitude. Be it so then. I will, however, consider more deeply your proposal regarding a large sum of money at once. And if you will come to me, say, tomorrow, I will let you know more at large my thoughts upon that subject. I will come tomorrow, said Gray. In the morning? I do not know, but it will be morning or evening. Give me now 20 pounds. 20. Yes. 'Tis a small sum, Squire Learmont. Look at the enjoyments that surround you, your house, your carriages, your servants' rich wines. Ah, Squire, you need not start at 20 pounds to Jacob Gray. Happy man. Learmont fixed his eye upon the mocking countenance of Gray with such an expression of deadly hatred that even he quailed under it. Jacob Gray, said the squire hoarsely, there is in me, when I am stirred by taunts, something dangerous that even the fear of the revelations that such as you are may leave behind you cannot conquer. Beware, I say, beware. Gray trembled before his master's spirit, and in silence took up the purse that Learmont threw him and quitted the house. When he gained the street, he shook his clenched hand, menacingly at the house, muttering between his clenched teeth. Beware yourself, Squire Learmont. Jacob Gray will yet bring you to a gallows. Chapter 98. Mad Maud and the Magistrate, the scraps of Gray's confession. Man proposes, but God disposes, is a saying which Sir Francis Hartleton was doomed to feel the truth of, as regarded his projected excursion to the old smithy at Learmont. For firmly as he had fixed in his own mind to go, a circumstance occurred which induced him, at all events, to put off his journey for some short time. That circumstance was the discovery, by the officers he had commissioned to search for her, of poor Maud, apparently in the last stage of misery and sadness. She had met with some injury from a runaway horse, and it was in one of the most miserable of the many miserable courts about Drury Lane that the poor creature was discovered almost starved, for those around her could scarcely find the roughest means of satisfying their own wants and the hunger of their squalid children. The fact was immediately communicated to Sir Francis Hartleton, and he, as soon as he could get time from his public attendance at his office, went himself to visit her and take measures for her comfort. The poor creature was lying upon a miserable straw mattress, covered with an old rug, and the place she was in presented altogether a picture of wretchedness and want. How long has she been here? Inquired Sir Francis of an old crone who showed him the room. Only last night, was the reply. She's as mad as she can be. Just look now, sir. The woman attempted to open one of the hands of Maud, which was clutched tightly, but the poor woman burst into a scream of agony, crying, No, 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 oh, spare me that. I found it by the dead that would not burn. Help, help. Angel, come and help me now. Do not torment her, said Sir Francis. What has she in her hand? Only some crumpled up bits of paper, sir, but she thinks a mighty deal of him. Go and fetch me the nearest medical man and a coach, said Sir Francis. Here is half-a-crown for your trouble. The woman with a profusion of thanks went on her message, and the humane magistrate sat down by the miserable couch of the sufferer. Maud, Maud, he said close to her ear. Who calls? Who calls? She muttered. A friend, said Sir Francis. She shuddered, as in a low, plaintive voice she said, No, no, poor Mad Maud has no friend. Heaven will release her when Andrew Britton is dead. He is to die before I do. Yes, yes. Oh, if I could see the angel once again. You shall see her if you will give me what you have in your hand. No, no. There spoke the cunning enemy set on by Andrew Britton. No, no, fire will not burn a murdered corpse, and so I found the papers, most precious and rare. The angel's flame is on one of them, that would I not part with for 1,000 worlds. Where got you them? At the old house on the marches. Ha ha, I saw the glare of the light, the ruddy hue of the fire, and I knew then that Andrew Britton was trying once again to burn the body, but he can't. Ha, 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 he can't. Fire will not touch it. No, no, he may heap faggot upon faggot, but it will not burn. Is not that rare sport, rare, and Andrew Britton too, to be before poor Mad Maud? The door now opened, and the woman approached with a medical man. "I am Sir Francis Hartleton," said the magistrate, rising. "Will you oblige me by doing what you can do for this poor creature?" The surgeon bowed and proceeded to examine the patient. "She is very low," he said, "and will never get well here. The air is pestiferous. Healthy lungs can scarcely stand it. Can she be removed with safety?" "God bless the angel," said Maud. "Will you come again? Murder, who said murder?" There, the flames are crawling and like long forked tongues of snakes from the old smithy because they will not burn the murdered dead. No, 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 where are you, Andrew Britton? Ha! You are here while the murder is doing. Yes, and yet you will die before Mad Maud. She raves, said the surgeon. Yes, poor creature, her senses are sadly bewildered. She has known much sorrow. Ah, poor thing, these mental maladies are beyond the physician's skill. I will, however, give her, if you please, sir, a composing draught, which will most probably throw her into a slumber of some hours' duration, and allay much of the irritability that now evidently affects her. I shall thank you to do so. She shall be removed to my own house. You will not be troubled with her long, sir. I fear she is far gone on her last journey, said the magistrate. The surgeon wrote on a slip of paper the name of the medicine he wanted, and gave it to the woman of the house to fetch it from his home. Oh, heavens, said Maud. Will they murder the child? Can they dip their hands in its innocent blood? Mercy, mercy. Maud, said Sir Francis. Hark, hark, she cried. Surely I hear music. Is it the passage of the angels' wings through the sunny air from the bright gates of heaven? Or is it human melody? Ah, yes, you love me, you love me. By the moon, stars, zephyrs. Well, sing again the strain, sing, sing. In a low, mournful voice she chanted, rather than sung the following words, a happy time, a happy time, a happy time, a happy time. I saw a child so gay trip lightly o'er the shining mead and laugh the hours away. She sat beside a silver stream amid the florets fair. She laughing plucked the fairest flowers and twined them in her hair. They sweetly bloomed upon her brow in nature's wildness free. O happy child, O happy child, I would that I were thee. A happy time, a happy time. I saw her once again, that laughing child, a maiden grown of wondrous grace and mien. She spoke. I knew again the voice and blessed her beauty rare. Once more I heard her joyous laugh come ringing through the air. I looked into her beaming eyes. Their joy must ever be. O happy maid! O happy maid! I would that I were thee. A happy time, a happy time. She crossed my path once more, that maiden fair, but she, alas, was sadder than before. She lingered by the silver stream, where laughed the child so gay. I longed to hear her laugh again and chase the tears away. For tears there were upon her cheek, alas, that such should be. Once happy child, once happy maid, I would not now be thee. A step came sounding o'er the mead, the tears were dashed aside, a stranger clasped her to his heart. My own, my dear loved bride. I looked into the maiden's face, it was a happy sight. I heard her laugh with joy again, her eyes beamed with delight. She twined young roses in her hair, 'twas beautiful to see. There is no joy on earth like love, ah, would that I were thee. She ceased with a shudder, muttering, there again, there again. There's a large murder doing at the smithy, and Andrew Britton's hands are red with human gore. The opiate was by this time brought by the woman, and with great difficulty Francis made Maud attend to him. Here, Maud, he said, drink of this, 'twill do you good. No, 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 there's poison there. Indeed there is not. I see Andrew Britton's face scowling at me, and the dark-souled squire of Learmont too. There, save the child, save it, save it. Have mercy, heaven. Listen to me, said Sir Francis. The angel has sent you this. She half raised herself on the miserable couch and looked fixedly at the magistrate. Your face is kindly, she said. Did you speak of the angel? Yes, she has sent you this. The poor creature took the cup containing the medicine in her hand and drank off the contents without another word. "That is well," said the surgeon. "She will fall into a deep sleep, and no doubt waken much better. See now already." The poor creature lay down, and after a few moaning expressions, which they could not hear distinctly, dropped into a heavy slumber. "She can now be removed," said the medical man, "with ease and safety." Sir Francis Hartleton, as we are aware, was an exceeding powerful man, and taking off his own ample cloak, he wrapped it carefully around the poor creature, and then lifting her in his arms, he carried her as if she had been a child, down the staircase, and placed her in the coach which stood at the entrance of the court. He then courteously took leave of the surgeon, after making an appointment with him a few hours after at his own house, and got into the coach with Maud, having directed the driver to his house at Westminster. Careful not to disturb her slumber, Sir Francis Hartleton unclosed the hand of poor Maud, and found crumpled into a hard ball a number of small scraps of paper on which were words and disjointed sentences. That the few words he could find were deeply interesting to the magistrate might have been gathered from the expressions of his face as he read them. His hands trembled with excitement as piece after piece he spread open and perused. "Here is important matter," he said, "but it is sadly out of joint. This must be some remnant of a paper containing a strange history, and here is, it seems, the name of Ada. I must more at my leisure examine these. Thank heaven they have fallen into no other hands than mine." He then placed the torn scraps carefully in his pocketbook, and looking from the coach window, he found that they were nearly at his house. He carefully lifted the still sleeping Maud from the coach, and carried her to a comfortable bedroom, resigning her to the care of his wife and the astonished Ada, while he hurried to his own study to decipher the mysterious scraps of paper at his leisure. Chapter 99. The Revelation. Learmont's deep duplicity. Albert's gratitude. The morning found Albert Satan true to his appointed time at Learmont's. In fact, long before he could think of knocking for admittance, being ashamed of so much eagerness, he had arrived in the immediate vicinity and wandered restlessly about until the hour should come. The hope, so suddenly springing up as it had, in the midst of his despair of again beholding Ada through the exertions of his new patron, had, in the endless mass of surmises and conjectures it had given rise to, banished sleep from his pillow. And it was not till the first faint gleam of the coming day poured in at his bedroom window that he became conscious of the rapid flight of time. To attempt to sleep then, he thought, was useless, and besides he might oversleep himself and appear to be negligent of his appointment with the rich man who had promised to do so much for him. He therefore rose, and as we have said, paced about the street in the vicinity of Learmont's house, little dreaming that he was taking so much trouble and feeling so much elation for Ada's worst and bitterest enemy. At length he thought, although he was too soon, he might knock for admittance, and with a nervous hand he seized the old massive knocker at Learmont's door. He was speedily admitted, and his heart bounded with delight when, in answer to his questions, he was told that Learmont was up and in his own private room. With a palpitating heart, Albert followed the servant who went to announce him. He heard the deep sepulchral tones of Learmont's voice say, "Come in," and he thought, how much now one may be deceived in estimating character. Who would suppose that voice belonged to so good a man? And the countenance, too, of this squire, it is certainly not prepossessing, and yet what a kind heart he has. Albert Satan was a far better physiognomist than he thought himself. In another moment he was in the presence of one who, most on earth, he felt grateful to, but really the man who, most on earth, he had reason to entertain the greatest indignation at. Learmont received his young secretary cautiously, and, turning to the servant, then he said, "Lay breakfast for me and this gentleman in the small morning room." The servant bowed down to the very ground and closed the door after him so gently and quietly that one could hardly suppose Learmont was anything but some piece of workmanship that any sudden noise or concussion of the air would destroy. "You are early," said Learmont to Albert with a sickly smile. "I fear, sir," said Satan, "that I have intruded upon you too soon, but my great anxiety—" "Yes, yes, I have not forgotten," interrupted Learmont. "Will it please you to describe to me this man, Jacob Gray, again, who kept the girl in such a state of bondage?" "Certainly, sir," About the middle height, humph, pale to sallowness, a small, twinkling eye bespeaking more cunning than courage. Aye. A skulking, timid walk, as if ever afraid of question or pursuit. 'Tis very strange. Sir, I say, 'tis very strange. I think I have quite a surprise for you in store. A surprise, sir? Yes, you must hear it manfully. Can you stand the shock of sudden news? Albert felt at this moment as if all his fond hopes were suddenly blasted. He clasped hands and said, "The news is bad." I said not so. Then, not to keep you longer in suspense, young sir, I will tell you of the strangest circumstance that ever I encountered. The man who came to me for pecuniary assistance, that very man who I, from charitable motives, wished you to follow. Albert drew his breath short and thick as he gasped and said, "Go on, sir, I pray you. That man is Jacob Gray. God of heaven? My heart told me so. Yes, he and Jacob Gray are one. This is heaven's work. Of course, most providential. Certainly. Oh, sir, you have indeed lifted me from an abyss of despair to a pinnacle of happiness that makes me giddy. Thank heaven I met with a heart like yours, and when I wish you all the happiness you really deserve, I am saying much, very much." "Thank you," said Learmont coldly. "I was much struck with your description of Jacob Gray. It seemed to fit the man who had called here exactly. But before I would agitate you by vain hopes and fears, I made inquiry among my household, and found my suspicions verified, for, on more than one occasion, he has owned to them that Gray was his name." "Oh, sir," cried Albert, "I will follow that man to the world's end." "Do nothing rashly," said Learmont. "Follow him you shall, for I will stir up heaven and earth to give you an opportunity." "How can I express my thanks, sir?" "By following implicitly my directions. You are young, ardent, and enthusiastic, moreover, in love. Now I am neither. So I condition with you, so tender am I of the majesty of the law and my own unblemished honor, that until I point out what is meet to be done, you take no step in this matter, beyond following this man home. I promise all, sir, everything, anything. 'Tis well. You will follow him home and then come at once to me, dog the fox to his lair, and I'll unearth him, you may depend." "When is he coming, sir?" said Albert with trembling eagerness. "That I cannot tell you. You must be in wait for him. I would have you now remain in this house until he comes again. I will not stir from the door. You shall have a room here, and should this man come again with his importunate suit, I will give him something, and, during the time I am engaging him in conversation, you can take measures to follow him. Sir, you have made me a new man. My blood bounds lightly through my veins. I long for you to look upon my Ada." "I shall be gratified," said Learmont. "Oh, she is beautiful? What may be her age?" "I know not, sir, but she is all perfection." "Of course. The villain Gray shall pay a dear reckoning for each harsh word that he has spoken to her. Oh, that so much innocence, purity, and truth should be at the mercy, for one brief moment, of such a man as Jacob Gray. She shall be rescued from Jacob Gray. She shall. My own, my beautiful Ada, you shall not pine many more hours in your dreary imprisonment. Oh, how each moment will become to me lengthened out into an age of impatience." "I admire your constancy and fervor," said Learmont. "Such high and rare qualities should always command success. With your own prudence in complying with the condition I annex, as the price of my assistance, you cannot fail of accomplishing all you wish. But any impetuosity upon your part, any sudden action that may bring things to an untimely crisis, would involve, probably, her whom you love, and yourself in difficulties from which even I could not extricate you. I will be prudent. When I but know where she is, I shall be happy, and will await your time to tear her from the abode of the villain Gray. That time shall not be long. Oh, sir," added Albert, "you should have seen her, watched her growing beauties, lingered on every tone she uttered as I have done, to feel for me in my present state of torturing suspense. I can feel for you, and I hope to see this wondrous beauty ere many days have elapsed. You must, till then, be cautious, bold, and resolute. Make this your home until Gray shall come, when I will surely let you know." "Sir," said Albert, in a voice of emotion, "a lifetime of devotion could not express my deep sense of gratitude to you." Heed not that. I make you one promise, and that is that while you live, you shall be my secretary, provided no better fortune arises. What better fortune, sir, can the poor friendless Albert Satan have than to enjoy your favor, sir? Well, well, enough of this. You will remain here, of course? I will, sir, if it please you, or I will haunt about the street and door if my presence here be at all inconvenient. Far from it, said Learmont. Believe me, my impatience equals yours. Learmont now rose, and Albert Satan, construing that into a hint to be gone, rose too. The squire rung the bell, and upon the appearance of a servant, he said, "See that proper accommodation is provided for this gentleman. He will remain an inmate of the house." Albert left the room, and followed the servant into a comfortable apartment, which commanded a pretty view of the garden. A thought now suddenly struck him that he might as well let the servant know, in case of the sudden appearance of Gray when Learmont might be from home, that he, Albert Satan, was to be informed of the fact, and he said, "Do you know a man named Gray?" "Gray, sir?" "Yes, a mendicant." The servant looked hard at Satan and muttered to himself, "That's a feeler to see if I gossips about the squire's affairs." "A thin, pale man," added Albert, who thought the servant was endeavoring to recollect. "No, I never saw him, sir. Never saw nobody, sir. Never mean to see." "What do you mean?" "We never sees nobody in this house, sir. We never talks about master's affairs, we don't." "Oh, very well," said Albert. "I have no wish to induce you to do so, I am sure. Nothing could be further from my intention." "No, sir," said the servant. "I am your master's most devoted friend." "Yes, sir." Albert turned away, for he saw that by some means he had excited the suspicions of the man, and he determined now to say no more to him at all. The day passed off to Albert strangely, and when the evening came, he was rejoiced that by so many hours he was nearer the completion of his hopes, for he looked upon the scheme of following Gray home as certain to bring him once more to Ada. Sometimes he would pace his room for an hour or more in a delightful reverie, dreaming of future happiness with Ada, and fondly imagining that he was gazing on those eyes which to him were glimpses of heaven. Then again he would become despondent, and fancy her at the mercy of Jacob Gray, who, to rid himself of uneasiness on her account, might at that moment be contriving her death. The anxious lover would then torture himself a while with this supposition, until hope refreshed sprung up again in his heart, like a phoenix from its ashes, and he smiled as, in imagination, he clasped his long-lost but much-loved Ada to his heart. Chapter 100. The Last Meeting. Mutual Cunning. The Squire and Jacob Gray. The night was dark, and a lowering one, and not a star appeared in the blue vault of heaven. A raw wind swept along the river, and thence up the narrow, winding streets upon its banks, slamming doors, and now and then catching the hat of a too confiding passenger, and tossing it into the roadway. Learmont sat alone in the room he usually occupied, but he heard not the sighing of the wind, nor cared for the unpropitious aspect of the night. His thoughts were all bent upon one subject, and that was the near prospect he now had of achieving the destruction of Jacob Gray. A dark, malignant smile lit up his features, and as he played upon the richly carved table at which he sat with his fingers, he muttered in disjointed sentences the subject of his reveries. So they say that heaven always confounds the wicked, those who strive for power and wealth by other than the usual channels, hard work or sycophancy. Be it so. Methinks that I, Squire Learmont, must have grievously mistaken my own actions when I thought them of a fearful nature. For surely now heaven smiles upon all my plans and projects. It would seem as if this lover, this wild, enthusiastic boy, was purposely thrown in my way to be a weapon in my hands against Jacob Gray. The confession? Ah, the confession. Dare I even trust him to bring me that? Yes, yet some damning accident might give him a glimpse of its contents, or he might be seized with some sudden whim, especially being disappointed in his main object of taking the confession to him to whom it is really addressed. No, the confession I will myself secure. Yes, myself. Britain shall do the deed of blood, and when 'tis finished, I will take the confession, and it would then be far better to take the life of Gray away from his home. Here, even here it might be done. It shall. Albert Satan shall dog his footsteps home, and his next visit here he dies, while I proceed to his abode and possess myself of the dangerous document he leaves behind him. How different were the reflections of Albert Satan to those of Learmont, and yet they ran much in the same channel, and the chief personage on whom they turned was the same, namely, Jacob Gray. Perhaps never had two persons, amid the whole population of London, waited with such great anxiety for the arrival of a third, as did Squire Learmont and Albert Satan for Jacob Gray. It was well for the success of the plan of operations against Gray that a part of it had been for Albert to remain in the house until Gray should come, for the crafty Jacob had made up his mind, whenever he visited the squire, to take him by surprise as much as possible, by calling at odd times. Sometimes 2 days consecutively, and sometimes early in the evening, and sometimes very late, so that Learmont should never be able to count upon his coming, or be surprised at any long absence he should make, nor deceived into a false security, should he not see him for a considerable period. In pursuance of this plan, it so happened that about 9 o'clock, as the squire was still in deep thought, Jacob Gray was announced. Learmont started to his feet with a suddenness that alarmed the servant, who made a precipitate retreat to the door. "Hold!" cried the squire. "How dare you leave the room without your orders?" I thought, your worship, that I thought, your worship, fool," muttered Learmont. He then hastily tore off a small scrap of paper from some that lay before him and wrote on it the words, "J.G. is here. Give this," he said, "to the young gentleman, my secretary, instantly." "Yes, sir, and then bring Gray to me here." The servant bowed and retired, leaving Learmont standing in the middle of the room with such an expression of triumph on his face, that when Gray made his appearance, which he did almost immediately, he started back a pace or two in surprise, an action which was nearly imitated by Learmont. For Gray looked so very different in his wig that Learmont quite started at first sight of him. The two looked at each other for several moments without speaking, then Gray, in his quick sneering tone, said, "Your worship will get used to my wig in the course of time." "Probably," said Learmont. "If you live so long, live so long. Jacob Gray, I never saw you look so bad in all my life. You must be nearer death than you think." I am very well," said Gray. "I hope yet to attend your funeral and receive something commensurate with our ancient friendship through the medium of your will." "You are kind and obliging," said Learmont, "but I don't intend to die first, Jacob Gray." Gray smiled in his usual sickly, disagreeable manner, and then drawing himself a seat, he sat down by Learmont and said, "A truce to jesting, squire. Have you thought further of my proposition to you?" "Scarcely," said Learmont, "and yet I have a notion of entertaining it." "You have?" "I have. Believe me, 'tis the best and safest plan. If I understand you rightly, you offer to surrender all that may make my life now a constant source of anxiety and torment for one large sum of money paid to you at once." "I do," said Gray. "The child and the confession." "The confession and the child that was, but you forget the lapse of years. That child is a child no longer, but at an age to be dangerous. The slightest hint from me would raise a spirit in that offspring of your—" "Hush," said Learmont vehemently. "Jacob Gray, even here I will take your life if you dare to mention him you are about to revert to even now." "I will alter my form of speech more to your liking, squire," said Gray. "I meant that one word of mine would rouse up against you a more formidable opponent than any you have ever met with. And for some thousands of pounds you will leave me free." "I will. But, cunning Master Gray, you know your wit is keener than mine," sneered Learmont, "and how am I to be assured of your faith?" "You shall see me on shipboard," said Gray. "With my own hands, then, I will hand you my confession. Suppose there were 2 copies. On my faith, squire, you are too suspicious, far too suspicious." "Have I no cause?" "None whatever. It is my interest as well as yours that the past should be forgotten. What could I gain by denouncing you? Nothing but a barren triumph of man over man. I think, Jacob Gray, that I will trust you, but permit me between this time and when we shall meet again to consider of the subject." "I pray you do so," said Gray, who was so elated at the idea of getting Learmont to pay him largely for the doubtful advantage of his absence, that he almost forgot his usual caution in his extreme eagerness to induce a compliance with his wishes. "You will feel so much at ease," he added. when I am gone from England never to return, and many of the fears that now disturb your mind will at once terminate." "I hope to terminate them so," said Learmont. "Such hope is wisely grounded," replied Gray. "You have but then to get rid of the drunken sot, Andrew Britton, and a career of brilliant enjoyment will await you, unchecked by one lingering doubt of your safety." "'Tweer a blessed state," said Learmont, "and one I have much striven to obtain. Now, however, I do certainly begin to see some light amid the gloom which had surrounded me." "Your fortunes are in your hands," said Gray. "I am tired of this mode of life. Give me £5,000 and let me go in peace." "Your demand is large." "Nay, a mere trifle when compared with the revenues of your estates." Well, I will, as I tell you, consider, and I have a fervent hope that our next time of meeting may be our last, or, at all events, that after that there need be but one more final interview." "Exactly," said Gray. "It is in your own power, when you please, to get rid of me forever. And the young claimant of all I am now worth. Certainly, a pistol or a knife will get you rid of all trouble upon that head, squire. Certainly, but you ought to do so much for me as part of your bargain." No," said Gray, confused. I cannot. My nerves will not permit me. I really cannot. If you shrink yourself from the deed, why, there is Andrew Britton, the savage smith, who revels and rejoices in blood. He will do the deed for you without a murmur." "You think, then, that Britton is the best man I can employ to commit a murder?" "I do." "Then he shall have the job." Gray smiled to himself as he thought, "You must first wrest your prey from the hands of Sir Francis Hartleton. No easy task." Then he said aloud, "You are now on the right path, squire. You have but to pursue it, and every wish you ever nourished of pleasure and ambition will be satisfied." "I do begin to think so," said Learmont. Jacob Gray now rose and said, "I will bid you adieu, squire, but being rather pressed for money. I will trouble you for £50. £50? Aye, 'tis but a small installment of the thousands. Agree at our next meeting to my terms, and I will deduct this £50 from the gross sum I am to receive." "As you please," said Learmont. "But, Jacob Gray, I will not give you so large a sum now." "You will not." "I will not. Know you who I am? Too well, and by this time you should know me. There are £10, Jacob Gray. Take them or none." Has it come to this?" muttered Gray. "It has," said Learmont. "Know you your dangers? What if I leave England suddenly and behind me is found? Pshaw!" "You mean your confession," interrupted Learmont. "I know you can, if it so please you, Jacob Gray, but you prefer money to revenge." "I do, but the money must be sufficient." "It is most ample." Gray looked in the calm, pale face of the squire for a moment or two in silence. Then he took the 10 guineas which Learmont had laid upon the table, and with a bitterness of tone, which he in vain tried to conceal, he said, "It matters not, £10 or 100, the result must be the same. I must and will have a certain sum, and now I am resolved to have it in a certain time. Farewell, Squire Learmont, you have begun your independence too early. Farewell." He left the room, and Learmont looked after him with such a smile as he had not worn for years, and muttered, "Have I begun my independence too early, Jacob Gray? Humph, by some half-dozen hours only, I do devoutly hope and trust. If you see another sunrise, I shall be a disappointed man." Chapter 101. The Pursuit, the Spy, the Three Wherries on the Thames. Could Jacob Gray, in his wildest flight of fancy, have for one moment imagined that Albert Satan stepped after him from Learmont's door in a few moments after he had left it? How different would have been his feelings to what they were? How changed would have been the expression of his countenance? Never in the whole course of their guilty career had he and Learmont had so strange an interview. Never had each succeeded in deceiving each, as they had done on that eventful evening. Jacob Gray departed with a smile of triumph on his face, and he left Learmont with its counterpart upon his. The impatience of Albert Satan, after he had received Learmont's short intimation of Jacob Gray's avowal, knew scarcely any bounds, and it appeared to him an age before Gray passed across the hall to leave the house. Albert had taken his station just within a small waiting room which commanded a view of the great staircase, and at the first sight of Jacob Gray descending. His emotions were so powerful that he was compelled to sit down to recover his composure, during which brief period Gray crossed the hall, and passed into the street with a rapid pace. The necessity, however, for immediate action soon roused Albert to some exertion, and being fully equipped for the streets, he made but one bound across the hall, to the great astonishment of the servants, and reached the street just in time to see Gray turn the first corner. The emotion of Albert Satan had now died away, and he kept but one object in view, and that was the restoration to him of his much-loved Ada, as a consequence of his successful pursuit of Jacob Gray. He became calm, cool, and firm. Every nerve seemed stretched to its utmost tension, and with a speed that was really tremendous, he cleared the distance between Learmont's door and the corner at which Gray had disappeared. The object of his anxious pursuit was but half a dozen paces in advance of him, when Albert turned cautiously the corner, and the young man stepped into a doorway to allow him to proceed to a safer distance. It would have been a curious study for anyone more free to make observations than was Albert Satan, to mark the curious, suspicious manner in which Gray went along the streets. His home was really not 10 minutes' walk from Learmont's house, but something on this one evening in particular seemed to possess him with a notion of extreme caution, and when he had left Learmont's door instead of turning to the left, which he should have done, and then crossed Whitehall, he turned to the right, with a resolution of making a detour through the intricacies of Westminster before he reached his home. He went on till he emerged into Parliament Street, for he had a great notion of how much he was disguised in his new wig, and he did not mind venturing into a crowded thoroughfare so much as he did before. Crossing then by the House of Lords, he passed Westminster Abbey, and with a slow, measured step, sauntered down Abingdon Street. Once or twice Gray had wheeled round to look behind him so suddenly upon his heels that had not Albert ever kept at a respectful distance, and being favored by the darkness, he must have been discovered. But Gray passed on again without suspicion, for Satan on these occasions had not shown any signs of trepidation, or wished to hide himself, but had walked carelessly forward with a determination, however in his own mind, of knocking at some door rather than come close up to Gray. The wily Jacob, however, did not once wait for the listless passenger to pass him, so that Albert was not reduced to that troublesome alternative, and the pursuit continued the whole length of Abingdon Street, without any circumstance occurring to awaken suspicion in Gray's mind. It was not, however, altogether so with Albert, for in Parliament Street he had noticed a man on the opposite side of the way to be keeping his eye upon Jacob Gray, and when they passed the Abbey, the same man appeared again. And it was evident to Albert that he wasn't the only one who was dogging Jacob Gray to his home. Had he but known that this was Sir Francis Hartleton's man, how much future trouble and uneasiness would have been spared him. But as it was, he only saw in the circumstance an additional cause for alarm on Ada's account. For he could not possibly divine what motive anyone but himself could have in tracing Gray to his home, unless it were that the villain had been making similar applications to the one he, Albert, fully believed he had made to Learmont. And some other person was following him home with a similar motive to Learmont's, when he first requested him, Albert, to trace the man's footsteps. This might or might not be the motive of the spy upon Jacob Gray, but one thing soon became certain, and that was that the stranger began to regard Albert with as much suspicion and distrust as Albert regarded him, and probably never were two people engaged in one object. More angry at each other just then than Albert Satan and the spy of Sir Francis Hartleton. Jacob Gray would have almost fallen dead in the street with fright, had he imagined for one moment the predicament he was in, but, on the contrary, he went on applauding himself upon his own cleverness. And, perhaps, never had he felt so satisfied of his superiority in point of cunning over all his enemies than he did that night. I shall yet, after all that is past, he thought, receive a large sum of money and be an independent man while I adequately punish all who have given me uneasiness. The only men I cannot crush are the scoundrels who robbed me after my little adventure with Vaughan. I see no ready way of being revenged upon them, and my only consolation is that, sooner or later, they are sure to come to the gallows. Hugging himself with his idea, although, metaphorically speaking, he, Gray, may be said to have had the rope then about his neck, The villain passed on by the low, swampy bit of ground on which the penitentiary is now built. He then paused a few moments, as if in doubt which way he should go next, and Albert Satan crouched down by some timber which lay upon the ground, while Sir Francis Hartleton's man drew back into the shadow of some irregular, small, wretched dwellings which stood near the water's edge. Gray did not keep them long in suspense, for after a slight reflection, he determined upon adopting his favorite plan of reaching home, with, at all events, the nearest approach to a certainty of not being followed, namely, by water. He accordingly walked down to some stairs by the riverside, passing within arm's length of Albert, and jumped into a wherry in which was a boy lying fast asleep. Gray awoke the boy roughly, and when, with a bewildered look, he gazed into the face of his visitor, Gray said, "Can you row me to the stairs by Burlington House in the Strand?" "Yes, master," said the boy as he began unmooring the wherry. Gray seated himself in the stem of the boat in silence, and pulling his cravat over his chin, he with a smile muttered, "Humph, Squire Learmont, Jacob Gray is one too many for you. The day of independence and revenge will come for me soon." The boat shot out from the shadow of the dark stairs, and the boy began pulling easily towards Westminster Bridge. Scarcely had the boat got a dozen oars' length from the shore when Albert Satan stood upon the steps and cried, "Boat, boat, Hilloa, boat!" "First oars!" cried another voice. "Quick, my man, first oars here." Albert turned to the speaker, and by his side, on the slippery wooden steps, was the man he had before noticed as following Gray. For a moment they looked at each other intensely, and the officer thought to himself, "I shall know you again, my young spark." While Albert Satan was quite absorbed in the exceedingly ugly face before him, further adorned as it was, for nature had intersected it by several seams from old wounds received in many a fray. "Here you are, your honor," cried a waterman. "For me," said Albert. "I beg your pardon, young fellow, it's for me," said the spy. Albert turned to him, and in a firm voice said, "Sir, I will not be bullied out of my right by you. I called a boat first here, and the first boat I will have." So saying, he sprung into the wherry, and not wishing the man to overhear where he really wished to go, he merely said to the waterman, "Pull down the stream." The boat was pushed off, and the spy called from the stairs in an angry voice, "Very well, young fellow, just wait till I come across you again. You may jump better, but I'm D if you'll fight better than I." "Go home to your anxious mother," cried the waterman, who, as Albert was silent, considered he was bound to take the part of his fare. "Do not answer him," said Albert. "He's a vagabond, sir," said the waterman. "I knows him. He's a sort o' sneak as goes arter everybody's business but his own." "Do you see a wherry just ahead?" said Albert. "Yes, master." "I want you to follow it. You shall have treble fare if you keep it in sight and not appear to press upon it." The waterman gave a long whistle, and then, with a nod of his head, he said, "All's right. It's Ben's boy as is pulling, and by G.D. there comes your friend." "My friend," said Albert as he looked back towards the stairs. There was another wherry darting after them, in the stern of which sat the ugly man. "Pull away," said the waterman with a laugh as he took long, clean sweeps with his oars. A stern chase is a long chase. Chapter 102. The Chase on the Thames. Albert's successful disguise. The old stairs at Buckingham Street. There was something spirit-stirring and exciting to the young imagination of Albert Satan in the turn things had taken, as regarded his chase of Jacob Gray. Who or what the man was who seemed equally determined with himself not to lose sight of Gray, he could not divine. But be he whom he might, or his object what it might, Albert resolved he should not stand in the way of his own great effort to discover his long-lost Ada. "He may follow," thought Albert, "and I cannot, with any show of reason, quarrel with him for the same thing that I am doing myself, but he shall not, if I can help it, be foremost in the chase." While these reflections were passing through Satan's mind, the boat in which was Jacob Gray was shooting far ahead, and by Albert's direction, the waterman who rowed the wherry in which he, Albert, sat, moved into another channel, so as not to seem to follow Gray's boat, although he easily kept it in view. "You quite understand me," said Albert. "I wish to follow yon wherry sufficiently close to see where it lands its passengers without being seen myself." My object is an honest one, and I pray you, as you know the river, to adopt some course which will accomplish my purpose." "I tell you what it is," said the waterman. "The safest way in the world to follow a boat is to pass it." "Rather a strange way of following," said Albert. "I don't exactly mean following," added the man, "but finding out where it's a-going to. Now I can easily pass Ben's boy, and then all we have to do is to take no notice, but keep on ahead for a little way till they puts in at some stairs. They won't suspect nothink then." "That is a very good plan," said Albert, "but he I am following knows me by sight, I fear, too well to make it safe or practicable." "Oh, he does he? Then I'll tell you what you'll do, put on my jacket and badge and this red nightcap, and I'll be hanged if your own mother would know you." "Row easy, then, that the change may not be noticed," said Albert. The boatman dipped but one oar languidly in the stream, and allowed the wherry to drift among some barges when he instantly shipped his oars, and doffing his coat and red nightcap, he tendered them to Albert, who was soon attired in the very cumbrous garment, which went on easily over all his other clothing. He then gathered up all his long hair and confined it under his red nightcap, which he pulled on nearly to his eyes. The waterman sat for a moment, apparently lost in intense surprise at the alteration which the two articles had made in his customer's appearance, and certainly it would have required somebody most wonderfully well acquainted with the young man to recognize him in his strange disguise. A more complete alteration of personal appearance could not possibly be conceived, and the absence of the long, curled hair gave his face quite a different contour. "Upon my word," said the waterman, "I never saw in all my life anything to echo this. Why, I shouldn't have known you myself for my fare. You needn't mind running alongside of him now, for I'll be hanged if he'll guess it's you if he eats, drinks, and sleeps with you." "I dare say I look very different," said Albert, "but for heaven's sake don't lose sight of him." "Oh, I'll be up to him in 5 minutes. I know how Ben's boy can pull, and I know how I can pull. Hilloa, there goes your friend." The boat with the spy shot past at this moment, and Albert was now the last in the chase, to his great aggravation. Such a state of things, however, did not long continue for the waterman. After taking a sturdy look behind him to mark the relative position of the boats, bent to his oars with such strength and determination that the light wherry shot through the water with amazing speed. At each vigorous pull of the oars, the boat actually seemed to jump forward several yards, and the distance between it and the boat preceding it sensibly decreased each moment. "I told you I'd soon be up with them, sir," said the waterman, as they came within a dozen boats' lengths of the wherry in which was Sir Francis Hartleton's man. "Now you'll see me pass 'em in proper style. I won this boat on the Thames, and you shall see as it ain't thrown away upon me." The oars were dipped cleanly into the stream and rose with scarcely a ripple. The speed of the boat, for the space of about 20 yards, was prodigious, and Albert felt that he was moving through the water at a most exhilarating rate. Now they were alongside of the boat with the spy, who immediately, to the immense diversion of the waterman, cried, "Hilloa, you there! Where did you land that young fellow you had?" "Him with the long hair," said the waterman. "Yes, and the plum-colored coat." "Yes, yes, you know. You want to know where I landed him? Of course I do, I asked you that. Then find out, spoony." "I tell you what," cried the spy, "if I wasn't busy, I'd have you taken before your betters." "They are no acquaintances of yours, I should say," replied the waterman. "Do you see this?" cried the infuriated spy, as he produced a small staff with a gilt crown on the top of it. "Do you see this, fellow?" "Yes." "Then mind what you are at." "Do you see this?" said the waterman, indicating with his forefinger the extreme point of his nose, an action which seemed to be especially aggravating to the officer, who immediately said to the boy, "Pull alongside of him. Pull away." "Pull away," echoed Albert's waterman, as with a laugh he bent himself to his work and soon left the other wherry behind without a hope of overtaking him. When the wherry was out of earshot, he turned to Albert and said, "You see, sir, he didn't know you." "No, my disguise appears to be effectual. Get now as near to the other boat as you like." The man nodded, and in a few moments, Albert Satan was so near to Jacob Gray that he could almost have sprung from one boat to the other. Gray looked anxiously and suspiciously at the wherry, but as it, to his eyes, contained only 2 watermen, he never for a moment dreamt of any danger from it. Albert buried his chin in the ample collar of the coat, and as his boat passed so close to the one Gray was in that the watermen had both to ship their oars, he gazed with no little emotion upon the pale, sallow face of the man, who he would have traveled all over the world to meet, in order to wring from him the knowledge of where to find his much-loved and cruelly persecuted Ada. Gray glanced for a moment at Albert, but it was evident he knew him not. Nothing was further from Gray's thoughts than a meeting with Albert Satan, and, in fact, since Ada had left him, he scarcely regarded Albert Satan as in any way connected with him or his fortunes, and never for a moment took the trouble to speculate upon what he would or could do or say. Were they to meet accidentally? "Where are you coming to now?" cried Gray's boatman. "Nowhere's particular," was the reply of the other. "Where are you?" "What's that to you?" "Oh, nothink, only I to let you lay hold behind." Gray's waterman, with a hearty curse, resumed his oars and gave up the parley. "Now I bethink me," said Gray in a low tone, "you may put me in at the small stairs by Buckingham Street." "Yes, your honor, we are just there." "Good, that will do." The stairs at the end of Buckingham Street led up to a handsome garden then, and were themselves of an ancient and decayed appearance, being worn in the center quite into deep hollows, and withal so rickety and injured by time and rough usage that it required some steadiness to ascend them. Jacob Gray, however, from that very reason, thought it a safe place of landing, and when the head of his boat was moored to one of the crumbling piles that had been rotting in the bed of the river for more than 50 years, he walked cautiously along the seats, and after liberally paying the waterman, he commenced carefully ascending the slippery, time-worn steps. Albert, at this moment, was in a state of excitement impossible to be described. He paid the waterman immediately. Gray's wherry turned its head towards the shore, and sat with his hands upon the coat, as ready as a harlequin in a pantomime to throw it off and assume his proper appearance. But then Gray might look round, and he felt the necessity of waiting until he had actually ascended the stairs. Oh, what an agony of suspense was that brief period! At length, Gray turned sharp round to his right hand when he got to the top of the steps, and with the speed of lightning Albert Satan threw off the coat and nightcap, and sprung after him to the intense astonishment of Gray's waterman, who stood with his mouth wide open, and his eyes staring out of his head like those of a boiled fish, for nearly 2 minutes before he could ejaculate, "Well, I never. There's a go in all my blessed born days, I never. Who the devil's that?" "Ah, yours hit it now," said Albert's waterman as he deliberately put on the coat. "What do you mean?" "I've been giving the devil a coat. Didn't you see how quick we went?" "Yes." "Well, he was steering with his tail all the time, so you see I'd nothing to do but to pull away." Chapter 103, Gray at Home, Albert's Joy and Exultation, the Meeting in the Old Doorway. "Make way there," roared Sir Francis Hartleton's man, as the boy who rowed him shot the wherry's nose between the other 2. "Make way there! Curse you all, I am on the king's business." "Make way for his majesty," cried the man who had carried Albert Satan. "He says he's on the king's business, but that's only his modesty. He's the king himself, I shouldn't wonder, disguised as a fool." The spy had scrambled from the boat onto the wooden steps, but he was so annoyed at this last remark that, snatching his staff from his pocket, he turned round, saying, "If I lose my proper game, I'll make sure for you for obstructing an officer. You shall have a lodging in the watch-house, my exceedingly witty fellow." The waterman was, however, a great deal too quick for him, for, as he tried to step from the stairs into the boat, by one sweep of his oars he shot the wherry out some 3 or 4 yards from the landing, and the spy stepped up to his knees in the river, and was nearly precipitated head foremost into the stream. "Don't piss in the water," said the waterman, and then he pulled steadily away. "I'll have you another time, my man," said the spy, quite livid with rage as he turned and again ascended the steps. In the meantime, Jacob Gray had gathered his cloak closely around him, and smiling to himself at his own cleverness in, as he thought, thoroughly outwitting Learmont, and even when there was no danger, approaching his home in so very baffling a manner. was creeping along close to the houses as usual towards his obscure lodgings. Albert Satan, when he reached the top of the stairs, looked anxiously to the right, and there he saw Gray, not half a dozen yards from him. To follow so closely would have been very dangerous, undisguised now as the young man was, and he hung back, still keeping Jacob Gray in his eye, until the latter had proceeded nearly to a turning which led into the next street but one in which he lived. The moment, then, that he was upon the corner, Albert walked hastily forward, and by pursuing the same system at the corner of the next street, he fairly succeeded in dogging Gray to the little mean shop above which he lodged. Albert's heart beat high as he saw him enter the humble abode. His agitation became extreme, and the thought that he was so near Ada caused such a tumult of delightful feelings in his breast that he forgot all past suffering, all present cautions, and actually bounded forward half a dozen paces towards the shop. Before his promise to Learmont came across his mind and arrested his eager footsteps. "Oh, oh," he said, "Ada, my beautiful and true, even now, although so near to you, I must not rush to your rescue. My word of honor binds me, but I can gaze with rapture upon the house in which you are. I can please myself by fancying I breathe the same air with you. Oh, how cruel is this that I cannot, for my promise to the rich squire, at once rush into the house that contains my heart's treasure and claim it as my own. I must control my impatience. Ada, your imprisonment shall now be but of short duration. Soon now shall I clasp you to my heart." Albert now crossed over to the other side of the way, and diving into a doorway where he was completely hidden, but from whence he could command a good view of the house in which he so erroneously supposed Ada to be. He gave himself up to the delirious feeling that he had at length arrived at the end of all his troubles, and Ada would soon be his, while the patronage of the rich Squire Learmont would ensure him ease, and perhaps in time fortune. There was no sign of inhabitants visible in the whole front of the house, but in a few more moments, as Albert rose his eye restlessly from window to window, he saw a dirty, narrow curtain moved in one of the top rooms, and fancy made him think the hand was Ada's, which he saw but partially. "My Ada, my own! Ada, my beautiful!" he cried. "Oh, if I could but be sure now that you were well, and—" He was interrupted at this moment by someone popping into the dark doorway so suddenly as to run against him with great violence. Albert immediately laid hold of the intruder and cried, "Hilloa, friend, softly here." "What do you do here?" cried a man's voice in no very pleasant accents. I may as well retaliate the question. "Oh, B.D.D., cried the man, who was no other than the spy. "I know you now by your voice. You are the fellow who took a boat before me." "Then I presume," said Albert, "you are the fellow who took a boat after me." "What do you mean by that?" "What I say." "Come, come, no nonsense, young fellow. What do you mean by following that man you have made such a run after?" "I never explain my affairs to strangers," said Albert coldly. "I'm an officer." "I don't care if you are a dozen officers," said Albert. "You have nothing to do with my private affairs, but I can take you up on suspicion. Can you?" "Yes, I can, and for your impudence I will too." "Then," said Albert, "I'll knock you down first." And suiting the action to the word, he grappled with the officer before he was aware, and although much the lighter and weaker of the two, threw him upon his back in the passage with so much violence that he lay stunned. "I am sorry for this," thought Albert, "but I can allow no vexatious interference with me now. Farewell, dear Ada, for a time. Your lover will be with you soon. I will now away to Learmont's and claim his proffered assistance." Casting then, ever and anon, lingering looks behind at the house, which he believed contained the object of his fond affections, Albert left the street, and when he had turned the corner and could no longer see even the habitation of Jacob Gray, he started off at a pace which astonished everyone he passed, towards the house of Learmont. Jacob Gray, when he reached his room, sat down on the side of the miserable little bed, and began to think of his future plans and hopes, with a feeling of certainty as regarded their stability, such as he had rarely before experienced. It seemed as if Providence, having now hurried him on to the very brink of destruction, was determined that his fall should be the more dreadful and full of suffering by his having no sort of anticipation of it. He was as one smiling and making long calculations on the brink of the grave. Learmont, he said, has seized the bait. I shall be wealthy and free besides satisfying my revenge. They taunt me with being subtle. I trust that they will find me so. They might long ago have temporized with me, and ensured their own safety by never awakening in my breast the dark feelings towards them that now possess it. But they sought my life, and I swore revenge. Britain and Learmont shall fall in one common destruction, while Ada shall have more trouble to prove her legitimacy than will last her life, should she linger to the age of an ancient patriarch. Yes, I shall be revenged on her, as well as upon Britain and Learmont. He sat then for some moments in deep thought, and a feeling of anxiety began to creep over him. I am getting nervous now, he muttered. Of late I am fearfully subject to such gloomy thoughts. I shall be glad when this gloomy, lonely life is over. It suits not with my disposition. I did not feel it so much when she was with me, but now that I am quite alone, a shuddering awe creeps around my heart, and I start at the merest trifle. Gracious heaven, how my heart beats now! 'Tis time I should have ease and comfort in some other land, where all things are new and strange, and there is nothing to remind me of the past. Then, I shall know peace. He rose and paced his room uneasily, but even in his mental agitation he trod cautiously, as if the very boards would proclaim to the world, "There trod Jacob Gray, the murderer." Then he produced his confession, and a strange desire seized him to read it carefully through, and make some verbal corrections in it, in order that it should be still more clear and explanatory than it had been. Again and again he read over the document and was satisfied that its notations were distinct and clear. Yes, if anything should happen to me, he muttered. This will destroy Learmont and Britain, and likewise doom Ada to poverty, while the estates of Learmont will revert to the crown, or some very distant branch of the family that will be eager to acquire them. So even I should not fall quite unavenged. In my death I should be terrible. Death. I am not going to die. Why did such a thought enter my brain? 'Tis strange, very strange. I never thought of death before this night. I am quite well, quite. 'Tis a mere feverish fancy, a vision crossing the overexcited brain. I have had hundreds of such forebodings. I suppose that is what I must call the strange feeling that now oppresses me. He was now silent for some time, and then, hastily rising, he held the confession in his hand and glanced around his room as he said, "I will never again carry so important a document as this about with me. 'Tis far better, far safer in some hiding place here, and then suppose it should not be found till some time after my death. That word again, death. Pshaw, what have I to do with death for many years to come?" He, nevertheless, trembled, as he strove to reason himself out of his nervous fears, and he was some time before he could decide upon where to put his confession, so that it must eventually be found, but still where a search would be required to bring it to light. He finally ripped some of the lining from his cloak, and inserted the confession between that and the cloth. "There it will be quite safe from any casual observation," he said, "while sooner or later it must come to light, and my vengeance would be greater by a little delay, because Learmont would be lulled into fancied security if no immediate danger assailed after my death." He sunk upon his chair, muttering, "Death again, death again, death again, how that notion haunts me. An absurd fancy, in my case a most absurd fancy, for never was I so safe, so free, so likely to obtain all that I wish as I am now. My star is in the ascendant." He hung the cloak on a large hook behind the door of his room, and then said, "How many persons would search this room, and toss this cloak about, without discovering that it contained anything so important as that now hidden in it?" He then proceeded to a cupboard, and taking from it a case bottle, he drank a quantity of raw spirits, to which he had latterly habituated himself whenever he felt any disagreeable mental qualms which he could not reason himself out of. "Drink, drink," he muttered as he returned the case bottle to its place. "That is the wretch's last solace. It will for a time banish care, but it is a deceitful fiend that comes at first with semblance of great friendship, but sooner or later it will turn upon him who has been lured by it, and become a deadly foe. I think I will sleep now, all is safe, and I am very weary. My confession will be found after my death. Ah, that word again, death, death. Nothing else can I think of. Come, welcome sleep. He threw himself upon his bed, and exhausted as he was by the few preceding days' actions, he soon dropped into slumber. Not an unbroken or easy one, though, for the imagination, now freed from the control of reason, conjured up fearful images into the brain of the man of crime. Chapter 104. Strong drink at the Chequers. The summons to Britain. His Majesty's amusements. Britain's rage at the escape of Grey from his room, where he thought he had him so securely, almost made him sober for the next 24 hours. He was in too great a passion to drink, and it was not until his friend the butcher had generously drunk both Britain's share and his own of sundry strong compounds, that the smith, dashing his clenched fist upon the table with a blow that made every article upon it jump again, exclaimed, "Brandy, brandy here, quick with you." "Your Majesty shall have it in a moment," cried the landlord. "May I presume to ask if your Majesty will have it raw or mixed?" "Neither," roared Britain, "neither. Oh, dear me. Certainly, perhaps your Majesty means a little of both." "No, I don't fool. Bring me a pint of brandy boiling." "Be boiling." "Yes, without any water." "What do I want with water? For the future I'll drink nothing but boiling brandy." "Smash me," remarked Bond, the butcher, "if that ain't a good idea." "Off with you," roared Britain to the amazed landlord. "Mind you bring it in with the bubbles on it. Let me see the hot steam rising from it like reeking blood, and be D to you, take that." As these remarks were accompanied by a pint measure, which passed within an inch of his head, the landlord made a wild kind of rush from the room, shouting, brandy boiling directly, for His Majesty King Britain." Britain felt himself wonderfully better and much appeased in spirit after his order of the boiling brandy, and he turned to the butcher with something of his usual manner, saying, "Bond, my boy, I shall never be the man I was till I have taken that fellow's life." "You don't say so," remarked Bond. "Yes, I do." "Oh, be bothered, you'll be able to drink as much as ever, I know." "Yes, as to that, but—" "Well, what more do you wish?" "Don't be unreasonable. Joint me with a notched cleaver if I don't think you are the most comfortable cove as I knows, and lots of money and nothing for to do but to melt it down into all sorts o' strong drinks. I calls that being in heaven, I does." "It's something," said Britain. "Something. I believe you it is. Why, if you was an angel, what more could you have, I should like to know? Jacob Gray's blood. So you will, but you must wait your time. Now I tell you what, Master Britain, you're like a pig as is going to be stuck. He makes a squalling when he knows as it won't do no good, and here you've been a denying of yourself your proper drink when you know that'll do no good. Have patience till this air follow as you owes such a uncommon grudge to, comes in your way again, and when he does, don't you let him out of arm's length. Just give him a malleter on the head to stun him while you fetches me, and then we can cut him up quite comfortable." "I was a fool to leave him a moment," said Britain. "I ought to have known better. The fellow is as crafty as a dozen devils rolled and welded all into one. He has as many shiftings and doublings as a hunted fox." "Some animals is very difficult," said Bond, "to bring to the slaughter. A ring in his nose and a rope is the very best thing, but it's difficult to put it on." "You are an ass, Bond," said Britain. "It ain't a bullock, you idiot, but as crafty a man as ever stepped." "Perhaps I is a ass," remarked Bond. "Birds of a feather they always flocks together, which I take it, is the reason why us two make such good company, Master Britain." The landlord at this moment made his appearance, with the boiling brandy in a punch bowl. At least, the landlord was supposed to follow it into the room, for the steam that arose from the liquor hid his face in a kind of glory, such as sometimes may be seen in an old picture confounding the physiognomy of a saint. He said nothing, but laid the streaming beverage before Britain, and then he coughed and winked and wiped his eyes and sneezed, all of which symptoms of uneasiness arose from the subtle particles of the evaporating spirit having nearly suffocated him. "What do you mean by all that?" said Britain. "Ah, what do you mean?" roared Bond, giving the landlord a smack on the back that nearly felled him. The steam of brandy is rather a chew. Bless me, I can't help sneezing, chew, strong, very strong. I shouldn't wonder if it's very good for the eyes, it makes them water so. What an idea, boiled brandy." "Oh, you think it's a good idea, do you?" said Britain, as he ladled up a brimmer of the scalding hot spirit. "Uncommonly good, chew. Leave off that sneezing, will you?" "I really can't, chew. Excuse me, your majesty, but we never had such a thing as boiled brandy ordered at the Checkers before." "Oh, indeed, then you shall have a drop. Come drink this, drink, I say." "Really, you won't." "I don't presume to use such an expression in reference to any command from your majesty, but the truth is, I would rather not." "But I say you shall." "Spare me, your majesty, I am rather weak in the head." "Hold him, Bond, while I pour it down his throat," cried Britain. The landlord groaned. "If I must take a small sip, why, I would rather take it myself." "Toss it off, then, at once, and don't be making those faces. Come now, off with it." The landlord was perfectly well aware that no mortal throat could with impunity swallow the scalding liquor to trickle down it. And, in fact, he had been pleasing himself with the idea of how scalded the smith would be if, with his usual precipitancy, he should take a gulp of the liquor. But now that it came to his turn first, the joke altered its complexion altogether, and his hand trembled as he held the ladle to his mouth. "Quick!" roared Britain, and the unfortunate landlord took a small sip, which went down his throat like a small globule of melted lead, and induced him to make such wry faces and contortions as quite delighted Andrew Britain, who, in the enjoyment of the moment, actually forgot Jacob Gray. How long the landlord's sufferings might have been protracted, it is hard to say, but fortunately for him, in the midst of Britain's high enjoyment of the scene, a boy came into the room and screamed out, without the least reverence for the kingly dignity that the smith had assumed at the Checkers. "Is Andrew Britain here?" "Halloo, you villain," cried Britain. "What do you mean?" "I wants Andrew Britain," cried the boy. "You scoundrel." "You're another." Britain's face assumed a purplish hue with rage, but he was silent, and then beckoning to the boy, he whispered to Bond, "I'll scald him from top to toe." "Don't you wish you may catch me?" cried the boy. "Hilloo, old reed face, look at your nose. I want Andrew Britain." "Oh, you villain," cried the landlord. "How dare you behave so? What do you want with the gentleman you have named?" "I've got a letter for him. Where is he?" "I suppose as he'll give me a penny." Britain slowly rose from his seat and began sidling round the table towards the boy, who, however, was far too quick and agile for the bulky smith, and throwing a folded piece of paper upon the floor, he darted to the door, crying, "Don't you wish it, old guts? You'll make yourself ill if you exert yourself so. Goodbye, hold him," cried Britain to the landlord, who made a futile and not very energetic attempt to detain the boy, who was out of the house in a moment, and in the next a stone came through a pane of glass and hit the landlord upon the side of the head. "Oh, the vagabond," said mine host, making a rush to the door and fully participating in Britain's indignation now that he had himself cause of complaint. But Britain intercepted him, and being resolved to have revenge upon somebody, he knocked the landlord's head against the doorpost, with a rap that made him look confused for a moment, and then retire from the room dancing with pain. "All right," cried Bond. "Ahem," said Britain, returning to his seat. "That'll teach him to run against me another time, and if I meet that boy, I'll wring his neck." "What's this here?" remarked the butcher as he picked up the note the lad had thrown down. "To Andrew Britain, that's large, but hang me if I can make out the rest. The first word is sensible enough, howsoever. What is it? Meat. Meat. Nonsense. What the devil have I to do with meat? Give it to me." Britain snatched the note from the hands of the butcher and read as follows: "Meet me by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at Buckingham Gate. L. Short and civil. I'll see him D. first, 9 o'clock too. A likely hour. No, Master Learmont, I'll call upon you when I please, no oftener and no seldomer, but I won't meet you at Buckingham Gate, as sure as my name's Andrew Britain. Am I to be dictated to?" "I should think not," cried Bond. "Does that come from the squire, Britain?" "What's that to you?" "Nothing at all, but I asked you, nevertheless, and you needn't put yourself out of the way. You he hanged. Be hanged yourself." Britain liked Bond principally because when he roared at him, he was replied to much in the same strain, and, if possible, an octave higher, so he betrayed no indignation at the independence of the butcher, but taking up a ladle full of the brandy, which had now much cooled, He poured it down his throat, and then followed it by another, after which he flung the ladle at the head of a quiet-looking man who was smoking a pipe and drinking a pint of small ale in a corner. And rising, he cried, "I'll go out now, order my sedan chair. I'll be hanged, but that's the rummiest thing ever was invented. I like it. My chair there. Halloo, halloo, I'll have some fun tonight. But you needn't have thrown away the ladle, you beast," remarked Bond, as he took the bowl in his hand and finished the contents at one draught, hot and strong as they were. The landlord's voice was now heard shouting, "His Majesty's chair, quick, quick! His Majesty's chair, and right glad am I to get him out of the house a while," he added to himself. "And if it was not that he spends every week a matter of 10 or 12 guineas at the old Checkers, I'd never let the beast cross its threshold again." Chapter 105. The Walk in Search of Albert. The Recognition at Charing Cross. Was Ada happy in her pleasant home at Sir Francis Hartleton's? Was there no cloud yet upon her young heart? Alas, how purely comparative are all our joys and all our sorrows. The change from her weary confinement with Jacob Gray, and the dismal habitations it was his policy to live in, to the kind looks, kinder words and happy home of the warm-hearted magistrate, was like suddenly to some adventurous voyager to the far north, breaking the misty horrors around him. And at a moment when he felt almost inclined to lie down and die before the rigor of the season, and transporting him to some fair region where the bright sun shone upon the trailing vine, where the orange groves were musical with the songs of birds, and the very air as it gently fanned his cheeks was in itself a delicious luxury. To Ada, for the first few days, it seemed as if she had stepped into a new existence. But when the novelty of the change was over, when she had done assuring herself that she was free forever from Jacob Gray, how her heart began to yearn for him she loved. What an unstable curiosity arose in her mind, to know who and what she was, what name she should associate with the endearing one of father, and whether she should weep over another grave, or ever feel the fond embrace of a living parent. It would have been strangely unnatural if these active sources of anxiety had not sprung up rapidly in such a heart as Ada's, alive as it was to every noble feeling, every tender sympathy. The companionship of the young persons of her own sex, whom Lady Hartleton often collected about her, tended probably to foster and encourage these feelings in Ada, and the ready tears which she had never shed when in misfortune, and exposed to all the harshness of Jacob Gray, would start to her eyes at the mention of a father's or a mother's love by any of the fair young beings who delighted in her company. Sir Francis Hartleton had promised her he would have Albert Satan sought for, and he had kept his word. But what degree of exertion on the part of another will satisfy the heart that loves? And Ada longed to search herself for him, who had cheered her under unhappier auspices, and loved her in her gloom and misery. Into the friendly bosom of Lady Hartleton she poured her griefs and anxieties, and if she found no relief of a tangible nature, she there at least found ready sympathy, and Lady Hartleton would say to her, "My dear Ada, I can do not more at present than weep with you if you must weep, and comfort you if you will be afflicted. Be assured, Sir Francis is doing his utmost to discover Albert Satan's place of abode, as well as toiling hard to unravel the mystery connected with you." Ada would then, in tears, exclaim against her own ingratitude, and accuse herself of selfishness, and Lady Hartleton frequently had the greatest difficulty to remind her that she considered her feeling natural, and in every way worthy of her. It was early in the day preceding that on which the magistrate had discovered poor Maud, that Ada with a trembling voice said to Lady Hartleton, "I have a great favor to ask." "No, my dear Ada," said Lady Hartleton, kissing her cheek, "you have nothing to ask, everything to demand. Recollect, 'tis we who think ourselves much your debtors for your company with us, and consequently we are much bound to consult your wishes." "Ah, it is your kind heart which prompts your tongue," said Ada, "and not your judgment, but I know you will not hear me speak to you of my gratitude, although it is a theme which I could never tire of. Say no more, Ada, but tell me what you wish. Will you permit me, myself, for one day to go in search of Albert Satan?" "Yourself, Ada?" "Yes. 'Tis perhaps a foolish wish, but sometimes, What great resources courage and deep knowledge of the work may fail to accomplish, the zeal of affection will be able more easily to do. Lady Hartleton shook her head as she said, Ada, you would but, in such a place as London, expose yourself to much danger and insult. Believe me, that my husband has in his service those who will leave no spot unsearched for him you so much wish to see. Ah, lady, can hired zeal ever reach the height of exertion attained by that which springs alone from the true heart? I grant you that it seldom can. But then, Ada, there are many cases where mere knowledge and skill will do much more than the warmest, holiest zeal that ever animated a human breast. There may be, but is this one? It is, Ada. You are ignorant of London and its intricacies, and would but lose yourself in a fruitless endeavor to find another. It may be so, said Ada with a disappointed air, and I must be content. No, Ada, far be it from me to say you shall not take a tour through London in search of him. If you accomplish no more by such a step, you may at least please your mind with the reflection that you have taken it. You will let me go then? Yes, but not alone. I will accompany you wheresoever you please to go, and some experienced officer of Sir Francis's own choosing shall follow us in case of need. I think then we may venture anywhere. Generous friend, cried Ada. Oh, may heaven give me words to say how much I thank you. I am thanked already, said Lady Hartleton with a smile. The idea of active exertions has already kindled a color in your cheeks, Ada, and lent new animation to every feature of your face. I shall be better satisfied, even if I altogether fail, said Ada. I have been now for so many years accustomed to look to myself for resources of action, that when anything nearly concerning me has to be done, I am unhappy if I am not doing it myself. Forgive me, dear lady, for all this troublesome spirit, but recollect I am a young, wayward thing, brought up in solitude and harshness, early accustomed to repress every fond emotion, and my heart's best feelings oftener checked with a blow than encouraged by a smile. We will go as soon as I can consult Sir Francis about who shall accompany us, said Lady Hartleton. Ada could only look her thanks, and Lady Hartleton left the room in search of her husband, who gave a more ready consent to the scheme than she imagined he would, only that he said he would send with them 2 officers on whom he could thoroughly and entirely depend. You will then be as safe, he said, as if you were in your own drawing-room, and if it will satisfy the mind of Ada, I advise you to go at once. With this Lady Hartleton returned to Ada, and in 10 minutes they were equipped for their walk, the 2 officers being strictly ordered by Sir Francis never to lose sight of them for a moment. I can adopt but one plan of operation, said Ada, and that is to go from place to place where Albert has lived, and at each make what inquiries may suggest themselves on the moment. I think I can find my way, if put in the neighborhood, to the first lodging Jacob Gray brought me to in London, at least the first I have any recollection of. It stood, as I have often wearied you with telling, in a by-street at the back of another, the name of which well recollect was Swallow Street. That we shall have no difficulty in finding, said Lady Hartleton. Swallow Street is a well-known thoroughfare, although, I believe, none of the most select. I think I can act as your guide there, but should I be at fault, those who are following us, as our guards, can no doubt set us right. Many were the glances of admiration cast upon Ada, as she and Lady Hartleton walked along Whitehall to Charing Cross, and by the time they reached the corner of the Strand, several idle loungers had enlisted themselves in their train, with a determination to see where they could possibly be going. We must cross here, said Lady Hartleton, and pass those mean rows of buildings which are called the Royal Mews, and then we shall, if I mistake not, be in the immediate neighborhood of the street you mention. As Lady Hartleton spoke, she felt Ada clutch her arm very tightly, and turning to see what occasioned it, she saw one of the puppies of the day with his grinning face within a few inches of Ada's ear, muttering some of the ineffable nonsense common to such animals. When they pitch upon an apparently unprotected female as the object of their insulting address. A flash of indignation came from the eyes of Lady Hartleton, but before she could speak, she saw the fopling flung into the roadway with a violence that sent him half across it, and Sir Francis Hartleton himself, who had followed after the officers, took Ada's arm within his, saying, "There now, If you had been quite alone, Ada, you would have been pestered, probably, for an hour by that ape in man's clothes. Ada turned to speak to the magistrate when a cry of pleasure escaped her. On the opposite side of the way was Albert Satan, walking leisurely towards the horse guards. Sir Francis Hartleton was just in time to stop her from rushing across the roadway, and detaining her by the arm, said, "Ada, do me one favor. Go home at once, and trust to my word of honor that I will not lose sight of him for one moment. The public street is no place for you and him to meet in. For heaven's sake, now go home." I will if you wish it," said Ada. "Oh, he is found, he is found." "Take her home through the park by Spring Gardens," whispered Sir Francis to his wife. "I wish to have some conversation with this young man, before Ada, with her generous feelings, commits herself too far. I will be home within the hour." The magistrate then darted across the road, and followed Albert Satan closely, as his first object was to see where he lived, provided he was going home, as he, Sir Francis, was not quite satisfied with Albert's long absence from his office. Chapter 106. Sir Francis Hartleton's surprise at Albert's place of destination, the watch on the squire's house, Ada's disappointment. When Sir Francis Hartleton darted across the road in order to follow Albert Satan, his views with regard to the young man were to trace him to his house, and then immediately after send for him to his, Sir Francis's office, by Buckingham House, and, in a conversation with him, endeavor to come to a more decided opinion than he was at present able to arrive at with respect to the stability of his affection for Ada. For it is not saying too much when we assert that the interest felt by the magistrate in the welfare and future happiness of the beautiful girl, who was, by so singular a train of circumstances, placed in his care, was equal to that of a fond father for a darling child of his own. The very romantic circumstances connected with her would have invested Ada with a great interest, even had she been other than what she was. But when in herself, she concentrated all the sweet feminine charms of mind and person which the warmest fancy could suggest, she became, indeed, an object of deep interest to Sir Francis, an interest which amounted to a pure and holy affection. Her gentleness, and yet her rare courage, her simplicity, and yet her active intellect, her clinging affection and gushing gratitude to those who were kindly disposed towards her, and her utter want of selfishness, all combined to make her such a character as one might dream of, but seldom hope to see realized. Her future happiness, thought Sir Francis, all depends upon this young man whom I am now following, and I think I have a right to be more careful that Ada, with all her fine, noble feelings, is not sacrificed to one who may fail to appreciate the rich treasure he may possess. I will, ere I welcome this Albert Satan to my house, be well assured that he is deserving of the pure young heart that I am convinced is all his own. One pang is far better for Ada to endure than the years of misery that must ensue from an ill-assorted union. Reasoning thus, the magistrate followed Albert Satan sufficiently close to be certain he could enter no house without his observation, and yet at the same time, at such a distance as to run no great risk of recognition should the young man turn round. Little did poor Albert, whose mind was, at the present moment, so full of recollections of his Ada, that he scarcely knew whither his footsteps led him, imagine that he had not only passed her within 20 paces, but was now actually kept from her, because there was a doubt of the sincerity of that passion which was at once the bliss and the bane of his existence. Sir Francis could not hear the deep sighs that burst from the laboring heart of the young man, as he whispered to himself, "My Ada, my beautiful and true, oh, when will kind heaven bless my eyes by permitting me to gaze upon thy face again? The summer's sun may shine brighty for others, and the green earth look beautiful, but there is a cloud upon my spirits, and all is dreary, bleak, and desolate to me without you, my beautiful Ada. Alas! Poor Albert, if already Sir Francis Hartleton, from your long absence from his office, entertains lingering unwelcome doubt of your feelings for Ada, what harsh suspicions are you not about to subject yourself to within the next quarter of an hour? How near are you to the completion of your fondest hopes, and yet how distant? Long sought for as you have been, you are now found but to be avoided. The young, dejected lover passed onwards in his sorrow, and Sir Francis, whose anxiety was increasing each moment, followed with his eyes fixed on him alone, and totally unobservant of the many curious glances that was cast upon his animated and anxious-looking countenance by the passengers. They passed the Horse Guards, the low, mean building which was then devoted to other purposes, and which is now the Treasury, and still onwards went Albert listlessly as before. Now he turned down a small street behind Parliament Street. Then another turning led him into large, handsome thoroughfare. His steps quickened, and he, at length, paused by the steps of a large mansion. Sir Francis Hartleton stopped, but kept his eyes riveted on the young man. He saw him ascend the steps. Could he believe his eyes? Yes, it must be Learmont's house. Then Magistrate walked forward. He was not mistaken. Albert Satan had entered the house of Learmont. The surprise of the magistrate was intense in the extreme. Here was the lover of Ada on visiting terms, if not on more intimate ones with her worst foe. What was he to think? Had gold had its influence upon the young man, and had he sold himself to the wealthy squire, changing from a lover of Ada to one of the conspirators against her peace? Was such conduct possible? Or had the professions of Albert Satan been from the first those of a hypocrite? Had he always been a creature of Learmont, and only deputed to perform the part he had played in order the more easily to entangle the young, pure girl into an inextricable web of villainy? As these painful reflections passed rapidly through the mind of Sir Francis, he saw a livery servant descend the steps of Learmont's house bearing a letter in his hand. "I will question this man," he thought. "He is going on some message in the neighborhood, and I dare say will be communicative enough to satisfy me with regard to the position held by Albert Satan in Learmont's house." The man came down the street towards Sir Francis, who, when he came sufficiently near, said in a careless manner, "Was that Mr. Satan who just now entered your master's house?" "Yes, sir," was the reply. "Ah, I thought it was he. I have not seen him for a long time. He is intimate with the squire, I believe." "He is his worship's private secretary, sir." "Oh, yes, to be sure. Good morning, friend." "Good morning, sir." The servant passed on, and Sir Francis Hartleton stood a few moments in deep thought. "So," he said, "this lover of Ada's turns out to be Learmont's private secretary." The private secretary of a villain should be like his master, and if the young man be a faithful servant, he is no fit match for Ada. He must be in league with Learmont in all his atrocities, else would he, occupying the situation he does, be a sore encumbrance to such a man as the squire. The facts speak plainly. A confidential servant of a man like Learmont can only be 1 degree removed from his principal in villainy, and that degree must be one deeper still. Is it possible that this young man, who spoke so fairly, who looked so frank and candid, and in whom I, with all my practice of human nature, could discover nothing but what was manly and interesting in his first interview with me, is it possible that he can be one employed to do the dirty work of such a man as Squire Learmont? Alas, alas, such is humanity. Surely some sort of presentiment of this, some special interposition of Providence in favor of the good and pure, must have induced me, for Ada's sake, to follow him thus, instead of permitting a recognition in the streets. A fine tale would this private secretary have had for the ears of his master. That the simple, easily duped Sir Francis Hartleton had in his care the object, for some reason, of his bitterest hatred, and that he, the sweet-tongued, honey-accented private secretary, was welcomed as the accepted lover, and had free ingress and egress to the house in which she lived, could concert what plots and plans he liked, nay, could take her very life for a reward sufficient. Thank heaven for unmasking so much villainy. Sir Francis Hartleton's face was flushed, and there was resentment at his heart, as he walked with hasty steps past Learmont's house. He had not, however, proceeded far when he heard his name mentioned by someone behind him, and, suddenly turning, he saw, within a few paces of him, the object of his present angry thoughts, namely Albert Satan, who had left Learmont's house upon seeing the magistrate from a window of the little room by the hall. "I may as well," thought Albert, "see him, Not that I have any hopes beyond those that at present possess my mind, through the interposition of my generous patron, Squire Learmont. Well, sir, said Sir Francis Hartleton in no very amiable voice, do you not recollect me, sir? No, sir, you do not. I know nothing of you, sir, and desire not your acquaintance. Sir Francis Hartleton, you are laboring under some error. You mistake who I am. There can be no mistake, sir. Good morning. If you have any business with me, you may probably know my office and the hours of attendance at it. One moment, sir. Not half a one, said Sir Francis as he walked away, leaving Albert bewildered. After a few moments' thought, he said, Now I have not one lingering doubt. What Learmont hinted of this magistrate is true. I have but one friend, and that is the rich squire. The impertinent scoundrel to accost me, said Sir Francis, striding homewards in a great fume. 'Twas never so out of temper in my life. I have no doubt now whatever but that he is a mere creature of Learmont's. Thank heaven! Ada, you are saved. Sir Francis proceeded home as quickly as he could. But as he neared his own door, the thought came over him of how he was to inform Ada of the discovery he had made. For although his own suspicions were strong against Learmont, and the scraps of paper he had procured from poor had supplied some wanting links in the chain of his conjectures, he had abstained from fully explaining to Ada sufficient to make her now comprehend why Albert's engagement with the rich squire should place such an insurmountable barrier between them. She must now know all, he thought. And perhaps it is far better that she should, as at all events she will, in her own thoughts, be better able to separate her friends from her enemies. I will now, however, plan another watch upon the squire's house, in order to ascertain if this young spark is in any communication with Jacob Gray, or only an agent of the squire's. He may be playing some complicated game of villainy that, after all, may assist me. Chapter 107. The visit to Gray's house. Learmont's exultation. While Albert Satan was absent on his errand of following Jacob Gray, Learmont was a prey to the keenest anxiety, and he could neither sit nor walk for any length of time. Such was the exquisite agony of mind he suffered at the thought that, after all, the young man might fail in his mission, either from want of tact or from overforwardness. The first supposition of failure presented itself to the squire's mind in by no means such disagreeable colors as the last. For, even admitting that the wily Jacob Gray should on this one occasion succeed in eluding Albert's pursuit, there would arise many other opportunities for renewing the same plan of operations with greater chances of success, because with greater experience. But should Jacob Gray once catch a glance of Albert Satan, all hope of successfully tracing him to his house, through the means of the young lovers, would be at an end. As minute after minute winged their heavy flight, Learmont's mental fever increased, until it became, at length, almost insupportable. He strode to and fro in his apartment with hasty steps. Then he threw himself into a chair. Then he would raise a cup of wine to his lips, but to lay it down again untasted, as he thought to himself, No, I must keep my mind now clear and active, for should he be successful, I shall have need of my mental energy to turn the occasion to advantage. Jacob Gray, even when discovered, is not destroyed. It is one thing to track the fox to his lair and another to kill him. There will yet remain much to be done, even if my most sanguine hopes are realized through the instrumentality of Albert Satan. The thought then crossed his mind of parading through the various rooms of his mansion in order to divert the anxiety that was preying upon him. And taking a light in his hand, he commenced a tour somewhat similar to the one he had undertaken when first he arrived in London. Only that he was now alone, and the freshness of his enjoyment of all the glitter and splendor which surrounded him on every side was worn off. In the double action of walking and constant change of place, Learmont did find some little relief. He will be successful, he muttered. And Jacob Gray will be destroyed. He must be successful. Why should he not? There are 1,000 chances to one in his favor. Then I shall breathe freely. The heaviest load that ever pressed upon my heart will be lifted from it. I shall no longer totter and turn sick and giddy on the brink of the precipice which has so long, as it were, yawned at my feet. I shall know peace, peace of mind, and By cultivating the enjoyment of the present, I shall, in a short time, learn to forget the past. Forget, forget, can I ever forget? Even now a voice seems to ring in my ear with a fearful cry. Blood, aloud it shrieks, can blood ever be forgotten? Can the cry of the dying man? Can the wail of the fatherless child ever fade from the memory of him who has heard them as I have? Can I ever be happy? Was I ever happy? Yes, once I was a child once, and my heart was spotless as a pearl within its shell. Oh, could I recall the past? But that is madness. The past is gone, and may not be beckoned back again. If man could undo the folded scroll of events which have, in the course of years, taken their progress, it seems to me that human nature would reach some few brief years of its onward march, and then be ever toiling back again to undo what was done. Which of us, if we could live again from earliest infancy the same life, would do as we have done? I am no worse than others. The wisest, the best have felt as I feel now. The blood, the curse of blood. Who whispers that to my heart? I did not do the deed. It was the savage smith. My hands reeked not with the gore. No, no, no. Hence, horrible shadows of the soul, hence. I will not be your victim. His whole frame trembled. And as was usual with him, when conscience whispered with its awful voice his crimes to his shrinking soul, he felt an utter prostration of every physical energy and could scarcely crawl to his room. At the same moment that he reached the door, Albert Satan, flushed, excited, and nearly breathless, reached it likewise. Learmont darted towards him, and clutching his arm with frantic eagerness, shrieked rather than said, "Found, found!" "Yes, yes," cried Albert. You have traced the villain to his lair. You know where you could lay your hand upon his throat as he sleeps. You could tear his heart out. He saw you not, you are sure. Swear by heaven and hell you have found his home." "I have, sir," said Albert, amazed at the vehemence and wild excitement of Learmont. "With some difficulty, but still with complete success, I have traced him, and know at this moment where to find him." So, said Learmont with a sickly smile. I much rejoice for your sake, Albert Satan, I do rejoice. Let me lean on you a moment, a sudden faintness. "Shall I summon your attendants, sir?" said Albert, much alarmed at the ghastly looks of the squire, who tremblingly held him by the arm. "No, no," said Learmont. "'Tis nothing, I shall be better presently. I felt much for you that it made me over-anxious, and so, you see, as I am of a nervous temperament, I tremble for you, you understand. There is wine upon the table." Albert led the squire into the room, and then poured out and presented to him some wine, which he drank with eagerness, after which, drawing a long breath, he said, "I am much better now, and so you found him. Do you not rejoice?" "Indeed I do, sir," said Albert. "And much I long for you to remove all restrictions from me, and allow me to proceed at once to the rescue of her I love." "All shall be speedily accomplished," said Learmont. "Have but a little patience, and all shall be as you ask. Not many days shall elapse when you shall have your heart's desire. Sir, you bestow upon me a new life. Yes, let me consider a moment. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow is now at hand. Midnight, midnight. Call upon me here on the morning after tomorrow, not sooner, no, not sooner. Midnight is a good hour." "I scarcely understand you, sir," said Albert, who really thought the squire must be a little insane, he talked so strangely. "Not understand me, sir?" said Learmont. "Surely I speak clearly. I mean the morning after tomorrow. By then I shall have matured some plan, but stay, God of heaven, I had forgotten." "Forgotten what, sir?" "You have not told me where he lives." "'Tis near at hand, although to reach it he traversed thrice the space he needed to have done." "'Tis like him," said Learmont, "most like the man." "I know not the name of the street, but I could guide you there, sir." Learmont sprung to his feet. Now, on the moment," he cried. "My hat, my sword. You shall show me now." Then, suddenly speaking in a subdued tone, he added, "You see, Mr. Satan, that I am an enthusiast, and what I take an interest in possesses my mind most fully. You perceive that, having promised you to stir in this matter, I am inclined to do so well, and amply so. You shall show me the house in which this man lives, and then I will mature some plan which we can jointly put in execution when we meet again. You understand me quite, Mr. Satan?" "I do, sir, and am most thankful to you." "You shall have cause to thank me," said Learmont. Then, as a servant appeared in answer to the bell he had sounded, he cried in a loud voice, "My hat and sword! Quick, my sword!" Both were instantly brought to him, and he commenced hastily descending the stairs with his sword in his hand, and a flush of excitement on his brow that made him look widely different to the pale, trembling man he was but a few short minutes before. Pray heaven, thought Albert, his wits be not deranged. It would be sad indeed if my only friend were to turn out a madman. They were soon in the street, and Learmont, taking Albert by the arm, said, "Remember your promise, and make no sort of demonstration of your presence until I shall permit you. All now depends upon your discretion. Lead me now as quickly as you can to this man's abode." "I owe you too much, sir," said Albert, "to quarrel with your commands, whatever restraint they may put upon my own inclination. I shall control my impatience until the time you mention." "Do so." "Then as a reward, I will contrive some means of providing for you, so that you shall never know again what care and trouble are. You shall have a happy destiny." These words were uttered in a tone so strange that Albert looked in Learmont's face to see what expressions accompanied them. And there he saw a lurking smile which brought a disagreeable feeling of suspicion to his heart for a moment, but no longer. For he chased it away again by reflecting what possible motive could Learmont have for first raising his hopes and then crushing them. If, indeed, he had not already gone too far to be of any detriment, if he was of no assistance, by enabling him, Albert, to discover the abode of Jacob Gray. And as he fondly imagined that likewise of his beloved and deeply regretted Ada. "No," he thought, "I am wrong in my suspicions. He who has done so much for me already is entitled to my confidence, beyond the casual feeling of suspicion that may arise from a smile or a particular tone of voice. I will obey him." "Is there," said Learmont, "any dark and secret place in the vicinity of this man's dwelling from which we may view it securely without being seen ourselves?" "There is a doorway, deep and gloomy, opposite the very house he inhabits," replied Albert. "If it be now unoccupied, which it was not before, I should name it as a good place for observation." "Was it occupied?" "Yes, and by one who seemed as much interested in watching Jacob Gray as I was." "Indeed?" "Aye, sir. A man followed him closely, even as I did, and took up a station finally in the very door I mention." "That is very strange," said Learmont with a troubled air. "It is. I cannot account for it, unless some person like yourself is watching him to discover if he be what he seems or not. Or, perchance, someone may have seen Ada and have been so smitten by her wondrous beauty as to set a watch upon his house with the hope that she may come forth." I like it not," said Learmont musingly. "A watch upon Jacob Gray, 'tis very strange. Bodes it good or evil?" They had by this time arrived at the corner of the street in which was situated the obscure shop above which Gray slept, as he supposed, in security, and Albert, turning to Learmont, said, "This is the street, and yonder is the doorway I mentioned to you." Chapter 108. Albert's love and determination. The squire's dream. "Let us cross to it," said Learmont, in a low, husky voice, which betrayed how deeply he felt himself interested in the affair. In a moment, they both stood in the dark entry. Learmont's spy was not there for conceiving justly that Jacob Gray was housed for the night. He had, by way of solacing himself after his quarrel with Albert, bade ken himself to a neighboring public house, where by that time he was deep in a second jug of old ale. "There is no one here," remarked Learmont. "No," said Albert, "but I left one here. However, his following Gray might after all have been from mere curiosity, seeing me follow him so closely." The house, said Learmont. "Which is the house?" "Yon dingy-looking dwelling, with that mean shop upon its basement floor." Learmont looked long and eagerly at the miserable dwelling, then he muttered, "I should know that house again were I absent from it 100 years. Yes, found at last. The game is played. Jacob Gray, with all your cunning, with all your art of trickery, you are at last found. Sleep on, if you can sleep in fancied security. You know not that your career may soon be ended." "You will recollect the house, sir," said Albert. "I may forget my own name," said Learmont. "But not that house. Young sir, Here is money for you. Let me see you on the morning after tomorrow, and I will have news for you." He gave Albert his purse as he spoke, and then, without waiting for a reply, he strode from the spot, leaving the young man in great astonishment at his singular behavior. "Till tomorrow, and then the morning after that," said Albert, "is a precious time to control my impatience. If I could but catch the merest glance of Ada, it would help me to sustain my impatience. Oh, what a Tantalus-like state is mine, to be even now within so short a distance of her I love, and yet unable to make my presence known to her. My very voice would reach her were I to raise it above its ordinary compass, but I dare not. I have bound myself on my word of honor, and that must not be broken. Farewell, then, for a time, dear Ada. Tomorrow, during daylight, I will try to sleep, so that when the sun has set, and I may, without fear of being seen by Jacob Gray, take up my station here, I may be able to watch the house you inhabit and please myself with the thought of being so near you, even though I cannot see you, or speak to you. Truly, I am glad the squire has left me here, for here will I remain until the morning's light warns me of the danger of recognition by Jacob Gray if I longer tarry." With his arms folded on his breast, and his eyes fixed upon the window, which he pleased himself by imagining belonged to Ada's room, Albert Satan kept possession of the doorway. In the meanwhile, Learmont, with feelings of exultation at his heart, strode with a hasty step towards the Chequers at Westminster. "I have him now, I have him now," he muttered. "I will stir Andrew Britton to destroy him. And as for this Albert Satan, from whom, were he to live, I should prophesy much trouble, I will give him on the morning that he calls upon me, a subtle poison in a cup of wine. But not enough shall he have to leave his body within my doors. No, the dose shall be skillfully graduated, so that some hours shall elapse ere the wild excitement passes through his system. Then he may lie down and die in the public streets, or where he lists, so he is out of my way. 'Tis a deep skill I have obtained in poisons, and it shall do me good service." He then paused, and tearing a leaf from his pocketbook, he wrote on it the words which we are aware were on the note Britton received in the midst of his drunken orgies at the Chequers, and which Learmont got conveyed to him by means of a boy who was wandering houseless about the streets. Satisfied, then, that he had everything in train for the destruction of Jacob Gray, Learmont bent his steps homewards in a more satisfied state of mind than he had ever been in before, and resolved to attempt immediately to procure some sleep, before he should thoroughly mature his yet but projected plan of murdering Gray on the next evening. The difficulties in the way of executing the deed safely and securely were very great, for not only was Gray to be destroyed, but his written confession was to be secured before its superscription should be perceived by anyone who might officiously communicate to the magistrate that such a document had been addressed to him. To accomplish all this required skill, courage, caution, and a favorable train of circumstances. But, wearied as was Learmont then, as well by the violence of his alternating passions as by want of anything in the shape of refreshing sleeps for some nights, he felt himself unequal to the details of a plan which should command success, if no very extraordinary obstacle presented itself in his way. He therefore hurried home, and giving directions to be called at an early hour in the morning, he threw off some of his upper clothing, and, wearied as he was, soon sunk into a slumber. Not, however, a calm and easy one, for he was, as usual, tortured with frightful dreams. And images of terror flitted before his mental vision. Sometimes he would fancy himself in the midst of the fathomless ocean, tossed about at the mercy of every surge, while each wave that burst over him seemed crusted with blood. Ravenous monsters of the deep would stretch their long tendril-like arms from deep valleys in the ocean's bed and strive to drag him into their insatiate maws. Then suddenly, a change would come o'er the spirit of his dream, and he would lie upon the burning sands of Africa. For hundreds of miles there would be nothing but sand, sand hot and scorching to the touch as the fire ash of a glowing furnace. Then a fearful drought came over him, and he shrieked for water, and thought what a heaven it would be to be once more dashed madly to and fro by the surging waves. Then a caravan would appear in sight upon the pathless desert. He heard the tinkle of the camels' bells. He saw the weary men with bronze complexions and travel-worn apparel come slowly on, and he saw that they had water, for all were drinking deep draughts of the delicious beverage. One then asked him if he too would drink, and then he could not speak. His tongue seemed glued to the roof of his mouth, and, one by one, as they passed him by, they asked him to drink, and he could not say yes. Then the caravan slowly faded away, and when the last man was far across Sandy the plain, his voice came again, and he shrieked for water, for but one drop to quench for a passing moment the burning fever of his throat. The dream was horrible, but the vision that followed was more terrible, because the suffering was mental as well as physical. Learmont fancied he was at the foot of a high winding staircase. He commenced slowly ascending, and then he heard behind him like a sound of rushing wind. And looking back, he saw linked in an awful companionship 3 livid specters, as if fresh from the reeking corruptions of the tomb. The flesh hung rag-like upon the yellow moistened bones, and huge drops of green and sickly corruption fell dashing like the preludes of a thunderstorm upon the stairs. Worms and moist things were crawling in and out the sightless eyes. The rattling lips grinned horribly, and amid the havoc of the grave, Learmont could recognize the features of those whom he had driven to death. Slowly they came after him, and a voice seemed to ring in his ears, saying, "They will catch you and fold you in their dreadful embrace ere you reach the top of those stairs. Fly, Learmont, fly." Then he tried, with a scream of terror, to ascend the staircase like the wind, but his feet seemed glued to the steps, and he could ascend but slowly step by step, while he felt that his pursuers were gaining on him momentarily, and that he must in another moment be in their grasp. He heard the chattering of the fleshless gums. He smelt the rank odor of the grave, and yet he could proceed but at a funeral pace. Now they were upon him. Now they gibbered in his ears. They clutched him by the throat. The long skeleton fingers press upon his throat. He is lost. One moan burst from the agonized sleeper, and he awoke shrieking, "Help, help! Save me yet, heaven, oh, save me, I do repent. God have mercy upon me." He sprung from his bed, and, with disheveled hair, eyes starting from their sockets, and a face livid with agony, he sunk upon his knees, just as the terrified domestics, hearing his cries, knocked loudly at his chamber door. Then succeeded a death-like stillness, and Learmont, in a deep sepulchral voice, said, "God of heaven, was it a dream? Dare I ever sleep again?" The knocking continued at his door, and he rose to his feet. "Peace, peace," he cried. "Away, I did but dream." The servants retired from the door, gazing at each other in mute terror, for Learmont's cries had alarmed the whole house and filled them with superstitious fears. "So, said the squire when he trimmed his light and recovered a little from his state of mental excitement. "That was a dream. How terrible, how terrible! Can I ever sleep again in peace? Dare I lay down my weary head upon my pillow with the hope of repose? No, no. And yet there are potent drugs that I have heard wrap the soul in oblivion, or else in the slumber they create, visited in gorgeous shapes and present rare fantasies to the mental eye. I will try them. Tomorrow I will try them. I may find peace then, but I must not tempt sleep again. 'Tis too terrible, too terrible." Chapter 109. Ada's faith in Albert Satan, the confidence of a generous heart. Sir Francis Hartleton was never so much vexed in his life as he was at the supposed treachery of Albert Satan. He revolved in his mind over and over again how he should tell Ada of the scene that had occurred between him and her lover, and of all his suspicions concerning him. And at length, he resolved that Lady Hartleton should be the medium of communicating the unwelcome intelligence of Albert's defection from his love and entertainment by Ada's worst enemy. For this purpose, it became necessary that Ada should be put in possession of more facts concerning herself than the humane and considerate magistrate had, as yet, thought proper to burthen her mind with. This he much regretted, because he had hoped that, before he had occasion to mention Learmont's name particularly to Ada, he should be able to couple with it something more than mere surmises, however well-founded such surmises might be. While he was in his own private room, considering deeply and painfully this matter, a note arrived to him, which was immediately another source of vexation. inasmuch as it hurried on the events which he would have been glad to see develop themselves a little further before he actively interfered in them. The letter was from the Secretary of State, intimating that the charges confidentially made against Learmont, by him, Sir Francis Hartleton, must either be abandoned or speedily proved, for that a dissolution of Parliament was about to take place, and it was absolutely necessary to know in whose hands the Learmont property was. This, said Sir Francis, as he laid down the minister's note, must bring affairs to a crisis. I must apprehend Jacob Grey now and Britain, and trust to one or other of them committing Learmont. A slender hope, I am afraid, since no mercy can be offered to Grey on account of Vaughan's business, and Britain is the last person to expect a confession from. Sir Francis then took from a secret drawer the small scraps of paper which he procured from Mad Maud, and read them again attentively. These are interesting to me, he said, as leading me on in my chain of conjecture, but they are no evidence for, first of all, who is to prove they were ever written by Jacob Grey, or in his possession, and secondly, they are too vague in themselves to be of any importance, unless merely used as evidence corroborative of facts which can be nearly proved without them. The question now is, has Grey written a full disclosure of who Ada is, and what crime has led to her being placed in so singular a position, or not? Well, I will crave of the minister another week, and then consent to withdraw my charges against Learmont for the present. He must triumph, I suppose, and I cannot help it. He then sought Lady Hartleton, and informing her of what he had discovered concerning Albert, begged her to communicate the same to Ada as carefully as she could, so as not to shock her sensitive mind too suddenly with the news of the bad faith of him to whom she had given her heart. Lady Hartleton was so much accustomed to rely upon the judgment of her husband, that, although she was not without some lingering doubts, after all there might be some possible explanation of the conduct of her lover, she consented to the task which was set her, and immediately went to Ada to communicate the sad intelligence. "My dear Ada," said Lady Hartleton, "there are circumstances which have induced Sir Francis not to ask Mr. Satan to come here." Ada started, and with a heightened color she said in her soft, gentle voice, "Lady, you have already done too much for the poor and friendless girl whom chance threw in your way. I ought never to have accepted." "Now, Ada, you mistake me," interrupted Lady Hartleton. "The cause which prevented Sir Francis from bringing Albert here with him has no reference to anything but the young man's want of worth." "Albert Satan's want of worth?" said Ada. "Yes, my dear Ada. You have a great enemy in London, an enemy who would take your life, and when I tell you that Albert Satan is in the confidential service of that enemy, there is good cause of suspicion." "Suspicion of what, lady?" "Of his want of faith." Ada shook her head. "No," she said. "There is no want of faith in Albert Satan. Where I can give my heart and my faith I never suspect. You do not know him, dear Lady Hartleton. But he is with your enemies. Still he is true. He may have sold himself to them, and be even now plotting destruction. Albert Satan loves me," said Ada. "But you are open to conviction." "No, no, there are some things that the heart will cherish despite all reasoning. You suspect Albert Satan, my dear Lady Hartleton, but, let appearances be what they may, he can and will explain them all. He may be, from his own honest, unsuspecting nature, the dupe of villains, but he is not one himself. Then you preserve your good opinion of him, Ada, despite all unfavorable appearances?" "I do, as heaven is my judge. He is innocent of all wrong, my heart tells me he is. I must go to him myself. Nay, that were, indeed, to court destruction, for where he is a fatal place for you. He will protect me. But, admitting all your confidence to be well grounded, he may not have the power. But I must see him," said Ada. "He must have an opportunity of clearing himself from the suspicion that surrounds his name in the mind of you and Sir Francis, my dear and only friends. Oh, why did I not follow him myself, when Providence threw him in my way? Then all would have been well, and perhaps, with a few brief words, he would have explained every seeming contradiction in his present and his past conditions." "I will not deny to you, Ada," said Lady Hartleton, "that such a thought crossed my mind when Sir Francis first spoke to me on this point. 'Tis said that suspicion breeds suspicion, but in this case it is not so, for your generous and noble confidence in your lover has imbued me with much of your own feelings. You believe, then, he may be innocent? I certainly do. Bless you, lady, for your noble confidence. You have given me more pleasure by that word than you gave me pain by hinting disparagement of Albert. That never reached my heart, for it was proof against it. But your confidence is kindred with my own feelings and shares their place. As I have faith in the reality of my own existence, I have faith in Albert Satan's constancy and truth. Oh, tell Sir Francis, your noble husband, that he is mistaken. I implore him, for my sake, to seek him once more and to question him when he will meet with no guile, no evasions. But the honest truth will flow from his lips, and his innocence of purpose will be apparent. Ada, a heart so full of dear emotions, and so replete with noble confidence as yours deserves indeed a happy fate. Be you tranquil, and I will urge my husband to the step you now propose, and if my earnest prayers can make you happy, you will never know another care. Ada could only thank Lady Hartleton with her eyes, and the kind-hearted wife immediately left the room in search of her husband, much shaken in her own mind with respect to Albert's supposed faithlessness. So infectious is generosity and confidence among noble spirits. While this conversation, so painfully interesting to Ada, was proceeding between her and Lady Hartleton, Sir Francis was informed that the spy he had set upon the house inhabited by Grey wished particularly to see him, and upon the man's admittance. He informed Sir Francis of his hunt after Grey the evening before, and his fears that some person was after him for some other purpose. A light and active young fellow, the man said, kept as close upon his heels as I did. He would not lose sight of him a moment, and once or twice nearly balked me in keeping my man in sight. Thus, when I had traced him safely from the rich squire's house to his lodgings in Buckingham Street, this fellow popped himself in the very same doorway from which I and the other officers have, from time to time, watched Grey come and go. What kind of young man was he? Said the magistrate. A light, active fellow of the middle height, with a clear blue eye and long hair. A slight moustache is on his upper lip. 'Tis Satan, thought Sir Francis. Thank you, keep an eye on him, and, should anything particular occur to Jacob Grey, mind you lay hands on this young man you mention. We shall want assistance then, sir. That you shall have. Take with you someone on whom you can rely tonight. You go on duty at 8, do you not? Yes, sir. Philip Lee is on the watch now. Very well. Go now and take your rest. Your duty in watching this man will not last much longer, for he must be arrested within a week. Did you leave his young man you mention on the spot when you came away? No, sir. We had a sort of scuffle about who should stand in the passage, and he ran away. Ah, that is not in his favor. Thought Sir Francis, my poor Ada, your best affections are thrown away. You may go now, but let me see you in the morning with a report of your night's work. The man departed, and Sir Francis Hartleton remained for some time in melancholy thought. Before the week expires, he said, I must go myself and arrest Jacob Grey ostensibly for the murder of Vaughan. I may find some written paper of importance. Well, well, it must be so, Ada. Your fortunes hang upon the events of the next 4 or 5 days. Chapter 110. Learmont's Visit to the Chequers, the Sleeping Smith. By 9 o'clock, according to his appointment with Andrew Britton, Learmont was in the park. His face was dreadfully pale, his limbs shook under him as he gladly availed himself of one of the wooden seats on which to rest his wearied and exhausted frame. When will this end? He muttered. 4 nights now without repose. I am sinking into the grave. Yet this last night, with its feverish dreams and awful spectral visitations, has been much the worst I ever passed. Surely it must have arisen from my great anxiety just now concerning Jacob Grey, and when he is dead I shall have some peace. Yes, then, surely I shall feel much relieved, but not till then, not till then. 'Tis the time, and yet Andrew Britton comes not. Dare he refuse to obey my summons? Or is he sleeping off some deep drunkenness of last evening and deaf to time? The sot! I cannot do without him in this matter, for Grey may be armed, or he may even procure assistance. We must be in force sufficient to make sure work. Let me think. Yes, yes. 'Twere far better to kill him in his own abode than in mine. Of what use is his confession to him, unless placed somewhere where it may be easily found? None whatever. I shall be able easily to lay my hand upon it, and when I have that document once fairly in my grasp, I shall feel myself again. I and Britain will go at midnight, and make our way into the house as best we can. No lock can stand the practiced skill of the smith, and, from the ancient grudge he has to Jacob Gray, he will enter into this affair with a good will. I am sure he will. Moreover, I can inflame his passion ere we go. Learmont began to get very impatient, as Britain did not make his appearance. And, after waiting a full hour beyond the specified time, he rose from the seat, and with a bitter execration on his lips, he walked slowly in the direction in which Britain must come in proceeding from the Chequers. Still the squire met him not, and finally he left the park by Story's gate, and walked on until he came within sight of the ancient hotel in which the unconscious Britain was lying fast asleep, with no great prospect of arousing himself for some hours to come. Learmont paused as he said, "Now, if I thought there was no chance of being known, I would call upon the savage smith, and at once ascertain the cause of this broken appointment. Let me consider. I have not seen him for a week. Perchance he is ill, perchance dead." The latter would be a blessed release, if Jacob Gray preceded him, and he left no damning evidence behind, a matter in which I have always had my doubts as regarded Britain. Surely none at this low pot-house can know me. I think I may venture. The stake I have in hand is worth the risk. Yes, I will make inquiry, for if Jacob Gray dies not tonight, I shall have another night of misery. Oh, I shall sleep well when I am assured that he sleeps never again to awaken. Learmont, however, still lingered, ere he could make up his mind to call upon the drunken smith at the Chequers, for he was most fearful that such an act, trifling as it was, might form a link in the chain of evidence against him, should any accidental circumstances occur to fix suspicion upon him. After Gray's murder should have been achieved. And yet, he reasoned, what can I do? Stay, a thought strikes me. I can send someone with an inquiry and then shape my own conduct by the answer. Ah, yon poor beggar woman with her squalid children will, for the promise of an alms, do my errand. He walked up to a miserable-looking object, who was shivering upon a doorstep, with some wretched-looking children around her. The moment he showed an intention of speaking to her, she commenced a piteous appeal for charity. "Oh, sir, kind sir," she said, "bestow a trifle upon a starving widow and her wretched children. My husband was a waterman, sir. He was murdered on the Bishop's Walk at Lambeth, and since then we have been starving." Learmont reeled from the woman as she spoke, and he felt that him she spoke of was the man who had met so cruel a death from his hand. Not her," he muttered. "I must go myself. A cursed chance to meet her. Now I shall dream of that, too, I suppose. Curse on the dreams. Methinks I hear that man's gasping screams as he fell upon the snow after I had run him through. But I must not torture myself thus. I will go to the Chequers. A sudden faintness has come over my heart. I will take a cup of wine there and make my inquiries cautiously." The woman's voice sunk into a low wail of anguish and despair, as she saw Learmont turn away, and then bursting into tears, she sobbed over her famishing children in all the bitterness of a mother's grief. "God help us! God help us!" she cried, "and heaven have mercy on your father's murderer." Learmont walked hastily towards the Chequers, and early as it was, sounds of mirth and revelry were issuing from it. Bond, the butcher, was waiting for Britain to rise, and amusing himself by chanting bacchanalian songs the while and drinking deeply. His roaring voice arrested Learmont's steps, and he wondered who it could be that so rivaled even the lungs of Britain, as he heard the following strains. "Up to the skies let the goblet rise, we heed nor wind nor weather. We moisten each lip with the wine sip, and we clank our cans together. Clank, clank, clank. Drink, drink to the vine, 'tis a goddess fine, there ne'er was such another. Its fruit rich and rare will banish all care and all bad feelings smother. Clank, clank, clank. Fill, fill to the brim, a bumper to him who leaves in his glass no drain. He knows not a strife, but so calm his life glides on without a pain. Clank, clank, clank." Learmont stepped into the dingy, dark passage, and making his way up to the bar, he, in an assumed voice, said, "A cup of your best wine, landlord." The wine was placed before him, and then he said in a careless tone, "Has Master Britton risen yet?" "Oh, dear, no, your worship," said the landlord. "He won't be up for a good hour or two yet. He went out in his chair last evening and came home all over bruises from a tumble. Oh, such a man as he is, but perhaps your worship knows him." "No, but I have heard of him." "Ah, all Westminster has heard of him. He drinks hugely. He is fast asleep now in his attic. He won't be in any other room, because he says he should have to murder somebody for treading heavy over his head if he was lower down in the house." "A strange fancy, your worship, a strange fancy." "Indeed it is." A violent pull from the parlor bell now induced the landlord to rush from his bar to answer it, with the exclamation of, "That's Master Bond, I'll warrant. He's as bad as Britton every bit, only he helps him to drink a vast quantity of liquor." "In the attic," muttered Learmont to himself, as he glanced round him and saw that he was alone, and the staircase leading to the upper part of the house immediately before him. "I will go and see him. My business brooks no delay." He accordingly ascended the stairs and was halfway up before the landlord came back. "Well, I never," exclaimed the host. "Fairly done out of a cup of the best wine in the house. He looked a very respectable man, too, though no beauty. Who would have thought he'd have gone off without paying in this minute? The villain." The landlord walked to the door and looked up and down the street. Then he came back, shaking his head as he said, "How he must have run, too, for he ain't to be seen anywhere. Well, if I catch him again, I'll be even with him, though he is a lanky. 2 yards of bad stuff, he is, a vagabond, to cheat me. He might as well rob a church." Learmont had just about as much idea of bilking the landlord out of payment for his wine as he had of robbing a church. But his mind had been by far too intent upon his own object to think of the money at all. With hasty strides he ascended the dark, narrow staircase of the old Checkers, and seeing a half-open door on the topmost landing, he pushed it wide open, and entering a room saw Andrew Britton, perfectly dressed, lying in a deep sleep across the bed. Chapter 111. The Search. The Assignation. Britton's surprise and exultation. Learmont stood for some few moments gazing on the bloated, swarthy countenance of the smith, without making an effort to awaken him from his slumber. Dark thoughts chased each other through the mind of the squire, and he said through his clenched teeth, "Sot. Villain, but that you are useful to me still, I would strangle you as there you lie in your drunken sleep. If Jacob Gray was dead, this moment should be your last, Andrew Britton. But I have use for you, and the opportunity which now occurs may never occur again. Still, I may do something even now. I may search to see if I can find any papers or documents in this room. He may, notwithstanding my suspicions to the contrary, have left behind him some record of the crimes he has been engaged in." Learmont walked carefully about the room and peered into every probable place, in the expectation of being repaid by some discovery of importance to his interests. But there was not a scrap of writing in the chamber that he could discover. Where can he have put the papers he always boasted of having found upon the body of him who met his death on that eventful night, at the old smithy? He said there was a pocketbook, in which were family documents touching me very nearly. And Jacob Gray, of his own knowledge, confirmed the tale, regretting the while that his own fears would not allow him to rob the dead of those important papers. If Britton has them, they must be here somewhere. Eagerly again did Learmont examine the room, but there was nothing to be found of the character he wished, and he was fain, at length, to give up the search in despair. Then he half drew his sword and thought he would kill Britton, but a second thought told how much safer he might do so on some of his visits to his own house, and he sheathed his sword again, muttering, "The time will come, the time will come. I will first use him, and then he shall die." Now to awaken this slumbering clod. He seized Britton by the collar and shook him very roughly, crying, "Britton, Andrew Britton, awake." "You be d," muttered Britton. "Ale all around, I think I see it, it's a lie." "Andrew Britton, awake," cried Learmont in his ear. Con, confusion to Jacob Gray," growled Britton. "Curse everybody." Learmont now shook him so violently that he opened his dull, heavy eyes and fixed them on the squire's face with a stare of such astonishment that it was doubtful to Learmont if he were in his senses or not. "Do you know me, Andrew Britton?" he said. "I should think so," said Britton. "It's a rum dream, though I could almost swear I was awake." "You are, am I? That's a lie. Feel my hand. 'Tis flesh and blood." You don't mean to say, Squire, that you are here," cried Britton, starting from the bed. "What's the matter? What have I done?" "Nothing, but I wish you to be up and doing. I have discovered the abode of Jacob Gray, and he says that poor silly Britton will never cope with him. He says that Andrew Britton's muddle head is only fit for the pillory, and that he has more cunning in his little finger than you have in your whole composition. So says Jacob Gray." "Now curse him, I'll have his life," cried Britton. "You shall, if you will be guided by me. I can take you to the house he is in. I can make you sure of him now, Britton." "You can, Squire." "I can." "Then I'm your man, drunk or sober. I'll cut Jacob Gray's throat with pleasure. The only disagreeable thing will be that, when he's dead, one can't taunt him about it." "It will be revenge enough to kill him," said Learmont. "Will you be ready this night?" "This minute, if you like." "No, it must be at midnight. We must be very careful yet, for Gray is cunning, and moreover, he does not now reside in a lone house where no cries would be heard. He lives now where there may be many people, and it would detract from our triumph over Gray to be hanged for his murder." "It would rather," muttered Britton. "We must be cunning then. I think I'm quite as cunning as Gray any day. Be guided by me, and all will be well." "What is your plan?" "That you meet me tonight at 12 o'clock and bring you tools to open locks." "Yes, I have them." "Then we will make our way to Gray's chamber, and silently, if possible, kill him. Silently or not, he shall die. But where is the young scion of—" "Hush, that is now no obstacle. Meet me tonight at 12. "I will, Squire. You have brought me the most welcome news I've heard yet for a long time. Now promise me, Britton, solemnly, that you will drink nothing till this enterprise is concluded." "Drink nothing? Why, I live upon strong drink. How do you suppose I'm to exist till 12 o'clock at night without anything to drink?" "I must drink, and there's an end of that, Squire Learmont. If you must drink, let me beg of you to do so then in moderation. Never fear me when there's actual work to be done. Where shall we meet?" "At the steps of my house," said Learmont. "Be punctual and sober, and remember, Andrew Britton, how much depends upon the proceedings of this night. You yourself daily and hourly incur danger from Jacob Gray greater than you dream of. Suppose him suddenly off by sickness, and we, not knowing of it, sleeping in fancied security, while this damning confession of his passes from hand to hand until it reaches him who is panting to destroy us. I mean Sir Francis Hartleton. Think of that and tremble, Andrew Britton. Then again, who knows a day when his insatiate avarice may induce him to fancy he has accumulated gold enough to live independently in some other country, and leave England forever after. Mark my words, Andrew Britton, after taking measures for our destruction by leaving behind him documents which too many will be willing to believe and act upon. He has used language which, translated into plainer terms, would expressly signify such an intention. And more than once has he smiled to himself and chuckled over the imaginary account of the execution of the sot, the ass, the clod-brained Andrew Britton. Do you mark my words? I do, Squire. Say no more. He dies if he had 20 lives. Curses on him. He dies, I say. Be assured I shall not fail to meet you at the hour you name. If there be one thing I live for above another, it is to slaughter Jacob Gray. He calls me a sot, does he, because now and then I take a glass too much? Why, he would be drunk himself morning, noon, and night if he had the courage. Certainly, said Learmont. He hoards his money. By the by, Squire, when we've knocked him on the head, we'll find where he keeps this same hoard of money. We will, Britton, and you shall have an ample share of it for your pains. Be sure you be punctual. Be secret and vigilant. Never fear me, Squire, I'll only take enough drink to steady my nerves, and as the clock strikes 12 tonight, I will be at your door. Adieu, said Learmont as he stalked out of the attic. Adieu, Andrew Britton, this night makes or mars your future fortunes. The idiotic sot, muttered Learmont to himself as he descended the stairs. He falls easily into the trap which will eventually prove his own death, so shall I be free of both my enemies. There goes a vagabond, said Britton when the squire had left him. He thinks to gammon me, does he? But I'm deeper than he thinks for. Curse that Gray. I will kill him for my old grudge against him, but I'll not only have all his money, but if I lay hands on his confession, the squire must be a stouter fellow than I think him if he gets it." Meanwhile, Learmont, full of dark thoughts, proceeded slowly down the staircase until he reached the door opening into the passage, which, although wide open when he passed through, was now closed, and on the outer side was the back of mine host himself, who was supporting his corporeal substance against it, while with many nourishes and amplifications of his arm, he detailed to some of his gossiping neighbors how grievously he had been cheated by a tall, pale man in a cloak, out of a flagon of the best wine the Checkers could afford. "My masters," he said, "the villain had an odd look, you will understand, but not a poor look, for a ring sparkled on his finger that was worth many pounds, as sure as I'm a sinner, and we are all sinners." "Ah, that's true as regards us all being sinners," said one. "Now there's Mr. Sniffler, the godly minister who preached at Paul's." Hear me out, cried the landlord, to whom the pleasure of telling the story was almost an indemnification for his loss. "As I was a-saying, I was a-standing, with my back against the cupboard in my bar, as I might stand now, when all of a sudden comes." At this moment, Learmont gave the door so vigorous a push that the landlord fell forward onto his hands and knees, with a cry of wrath, as he supposed someone of his household was the cause of this malapropos accident. "You block up your doors," said Learmont haughtily, "and hinder your guests from going forth at their own pleasure." "Well, I never," cried the landlord, scrambling to his feet. You haven't paid me for my wine, you know you have not." Learmont took from his pocket a piece of silver and threw it on the floor, then, drawing his cloak tightly round him, he stalked from the house without a word. "Well now, neighbors," said the landlord, "did you ever see the like of that? That's the very man who went away without paying me for my wine." "Are you quite sure he hasn't been upstairs and stolen something?" suggested one. "Gracious me," cried the landlord, "I never thought of that. Hilloa, hilloa, there's Myrrh. So you won't be quiet?" cried Britain, suddenly appearing and giving the landlord a knock on the head that made him stagger again. "Who do you suppose will live here to be annoyed by your noise, eh?" "But your majesty," said the landlord, "here's been a long thief here with a cloak." "There hasn't," said Britain. "An it please your majesty, these worthy neighbors saw him, and—" "They didn't," roared Britain. "Bring me brandy, and whoever says they saw or heard anything that I say nay to, I'll make him eat the measure." The landlord now merely cast up his eyes, and made a movement with his hands, as much as to signify it's no use saying anything. "Let us be wise and silent," and then hurried into his bar to execute the imperious smith's order. When Britain entered the parlor, he was vociferously welcomed by Bond, but the smith beckoned him to one of the windows, and when the bulky butcher obeyed the summons, Britain whispered in his ear, "Bond, you promised to lend me your cleaver in case I wanted it." "So I did." "Well, I do want it." "You shall have it, my boy. Is it to smash that fellow with who you mentioned?" "It is, but mum's the word. Let me have the cleaver sometime before 12 tonight. I'll give it a sharpen and bring it you may depend." "Thank you," said Britain. "Upon my soul, I wouldn't miss using it tonight for £1,000. Chapter 112. The hour of 11. Gray in his solitary home. The lover's watch. The eve of the murder. The night set in dark and lowering, and heavy masses of black clouds piled themselves up in the southern sky long before the hour appointed by Learmont for the attempt upon the life of Jacob Gray. A cold wind swept round the corner of the streets, and occasionally a dashing shower of rain would sweep horizontally along for a moment, and then cease, as the cloud from whence sprang the shower swept onwards on the wings of the wind through the realms of space. Many of the lamps were extinguished by the sudden gusts of wind, and watchmen wisely betook themselves to their various boxes, comforting their consciences with the conviction that no decent footpad or housebreaker had any right to be out on such a disagreeable night. People who had homes to go to, and warm firesides to sit down by, and happy smiling faces to welcome them, hurried through the streets in search of such dear enjoyments, while the poor houseless creatures who had no home, no kind kindred, no friend to warm the heart with a soft, cheering smile, crept into old doorways and covered courts, and half-built houses, huddling themselves up with a shiver, to try by the unconsciousness of sleep to forget for a while their miseries. There was one, though, who heeded no wind nor weather, one to whom the cutting blast, the dashing rain, and the general discomfort out of doors was nothing, for his heart and brain were too full of brighter, fairer objects to allow the smallest space for a consideration of the more external face of nature. So for him the elements might wage what war they liked. He heeded them not, for his heart was crammed with fire from heaven, and the sunshine of his soul made its own beauty in his breast. That one was Albert Satan, who, as soon as the shades of evening had made it safe for him to do so, had silently and cautiously ensconced himself in the ancient doorway immediately opposite to Gray's house, determining there to watch until the morning's dawn over the house, which he fondly believed contained his dearly beloved, lost Ada. One by one he saw the lights put out in the house, with the exception of two, and one of those he pleased himself by imagining lit up the chamber of Ada. Now and then a shadow would flit across the blind at the window of that room, and the fond lover, in his ardent creative imagination, endeavored to trace in it the beauty of form, the sylph-like symmetry of her he loved. "Yes, yes," he said, "she is there, my beautiful Ada." Oh, could she but guess how fond, how true a heart was beating for her here. How vigilant a sentinel was watching lest harm should come to her through the long hours of the night. Could she but dream of much, were some kind angel to whisper to her as she slept that her lover was near her, that he watched over and blessed her as she slept. What smiles would kindle on her face, what flashing tenderness would beam from her, and what a newborn joy would spring up in her. Perhaps heavy heart. Albert crossed his arms upon his breast, and waited more than an hour without the least interruption. And then, just as the only other light in the house, besides the one which he pleased himself by fancying burned in Ada's chamber, was put out, and the entrance to the deep doorway in which he was became darkened by a human form, and Sir Francis Hartleton's spy stood for a moment or two muttering to himself, without observing Satan, who drew back silently, resolved to wait a few moments to see if he intended a stay or not. "A nice night," muttered the man. "I think I see myself waiting here. All's right, I dare say. If I come once an hour, it will be ample time enough. There's a gust of wind. It's enough to make a fellow's marrow feel cold." With these words he cast another look up at the house inhabited by Gray, and then struck off to a public house, which was at the corner of the street. "A good riddance," said Albert, "although I wonder what on earth he can be watching Gray for. A few hours, though, must end all my suspense and restore her to me. No doubt even now the rich squire is maturing some plan to aid me effectually. I am well guided by his wisdom, for he says truly that Ada would never be perfectly happy without knowing what those papers contained which Gray sets such store by, and any rash attempt to rescue Ada might involve their destruction. I must be patient. I must be patient." The light which Albert Satan took such interest in came from Jacob Gray's room. He had not stirred out the whole of the day, and the tempestuous state of the evening induced him to abandon all intention of leaving his home. About sunset he had crept downstairs to the shop, and desired his landlady to procure him some refreshment, carefully locking his room door even for the few moments he was absent from it in making his request. Then when he returned, he paced to and fro until the viands he had ordered were brought to him, when, with an attempt at a smile, he said, "A bad night. The wind howls fearfully." "Ah, you are right, sir," said the woman. "There's ever so many tiles blowed off of our house, and I'm sure I don't know what I shall do, for there the chimney in the next room smokes, and the people as lived there is gone." "Indeed, then your next room is untenanted." "Yes, sir, it is, more's the pity." "Aye, more's the pity," said Gray. "'Tis far better." "Better, sir?" Gray started, for he had uttered his thought loud enough to be heard. "Nothing, nothing," he said. "Good evening, you can leave these things. I am going to rest." "Good night, sir. I do hope as the wind won't go on howling in this way. It hasn't come down our chimneys in such a shocking way since we had a death in the house." "A death?" cried Gray. "Don't talk to me of deaths, woman, don't croak to me. Aye, good night, good night." "Well, I never," muttered the woman to herself as she left the room. "He is a very odd man, to be sure. One never knows what to say to him." How dare she talk to me of deaths in the house? Muttered Gray. There is no death in the house. A croaking hag. I am very well. I never was better. Death, death. I hate the word. Curses on her for putting it in my head. I am exceedingly well tonight, quite strong and well. Let the wind howl. If anyone dies, it will not be me. No, I am so very, very well. He sat down now and fixed his eyes intently on the cloak, between the lining and outer cloth of which he had hidden his confession. There hangs what would be more than a 9 days' wonder, he muttered, for all the gaping fools in London. There hangs what would bring the high, the proud, the mighty Squire Learmont to a scaffold, and Britain, too, the savage smith, whose hands so itch to be imbued in my blood. Ha! Ha! I have them when I like, but I bide my time, I bide my time. Yet why do I feel this horror? Why do my hands shake and my lips stick together for want of healthful moisture? This is what they call nervousness, mere physical weakness. I shall get rid of all this when I am far from England. Yes, I shall be quite well then. Now I really wonder if ever, in after years, I shall come to believe what priests prate about. Is there a heaven? And, more awful question still, is there a hell? What am I saying? I shall drive myself mad if I think thus. I will hope nothing, fear nothing, believe nothing. Nothing, nothing. The disturbed state of his mind deprived him of all appetite, and he forced rather than enjoyed his meal, of which he scantily partook. Then, folding his arms upon the table, he leant his head upon them, and fell into a disturbed and harassing slumber, a slumber that brought with it no refreshment, but weakened both mind and body by allowing the imagination to prey unchecked upon the nervous system. 11 o'clock boomed forth, sullenly from the church clocks, now sounding clear and startlingly loud as a gust of wind took the sound, and then sinking to the faintest indication of a sound, as the fickle element whirled in some contrary direction, destroying its own conducting power. Learmont was standing, like a statue of melancholy, in his own chamber, and he heard the hour from the clock of Westminster Abbey, as well as from a French timepiece in his room, which, as if in defiance of the dark and bloody thoughts that ran through his brain, struck up one of those light waltzes which such toys are made to play. With an oath, Learmont dashed the clock to the ground, and the gay scenes which had been so little in accordance with his humor ceased. Some meddling fool must needs put that gilded annoyance in my chamber, he muttered as he spurned it with his foot. Time speeds not with me in such lively measures. I would have the hours tolled forth now by a funeral bell, for each one comes more closely to the knell of Jacob Gray. 11, 11, in another hour it will soon pass away. I have saved myself some occupation for that hour. He took a key from his pocket and, unlocking a cabinet, took from it a brace of pistols, the loading and priming of which he carefully examined. These may be useful in case of need, he muttered. It may be we may have more foes to encounter than Jacob Gray. Oh, that I could leave the smith alone to do the work. But then the confession, that I must secure myself. I dare not trust Andrew Britton with that, and it were unsafe for me to go alone. It will be to risk too much. When I consider, I will run no risks. My victim shall be overpowered. Will Britton stab him, or will he strangle him? Some quiet mode were best. I will take with me this poniard. Its point is dipped in poison. The merest scratch is instant death. Should Britton fail, I must do the work myself, for, come what may, this night shall witness the death of Jacob Gray. He stood now for some moments in the room in deep thought. Then he walked to the window and gazed upon the black sky. The night is wild and boisterous, he muttered. And yet such nights are congenial to me. I will walk the streets until the hour of 12. Britton will be sure to come. Yes, he will be sure to come. Chapter 113, from 12 to 1. Heedless of the dashing rain which ever and anon came in soaking showers upon the wind, Learmont paced up and down by his door. Never before had he made up his mind to risk so much by one act as he was about to do by taking the life of Jacob, for after all there clung to him like a shrieking fiend, which he could not shake off, the horrible thought the confession might by some means elude his search, and so fall into the hands of others to his destruction. To rid himself of such dire forebodings, Learmont was in no state as regarded the powers of reason. For his mind was so wrought upon now by the near approach of the hour of action he had waited for with such a feverish impatience, that when doubts assailed him, he could only resist them by muttering his fixed determination that Gray should die, and that upon this state he would risk all. Now a dark, heavy figure was approaching Learmont's house. Was it the smith? The squire crept up his own steps and stood in the shadow of his doorway. The figure came on. It must be he. Now he pauses. It is Britain. He has kept his word. He glances around him, mutters a malediction, and ascends the steps. Then Learmont went forward to meet him. He drew a long breath, and placing his trembling hand upon the smith's shoulder, he said, "You are punctual, Britain, most punctual. I am glad to see you. Welcome, welcome. What have you there?" Britain took from beneath the flap of his coat, whither he had hidden it, a large, bright cleaver, and holding it up before Learmont's face, he said with a bitter laugh, "Will that do, squire? I say, will that do? For Gray. Yes, curses on him. I think this will make sure work. I've borrowed it on purpose. One blow with it, and Jacob Gray will trouble us no more. True, true. And now, Britain, good Britain, I should tell you that the child of him who lies in the old smithy has left Gray, so that there need not be the same scene enacted over again which once balked our vengeance. Left him, squire, and without knowing. In complete ignorance, or we should ere this have heard of it. Of that be assured, for I am quite sure, Britain, where we are going tonight, there is nothing to apprehend if we can secure Gray's confession. That will do. He dies, or my name ain't Andrew Britain. Come, come, 'tis time." And they walked slowly towards Jacob Gray's mean lodging. Learmont spoke not as they went, but now and then Britain, when he thought of Jacob Gray with all his deep cunning being circumvented, would laugh to himself, and striking his thigh with his disengaged hand, would mutter with the accompaniment of some fearful oath. His extreme satisfaction that he had borrowed the cleaver of Bond, and was in a fair way of trying it upon the skull of Gray, who he so cordially hated. "Hush, hush," Learmont said as they neared the street. "Hush, Britain. We must be cautious, for to all appearance the house in which Gray lives is filled with inhabitants. Even I do not know the room that he inhabits, except by guess, and that the guess of another." "That's awkward," said Britain, "but we'll have him, squire, if he's in the house. If I have to go from room to room, smashing somebody in each, I'll have Jacob Gray at last. Hush, this is the street. Have you the means of opening doors?" "I have. Just hold the cleaver." Learmont took the weapon, while Britain, diving his hand into his pocket, produced a bunch of skeleton keys, saying, "I'll warrant with these to get at him even behind 50 locks." "Then understand me clearly," said Learmont, in a low, husky voice. "I have arms about me should they be required, but you shall take Gray's life while I secure you from all interruption by keeping guard at the door. Whatever money is found you shall possess yourself of, while I take possession of the confession, which must, surely, if at all in existence, come easily to hand. See here, I have a light." Learmont produced from his pocket a small lantern as he spoke, and showed Britain that, when he drew the slide, he could cast a strong ray of light upon any object. "Very well, the money is of more use to me than the confession, because you know, squire, I can confess myself whenever I've a mind that way." "True, true, that is the house. Now, Britain, we must be firm, and by all the powers of hell I swear that, let who will interrupt me this night shall meet his death." "Oh, that's the house, is it?" said Britain, as, beckoned by Learmont, he stood with him on the verge of the narrow pavement and glared up at it. "There is but one light," whispered Learmont. "And that," said the smith, "I'd wager £1,000 comes from Gray's room. He told me long ago, when we had some talk, that he never could bear to be without a light. 'Tis more than probable. The keys, the keys!" Ha, what was that? It appeared to Learmont as if a footstep had sounded on the opposite side of the way, but upon hastily turning, all was still, and he could see no one. His ears, however, had not deceived him, for Albert Satan, when he saw two figures pause opposite to Gray's house, had stepped forward intending, by walking past them, to ascertain, if possible, who they were, and had recognized the squire as soon as he had emerged from the deep doorway, where he held his solitary watch. For one instant, only Albert paused, and then recollecting his solemn promise not to interfere in the business until the time appointed, he shrunk back again, convinced in his own mind that Learmont was adopting some safe and sure means of rescuing his Ada. Nay, he might even see her brought from the house under the protection of his generous friend. Could he then keep from rushing to her side? No. He felt that then he could not, but now was not the time. He shrunk far back into the passage, but kept his eyes fixed with a painful and absorbing interest upon the proceedings of Learmont and his companion. Then the smith took Learmont's lantern, and after carefully examining the lock of the outer door, he took from among the keys he carried one which in a moment turned it. Still, however, the door resisted all attempts to open it, and Britton whispered to Learmont that there was a bar. "What are we to do?" gasped the squire. "Pull it off," said the smith. "But wait a minute." As he spoke, he made a great rummaging in one of his capacious pockets, and then producing a flat case bottle which was capable, upon a moderate computation, of holding about 1.5 pints, he uncorked it, and placing it to his lips, took a hearty draught of the contents. "Now, by hell," muttered Learmont, "cannot you go on without drink, and if so, why stop at such a juncture as this?" "Go to the devil," said Britton. "Here's as choice a drop of brandy as ever was drunk. It's no use offering you any. Now I'm ready again. Give me the cleaver." Britton took the cleaver, and by great pressure succeeded in inserting its blade partially between the door and the joint. Then he gave it a sudden wrench, and with a sound that went to the heart of Learmont and filled him with alarm, a wooden bar, with which the door had been made fast, fell into the shop, being forced from its place by the wrench given by the cleaver. "You will ruin all by your haste and want of caution," muttered the squire. "Someone is sure to be alarmed by that noise." "That's just what I intend," said Britton. "Whoever comes, we can ask them for a certainty where Gray is." "Such a scheme would be madness," said Learmont. "Britton, you will ruin all." "Come in," said the smith, and grasping Learmont by the arm, he dragged him into the little shop, and closing the door after them as well as he could. All was utter darkness, and for a moment or two Learmont stood listening painfully to hear if the bar had created any alarm, or had passed off without notice. Then, to his horror, he heard a footstep in some room contiguous to where they were. A gleam of light shot from under a door, and just as Learmont, with a deep groan, strode towards the outer door to leave the place, believing that the house must be thoroughly alarmed, Britton, in a whisper, said, "Stoop down, squire, and leave me to manage it." Learmont mechanically obeyed him. The door from whence the gleam of light had issued opened, and the woman of the house entered the shop. "There's that bar down again, I declare," she said. "It's always a slipping down, just as I am going to bed too." A faint scream burst from her lips as Britton suddenly placed his hand over her mouth, saying, "Make any noise and I'll smash your brains out. Be quiet and I won't." Terror then kept the woman from screaming, and when Britton released her, she sank upon her knees with the candle she carried in her hand. "Mercy, mercy, sir," she faltered. "Oh, have mercy." "Hush," said Britton. "How many people are in this house?" Three, sir, your worship." "Oh." "Spare my life." "Do you see this?" said the smith, holding the cleaver within an inch of her face. "Yes, yes, yes," gasped the terrified woman. "Very well, then, if you don't answer truly all I ask of you and remain quite quiet for the next hour or more, I'll dash your brains on this floor, and your skull shall be picked up in damnation little bits by someone tomorrow morning." "Oh, mercy, sir, mercy." "I'm a poor lone woman." "Spare my life." "Answer then, who else is in the house besides you?" "Poor old Mrs. Garnet, sir, and Master Gray, sir, if you please, sir." "Humph. And where does Master Gray sleep?" In the 3 pair front, sir." "Very good. Now, my good woman, I shall just tie you up when I've refreshed myself a little." Then with a nod at the woman, and a wink towards Learmont, who was crouching behind a pile of baskets, Britton took another draught from his case bottle, a process which he seemed resolved upon repeating at every stage of the business he had in hand. He then took the light from the woman's trembling hand, and seizing her by the hand, he pushed her into the room from whence she had come, and in a few moments tied her securely to the post of a bed which was there. "Now, if you so much as mutter a word or attempt to make any alarm till I see you again," he said, "you know what you have to expect. Look at this cleaver." I won't, sir. Have mercy, sir, I won't. I suppose as you are Master Gray's relation as he's afeard of. Yes, I'm his uncle. Good gracious. Silence, I say. Another word and— Britain made a fearful demonstration with the cleaver round the head of the terrified woman, and then went back to the shop, where Learmont was standing, looking awfully pale, and his eyes emitting an unnatural brilliance from the great excitement under which he was laboring. "What do you think of that, squire?" whispered the smith. "D.N. him, he's in the 3-pair front and nobody to interfere with us. Now that's what I call pleasant. There's only 2 women in the house. Oh, won't I have some fun with Master Jacob? Cunning Master Gray, ha! 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 Artful, clever Jacob. 'Tis well," said Learmont, "as it has turned out, but you run great risks. Let us secure the door now." "I can lock it," said Britain as he did so. "Now we are all right, squire. How cunning Gray is, and what a clod that Britain is. A sodomy. We shall see, Master Gray, with all your cunning, how you will wriggle out of the pleasant circumstances you are in tonight. Now, Britain, let me implore you to drink no more. Wait, at least, until our enterprise is concluded. Why, it's only brandy, squire. It's cooling and pleasant when one's at work. I used to drink it at the old smithy till I made the anvil ring again, as anvil never rung before beneath the strokes of a 4-hammer. Come on, come on. I'm the better for the drink. We must succeed, we must surely succeed," said Learmont, as Britain, holding the candle above his head, glanced around him a moment and then said, "Here is the staircase. It's at the top of the house. Come on, squire, come on." They ascended the staircase slowly on their awful errand, and, oh, what a whirlwind of dark passions filled the heart of Learmont. Fear, rage, hate, all were struggling for preeminence. And now that he was so near the accomplishment of his much-cherished scheme of vengeance upon Jacob Gray for the horrible uneasiness he had made him suffer for so many years, his mental suffering was probably greater, because augmented by the most intense anxiety than ever it had yet been. The stairs creaked beneath their footsteps, and the wind blew about the flame of the candle, making the shadows of themselves and of the balustrades dance in wild disorder upon the walls. Then the storm without appeared to have increased, for the rumble of distant thunder came upon their ears. And, as they reached a narrow window on the staircase, a bewildering flash of lightning for an instant lit up everything with its fearful luster, and then left behind it comparative pitchy darkness. Chapter 114. The Murder. Did any perception of his great danger haunt the brains of Jacob Gray as he slept in his miserable abode? Did the shadow of the grave rest upon his soul? Was there no fiend to whisper in his ear suspicions, and to aggravate his suffering by the horrors of imagination? Yes. Although Gray slept, although the corporeal part of him was still, the mind knew no repose. The sweet oblivion of sleep was not for him, and as he sat, with his head leaning upon the table, deep moans, and now and then a gasping sob, like that of some drowning wretch who sees the waters closing above his head, and shutting out the last glimpse of hope with the last glimpse of light, burst from his laboring breast. Busy fancy was carrying him on its airy pinions from earliest infancy through all the checkered scenes of chicanery and crime. From the happy, stainless hours of childhood, he wandered in thought through every scene of robbery, of murder, of pain, terror, and despair which he had acted in and endured. Again he rushed from the burning ruins of the smithy with the child of the dead in his arms. Again he was hunted from house to house by the squire and by Britain. Then followed his denouncement at Charing Cross by Ada, and his wild run up the Strand, the murder of Vaughan, his own danger as he tremblingly crossed the rooftops, his agony in the field near Hampstead, his hunger, his pain, misery, destitution, and wretchedness. All were enacted over again in frightful distinctness, and Jacob Gray could not awake. The perspiration, cold and clammy, stood upon his brow in bead-like drops. He tried to shriek, but his tongue clove to the roof of his mouth. He tried to struggle, but his limbs were powerless. The man of crime was dying 1,000 deaths in his deep mental agony. Meanwhile, slowly approached his executioners. Step by step up the creaking staircase they came, the smith, with a dogged resolution, and his bloated face inflamed with passion and the quantity of raw spirits he had already drunk. Learmont followed him, twining his arm round the crazy balustrade of the staircase to steady himself as he proceeded on his awful errand. Now they had reached the second landing, and the flight of stairs leading to the floor on which was Jacob Gray's room presented themselves, steep and narrow, winding into dimness and obscurity, and scarcely permitting more than one person to ascend them at once. The smith did not speak, but he pointed up the stairs and then, with a grim smile, held up the cleaver threateningly. On, whispered Learmont. Let it be done quickly now. This suspense is terrible. Take a little of this, said Britton, producing the brandy. It will warm you, for you tremble as if you had got the ague, and Learmont, in his heart, felt thankful for the offer. He took the bottle with a trembling hand and drank deep of the contents. He might as well have drunk as much water, for, in his present state of mind, the ardent spirit had no power over him, nor could any artificial excitement equal the fearful one which possessed him already. Britton himself took a draught from the bottle, and then placed it in a corner by the staircase, as of no further use, being empty, and without another word he commenced the ascent of the attic staircase. Learmont followed him closely, and when they were halfway up, he laid his hand upon Britton's arm and said in a whisper that sounded like the hissing of a snake, Britton, kill him at once. Do not delay. Kill him at once." "What?" muttered Britton. "And scarcely let him know that there are people as cunning as himself. If I do kill him at once, may I be?" "Hush, hush. Remember that we must secure the confession. Without that, we are but forging a bolt for our own destruction. Perhaps I had better see him first myself." "That you may do as you like, squire, but give me the pleasure of using this cleaver on his skull when I please." You shall. I will see him first and, by practicing upon his fears, endeavor to procure his confession from him by a quicker means than searching for it. Go on, Britton, go on. Should his door be locked, you can open it, and do you keep guard at the head of the stairs while I enter his room." "As you please, squire. First or last, I care not, so as I'm in at the death and have a few minutes' talk with my old friend Jacob first." "Hush, hush! We are there. See ye not yon streak of light from beneath that door? It must be his chamber. Now, Britton, now. Remember, if he be awake, he must die at once, for the opening of the door will alarm him, and he may raise some cry that may bring help. But if I succeed in entering his room without his knowledge, do you wait, and when you hear me utter the words, the hour has come. Do you enter and kill him, but do not have a struggle, Britton. Kill him at once. Kill him at once." "There's something inside over the keyhole," whispered Britton. "It's all the better, for it will deaden the sound of unlocking the door." With the slightest possible noise consistent with the performance of the operation at all, Britton unlocked Gray's door. A faint light issued from the room. Learmont paused a moment and pressed his hand tightly upon his breast. Then, placing his finger on his lips and waving his hand to Britton, he glided into Jacob Gray's apartment. The door slowly shut to within an inch or less. All was as still as the grave. The candle shed but a faint light, for Gray had been asleep long enough to allow the snuff to grow gigantic. In a moment, Learmont saw Gray sleeping in the uneasy position he had chosen, and he stood with his feelings wrought up to the highest pitch of excitement, gazing upon his victim. Soon a low moan came from Gray, and he muttered the words, "Oh God," in such awful wailing accents that even Learmont felt sick at heart to hear them. "I must awaken him," he whispered. "I must not delay." Thrice did Learmont try to raise his voice to awaken Jacob Gray, and thrice did his tongue refuse its office, producing but a faint whisper, which failed in its purpose. Then, as if a ton of lead had been appended to each foot, Learmont crept towards the table and stretched out his hand. The long white fingers shook like leaves agitated by the wind. His heart beat with fearful violence. His lips were drawn back with a painful spasm from his teeth. He breathed short and hurriedly. The effort to lay his hand upon the sleeping man was great. And it was more than a minute ere he could do so. Then nearer still he crept, and by a desperate effort he touched his shoulder, as in a hollow, spectral voice he said, "Awake, Jacob Gray." One cry escaped Gray's lips as he lifted his head, and that cry seemed to arouse Learmont from his lethargy, for he seized Gray by the throat and held him as with a face distorted by excitement. He said, "Another cry, and it is your last, Jacob Gray." "Learmont," gasped Gray, and then they glared into each other's faces like two spirits of evil, conscious of the other's power, yet prepared for some awful straggle for life or death. Gray put up his hands and held Learmont's arm, while he shook the chair on which he sat by his trembling. And thus, in awful silence, did these two men regard each other for more than a minute, each enduring mental agony, such only as the wicked are doomed to suffer. It was an awful picture, ghastly and dreadful to imagine, a scene to haunt the brain in sleep, and people vacancy with horror. The dim, spectral-looking light, lighting up the distorted features of these two men, whose souls seemed to be concentrated in their dilated eyeballs as they glared at each other with the fixedness of marble statues. Then there was the huge, bulky form of the smith at the crevice of the door, which he had enlarged to allow himself a view of what was passing in the room, with the bright, shining instrument of death clutched in his grasp. And gloating over the prospect of the blood which was to be shed, the crushed bones and the mangled flesh he was to exult over, the prayers for mercy choked in gore. Oh, it was horrible. Learmont was the first to speak, and when he did so, his voice was hoarse, and for want of breath his words came strangely disjointed from his lips. "The confession, the confession, the confession," he said. Then Gray seemed to feel that death was at hand, and he slid from the chair on his knees, crying, "Mercy, mercy, mercy." "Hush," said Learmont, dwelling upon the word till it became a long hissing sound. "Hush! The confession, the confession. Speak above your breath and you die, the confession." He still kept his grasp of Gray, and shook him to and fro as much from his own nervousness as from design. It was awful then to hear Jacob Gray, in a husky whisper, pleading for his life, praying for that mercy he had never himself shown, and appealing to feelings which had no existence in the breasts of either Learmont or himself. spare me," he said, "and I will go far away from you. Oh, spare my life, and that mercy you now show to me will plead with heaven for you, while I have no such hope. Oh, spare me. The confession, the confession. You will kill me if I give it to you. Oh, relent. Take me now away, place me on shipboard, take all I have of money back again. You shall have the confession, too, if you will spare my life. Oh, God! If you want revenge against me, let me live, for life to me is horrible enough. Yet I dare not die. Learmont, if you have one lingering hope of grace hereafter, spare me now. I am beaten, conquered. I admit all, you shall triumph over me as you may, but do not, oh, do not kill me." The confession, was Learmont's only reply. Gray then wrung his hands and wept hysterically, and Learmont let go his hold of him, for he saw he was incapable of resistance. God help me, he said. "You, Learmont, made me what I am. You tempted me. Oh, spare my poor, worthless life. Why should you kill me? I, poor Jacob Gray, your slave, one who has done so much for you, who will do anything you please. Think again, Learmont, think again. Time is flying. I must have the confession. Then you would kill me. You would. Let me go into the street, and I will tell you where to find it. But you would kill me here, Learmont. I swear I will tell you where it is if you will but let me go. I will never trouble you more. You shall never hear of me. Oh, why kill me? It may bring you danger, but can give you no safety. I tell you, you shall never look upon my face again, and you will have the consolation of reflecting that you overcame without soiling your hands with my blood. You relent. I can see you relent, Learmont. You will not kill me. You will not kill me. Peace, said Learmont. I must have the confession. Give it to me, and you shall live. Dare I? Oh, let me be assured, Learmont. Let me go first. I cannot denounce you without condemning myself. Let me leave here, and when we are in some public place, I will tell you where to find it, as well as swearing I will trouble you no more. I will forever be thankful to you for my life. Oh, think what a great gift is life to me, and yet how small an one it is for you to give. It gives me all, takes from you nothing. Spare me, you see I am abject. You hear my sobs. See I am clasping your knees, I am kneeling to you. I, who never even knelt to heaven, look at my tears, life. Oh, let me have life. He groveled as the feet of Learmont. He sobbed. wept, prayed, implored for mercy. He crawled after him as the squire shrunk back. He seized him by his cloak, and when that was wrenched from his hands, he clasped them above his head, and with an awful spasmodic action of the throat, he kept repeating the one word, mercy, mercy, mercy. Learmont was getting each moment more and more enraged at Gray's pertinacity in refusing him the confession, and he made one last effort to induce him to produce it to him. "Give me the confession," he said, "and you may go from this room now while I remain here." "We will go together," said Gray. "My cloak, God bless you, squire. We will go together. My cloak, my cloak." Learmont shook his clenched hand, and uttering an awful curse, he added, "The hour has come." In a moment, Andrew Britton stood before the terrified gaze of Gray, who seemed perfectly paralyzed with terror. For although his lips moved, he uttered no sound, but stretching his arms out before him, as if to keep off the smith, he still knelt in the room where Learmont had left him. The smith stepped up close to the horror-stricken man, and then his sides shook with demoniac mirth as he said, "Ho! Ho! Cunning Jacob Gray is in the toils at last, clever, artful Jacob, run down at last by the drunken son with the middle brain. Ho! 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 Why don't you laugh, squire? Why don't you laugh, Jacob? You may as well, you know. It's all the same." Gray appeared from the moment of Britton's entrance to give himself up for lost. With one gasping sob, he let his head sink on his breast, and the only sign of life he gave was in the nervous twitching of his fingers, which played with each other convulsively. Britton then stepped up to him, and producing the cleaver from behind his back, he held it close to Jacob Gray's face, saying, "Artful Jacob, what do you think of that? Look at it. It is sharp and bright. Fancy it crashing through your skull till it comes to the brain, and then, even then, you may have still life enough to feel the cracking of your own bones and the crushing agony." "Oh, no, no," cried Gray suddenly. "Save me from him, Learmont. Oh, God, save me from Andrew Britton. Learmont, Learmont, make me your slave, maim me, inflict daily, hourly pain upon me, but save me from Andrew Britton. Off, 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 oh heaven, have mercy." Britton made a chop with the cleaver purposely, so near Jacob Gray's face, that it passed only within a hair's breadth of him and excited his utmost terror. A scream burst from his lips as he fell over on one side and held up his hands to avert the blow. "Andrew Britton," cried Learmont, "do your work. This will ruin us, quickly, quickly." "Hark ye, Jacob," said Britton, "make as much noise or half as much again, and I'll smash you. What would you give to live a little longer?" "Oh, worlds, worlds," said Gray. "Be quiet then, and you shall have a few minutes more to think how cunning you have been, and what a sad, muddle-brained fool Andrew Britton is. Ho! Ho! Jacob Gray, think fast, as you will not have time to turn over in your mind all your cleverness." "Britton, Britton," said Gray, "triumph over me, but spare my life. I have done much for you." "Much for me," exclaimed Britton, and his face became more inflamed with rage. "Much for me. Now curses on you. You kept me working at the forge for 10 long years, all because you were too much of a coward to strangle a young brat you had in your power. Yes, you have done much for me, Jacob Gray, and I will do something for you. I'm going to hack you to pieces with this cleaver." Learmont, during this awful conference, was busy about the room laying his trembling hands upon everything with a hope of finding the confession of Gray, and each moment as his search was unproductive, he became more dreadfully anxious and excited, until his very brain seemed on fire. "The confession," he said, turning to Gray. "Give me the confession, and you may yet live." "Not here, not here." Learmont came close up to him, and laying his hand upon his shoulder, he said, "Jacob Gray, a thought strikes me. There is no confession. This has been a creation of your own fancy to alarm me. There is no confession." "There is," cried Gray. "God knows it. There is, there is." As Gray spoke, he crept towards the window. A wild hope had occurred to him that he might open it suddenly and dash out into the gutter which was under it and possibly escape. "Produce it, then," said Learmont to him. "One moment for thought," said Gray. "Spare me a moment. I will think. Keep Britton off me. Keep him away. His looks kill me. I shall go mad if he keeps so close to me." Gray then suddenly pushed a chair between himself and Britton and fled to the window. Learmont turned his eyes away as he saw Britton step over the obstruction with the cleaver uplifted. Scream after scream burst from Jacob Gray as he stood with the back of his head against the window. There was an awful crashing sound, one gurgling shriek, and a noise of broken glass. Kill him, gasped Learmont. Keep him not in agony. The cleaver descended again, a heavy fall succeeded, and then all was still. Something cold fell on the back of Learmont's hand. A glance told him it was blood, but before he could utter the cry of horror that rose upon his lips, a tremendous knocking at the street door awakened every echo in the house. Chapter 115. After the murder. The knocking continued without intermission for several seconds, and each blow seemed to Learmont as if it was struck upon his own heart. Britton, he cried, you hear? There is some alarm. Hasten, or we are lost. Britton turned his excited face towards the squire, and the dim light of the candle fell upon it. Learmont could not but be struck by its awful expression. The smith had at length succeeded in gratifying the long-cherished desire of his heart, namely, to be in some dreadful manner revenged upon Jacob Gray. Wild excitement had caused him to do the deed which he had just committed, and every evil passion of his nature was peeping forth like a bold fiend from his countenance. Crimson spots of human gore were likewise upon his face, horrible evidences of the work he had been about. Who knocks? He said in a low, earnest voice, Who is mad enough to interfere with me? He raised in his hand the cleaver as he spoke. With a dull, heavy splash there fell from its blade on to the floor gouts of blood, and Learmont turned away his head, sickened at the sight. Who dares, I say, to interfere with me? Repeated Britton. Squire, Jacob Gray won't trouble you any more. Name him not, oh, name him not, said Learmont. Hark, hark. As he spoke, it appeared that whoever had been knocking at the outer door of the house had grown impatient, and burst it open, frailly as it had been fastened after the violence that had been used towards it by Britton. For there was heard a loud crash, and then a sound of rapid footsteps approaching. Flight, gasped Learmont as he sprung towards the door. Flight BDD, said Britton as he flourished the cleaver above his head. I'm not going to be scared now because someone is coming. He then walked deliberately to Gray's cloak, in which it will be recollected the confession was concealed, and wiped the reeking blade of the instrument by which he had put Gray to death upon it. For my sake, and your own, said Learmont, leave this room. What enemy to us can he be who is coming, unless we make him one? As he spoke, he seized the reluctant smith by the arm, and dragging him across the narrow landing pushed open another doorway on the same story, and entered an empty room. Now that the savage smith had dipped his hands in Gray's blood, he would, with wild ferocity, have defied the world, and it would have given him far greater pleasure to have been hindered in his retreat, and to have had to fight his way out of the house with Bond's cleaver, than to escape easily and without a struggle. In order now to explain the cause of the violent knocking at so terrible a moment at the door, we must carry the reader back for a brief space to Albert Satan and his lonely walk. Filled with surprise, as we know he was, to see the squire at such an hour making a clandestine entrance into the house in which Gray resided, he remained upon the tiptoe of expectation waiting his reappearance, accompanied by Ada. In which case he felt that he could no longer restrain his impatience, but must fly across to her, and welcome her to freedom, even if it cost him the reproach of breaking his word, and his future friendship of the rich squire. But as minute after minute passed languidly away, and no reappearance took place, Albert's impatience and anxiety became excruciating, and he could no longer stay within the deep doorway, but scarcely knowing what he did, he walked to the very middle of the road, and keeping his eyes fixed upon the door, with but now and then an occasional glance at the window, which he had all along pleased himself with the idea was that of Ada's room, he trembled again with impatient excitement. The profound stillness of everything surprised him, and more than once he was almost tempted to believe he must have been dreaming, when he supposed he saw Learmont enter the house at all. Suddenly, however, the silence was broken by a loud crash at the windows, and, by the dim and uncertain light, Albert saw some object apparently dashed through the glass, and then withdrawn again. That object was the head of Jacob Gray, for then had Britain given him his death blow in the manner we have recorded. Excited as he was, this maddened Albert, and the idea seizing him that Ada must be in some danger. He, on the impulse of the moment, knocked loudly at the door and finally, with one vigorous rush against it, burst it open and fell himself into the shop. It was some moments before, in the dark, he could find the staircase, but when he did, he ascended it as rapidly as he could, resolved when he reached the top to make himself known by his voice. "Ada, Ada," he cried in a tone that rang through the house and fell with a disagreeable chill upon the heart of Learmont, who immediately recognized in it the voice of Albert, and could not divine how at such a moment he should happen to be at hand. "Ada, Ada," again cried Albert, and then Learmont laid his hands on the smith's arm and whispered, "Britain, there is but one man there, let us kill him and escape." "I'm willing, but where is Master Jacob's money, and his confession, I should like to know." "The money I will make good to you, and I am quite convinced of what I always suspected, that there is no confession but what lay in Gray's own brain." "Then it don't lay in his brain now," said Britain. "I'll be sworn." "Hush, come on." "Ada, Ada," cried Albert, pausing on the staircase, with the hope of hearing some answering sound, and more alarmed at the dead silence which prevailed in the house than had he encountered noise, tumult, and evident danger. "What the devil is he shouting in that way for?" muttered Britain. "Hush, hush," said Learmont. "Some cursed chance has brought him here. Let us descend, and, as you pass him, Britain, you understand me?" "I do," said Britain. "Come on, then. Where's your light?" "We need none. I would not be seen by him." "What you have to do, you can easily do in the dark. Kill him or maim him. I care not which." "Well, squire," muttered Britain, "you certainly do leave me all the work to do, but when one's hand's in, it ain't much matter." Albert, in the excitement of his feelings, when he got as high as the second floor, paused, uncertain whether or not he had arrived on a level with the room of which the window had been broken so violently, and he stood for several minutes calling upon Ada, his voice, each time that he uttered her name, betraying the great anxiety which he labored under, and which was momentarily increasing. Suddenly, then, a voice answered him faintly, and guided by the sound, Albert pushed against a door which, yielding to his touch, presented a dark room into which he stepped, saying, "Whoever you are here, for heaven's sake, let me have a light." "Oh, spare a poor old creature who hasn't long to live," said a voice. "I intend you no harm," said Albert, "but for God's sake get me a light." There was a great creaking of an old crazy bedstead, and then the voice said in the tremulous accents of old age, "Are you the man that lives upstairs?" "No, no," said Albert, "but get a light quickly." The old woman, after stumbling over every article of furniture in her room, at length found a tinderbox, and commenced striking a light with a particularly small bit of flint, which produced, upon an average, one spark to every half-dozen blows. Albert Satan, in his impatience, little suspected that the very circumstance of the old woman not being able to get him a light quickly saved his life, for while she was endeavoring to procure one, Learmont and Britain were creeping down the staircase with the expectation of meeting Albert and taking his life. As they passed the door of the room in which Satan was, and heard the hacking of the flint and steel, Britain muttered, "There's someone getting a light, squire. We may as well move on, or shall I go in and smash whoever it is?" "No, no, come on," said Learmont. "I know what it is, and there will come a time for rendering him innoxious. Come on, come on." They passed the door, and Albert was saved. In a few moments more, the old woman procured a light, and then peering at Albert from her deep, sunken eyes, she said, "And who may you be, young gentleman? I don't know you, I'm sure." "Ask no questions," cried Albert, as he took the light from her. "But on your soul, tell me, in which room of this house resides a young girl by name Ada?" The old woman was alarmed at his vehemence, and tremblingly muttered that she did not know who he meant, for there was no such person to her knowledge there. "One Gray lives here," said Albert. "Oh, yes," said the woman, "I've heard there's a Mr. Gray upstairs." Albert waited not another moment, but bounded up the staircase with the light in his hand. "Ada, Ada!" "'Tis I, Albert," he said as he reached the top landing. The echoes of the old house were the only sounds that replied to him, and shading the light with his hand, he walked into Jacob Gray's room, the door of which was partially open. Everything appeared in confusion, and the first article that Albert trod upon was the cloak, which had fallen from its hook at the back of the door. A feeling of awe crept over him, which he could not account for. His blood seemed to creep through his veins, and there was an anxious flutter at his heart, as he again, but in a lower tone, pronounced the name of Ada. All was silent as the grave. Albert stood a few paces only within the doorway, and his heart misgave him that something dreadful must have happened to her he loved. "Ada, Ada," he cried wildly. "If you live, speak, Gray, Learmont. Where are you all? Am I dreaming, or is this awful silence real? Ada, Ada, God of heaven. Where, oh, where are you, my Ada?" He felt something soft and slimy under his feet. He stooped with the light. Deadly sickness came over him. For a moment, all objects swam before his eyes. He was compelled to hold the back of the chair for support. He was standing in a pool of coagulated blood. How long it was then before he recovered full consciousness he knew not, but gradually his perceptions returned. And then he shrieked the name of Ada with a tone of anguish that would have saddened any heart, and lingered in the ears for months like a death shriek. "They have killed her! They have killed her!" he cried. "Ada, Ada, I should have flown sooner to your aid. God help me, I am heart-stricken now forever. She is dead, she is dead. My beautiful Ada, oh God, oh God." He reeled further into the room, and when he had passed the bed, which partially concealed the window, he stood like one suddenly transformed to stone. For there, lying in a ghastly heap in a pool of blood, the features horribly disfigured, and scarcely a trace of the upper portion of the skull visible, his eyes fell upon what once was Jacob Gray. All his air-drawn schemes, his deep resolves, his cunning, his cruelty, his avarice, and his ambition, where were they now? What had he reaped as the reward of his great selfishness? A death of horror. May heaven have mercy on his soul. Albert Satan felt like one fascinated by the hideous glare of a serpent. He could not withdraw his eyes from the ghastly spectacle for many minutes, and while he so gazed, his very heart seemed to shrink within him, and a feeling of horror crept up to his brain, till a clammy perspiration broke out upon his brow, and hung there in heavy drops, while each breath he drew was labored and heavy. It was frightful, but by the crushing blow of the cleaver, one of Gray's eyes had been forced from its socket. It hung by a bleeding filament, round, glassy, and fixed. It seemed to glare upon Albert like a thing of life. He could almost fancy it moved. The young man covered his eyes with his disengaged hand, as he said, "This must be a dream, God of heaven, this cannot be real. When shall I awake?" Distinct sounds, as of many voices, now suddenly came upon his ears, and he started, as if the tones of a human voice had removed some spell from off his faculties. Louder and louder the sound came upon his ears. There were evidently several voices. Then he heard a confused trampling of feet. Heavy footsteps were approaching. "Thank God," said Albert, with a feeling of inexpressible relief, as he felt sure now that some human beings besides himself were at hand. He withdrew himself with difficulty from the awful spectacle in Gray's room, and proceeding to the head of the stairs, he said, "Help, help, murder, murder, murder." Chapter 116. The Arrest. The sound of his own voice seemed now to conquer all the nervous feelings which had oppressed him, and Albert Satan continued shouting for aid, until lights flashed up the narrow staircase, and several voices cried, "Hilloa there, what's the matter?" "Murder," cried Albert. "Quick here. There has been murder done. This way. Quick, whoever you are." Several men now made their appearance on the stairs, and in a few moments the landing was crowded with a party bearing lights, some of whom were likewise armed. "This way," said Albert, pointing to the door of Gray's room. "A man has been barbarously murdered. His corpse lies there." "Oh, it's you, my spark, is it?" cried a man stepping up to Albert, who at a glance he recognized as the spy upon Jacob Gray who had caused him so much uneasiness. "For God's sake," cried Albert, "forget all but the necessity of securing the perpetrators of the horrible crime which has been committed in this house tonight. A man, I tell you, has been murdered." "Very like," said the spy, as he took a constable's staff from his pocket. "You are my prisoner, my light-heeled gentleman." Till we catch somebody else more suspicious, we may as well have you." Another officer who had gone into Gray's room now came with a face as pale as a sheet and trembling in every limb. "It's true," he cried. "I never saw such a sight in my life and hope never to see such an one again." "Do with me what you like," cried Albert, "but take, for heaven's sake, some measures for securing the murderer." "It's my opinion, young fellow," said the spy, "that you know about as much of this affair as most people. Keep a strict eye on him, my men. Why, you look as scared as if you had seen a ghost. Give me your light. If there is a dead man there, I'm not afraid of him." All but one constable, who kept a firm hold of Albert, went into the room, but hardened as these men were to scenes of terror. A cry of unmingled horror escaped them as they saw the ghastly spectacle under the window, and they quickly retreated to the landing again. "You see, I have spoken the truth," cried Albert. "God only knows whether those I suspect are guilty or not, but to any magistrate I will communicate all I know with regard to this night's dreadful proceedings. You are, out of all hand, the most hardened ruffian I ever came near," said the constable who held Albert. "Why, you'll be hung for this as sure as you are now a living man." "Aye," cried Albert, the dreadful circumstances of suspicion in which he was placed for the first time darting across his mind, for in the excitement of his feelings he had scarcely noticed what was said before. "Aye, why you rave, man? I did not do the deed." "The less you say the better," remarked the spy. "Comrades, this will be no bad night's work for us. I can give evidence that this young fellow has been dogging the man who was murdered for some days past. Here we find him actually in the very room or on the very threshold of it. It was a lucky job we happened to see the door wide open and came in." "A clear case," said another. "There's been many a man hung on half the evidence," remarked a third. Albert looked from one to the other for a few moments, perfectly bewildered at this new turn things had taken. Then he said, you cannot suspect me. Good God, 'twas I who called you here. I burst the door open below but a short time since." Hear him," cried the spy. "He will own to it all in a minute." "Unhand me," cried Albert. "I am as innocent of this awful crime as you yourselves. Aye." He struggled to free himself from the grasp of the officer, but a couple more of them immediately closed with him, and in a few moments he found himself handcuffed and a prisoner. "One of you stay," cried the spy, "and don't let anyone come near the body. By heaven, this is as ugly a job as ever I heard of." Albert clasped his manacled hands together, and a feeling of despair came over his heart. A prison, a scaffold, and an ignominious death seemed to be staring him in the face. How was he to extricate himself from the fearful circumstances by which he was now surrounded? Where now were all his fond hopes of once more seeing his Ada? The rush of wretched feelings across his mind was almost too great for mortal endurance, and had it not been for the stern, unpitying men by whom he was now surrounded, he could have shed tears in the bitterness of his despair. "Take me where you like," he cried. "Do with me what you like. Accuse me of what you please, but, as you are men and Christians, search this house, I implore you, for a young maiden whose name is Ada. She must be here somewhere. I entreat you to search for her. I implore you. Moreover, there are papers in the room, most probably, of yon murdered man, which are directed to Sir Francis Hartleton. Find them and take them to him. Then do with me what you please, and in my heart, I believe the kindest hand would be that which took my life." The accent in which these words were uttered was so despairing, so full of exquisite grief and abandonment of all hope, that even the officers, blunted as their feelings were, looked affected by what they heard. There was a moment's silence, and then one said, "Bring him along at once before Sir Francis. He never minds being knocked up on real business." "But you will do what I ask you," said Albert. "You will search for her I have mentioned to you?" "We cannot," was the reply. "We must lose no time. Come on, come on." With a deep sigh, Albert dropped his head upon his breast, and suffered himself to be led down the staircase in a state of great dejection. When he reached the foot of the topmost flight, he summoned all his energies and once more cried, "Ada, Ada?" Echo only answered him. The officers paused themselves involuntarily to listen if any voice responded to Albert's frantic call, but when all was still again, they urged him forward, saying, We can wait no longer. Come to the magistrates." "Once more hear me," cried Albert. "Some of you must have hearts to feel for the unfortunate. Here, I swear to you that there are papers in yon room where lies the ghastly remains of the murdered man, which it much imports Sir Francis Hartleton to have. Oh, search for them. Search, I pray you. I will attempt no escape. You shall find me patient, most patient, but as you love justice, find those papers." The vehemence and earnestness of his tone was not without its effect even upon those rude men, and they looked in each other's faces for a moment or two, irresolute, when something came down the staircase with a rustling sound. And the man who had been left above to keep guard on the door of the room called to his companions below, saying, "Ask the prisoner if that's his cloak. It was lying half in and half out of the doorway." One of the officers lifted the cloak from the floor and turning to Albert said, "Is this yours?" "No," replied Albert, "it must be his who lies above in death. It is not mine." "I more than suspect it is, though," said the officer as he held his light close to it. "Why, it is smeared with blood. We must take this with us, comrades. It's a dainty piece of evidence against the prisoner. Come on, there hasn't been such a famous murder as this since Mr. Vaughan was killed in the Strand." "But the papers! You forget the papers," cried Albert. "Hang the papers," was the reply. "There are none." "We cannot waste time with you." The unhappy young man resigned himself to his fate and accompanied the officers in silence. Evil fortune seemed to be expending all her malice against him. A tide of circumstantial evidence was rushing over him more than sufficient to overwhelm him in the consequences of a crime of which he was innocent. Ada appeared lost to him forever now that Gray was dead. For what clue had he to find her now? And the conduct of Learmont was mysterious if he were not the actual murderer of Jacob Gray. A confused whirl of thoughts and conjectures passed through the brain of Albert with frightful rapidity. The strange and most unexpected events of the night were completely bewildering. At one moment, he thought of accusing Learmont of the murder. At another, he almost doubted if he was correct in fancying he had seen the squire at all. So strangely disjointed, so full of mystery, so redolent of horror had been the night's proceedings, that the unfortunate Albert could scarcely be said to be in a sufficiently collected frame of mind to form a just conclusion, or hazard a practicable conjecture respecting them. His brain seemed to grow into fire with the agony he endured, and more like one dead than alive, he was passively led by the officers towards the residence of Sir Francis Hartleton, to be there accused of the awful crime of murder. As the party neared the house of the magistrate, a feeling of utter despair crept over Albert's heart, and he was conscious but of one thought. That was that he would be glad when he was dead, for then all his miseries would be over, and he should perhaps in some happier state see Ada who, with an awful shudder, he thought must have been murdered long since by Jacob Gray. Chapter 117. The Interview and the Exculpation, Sir Francis Hartleton's Caution. Who in this world can safely calculate his true position, or say what circumstance is fraught with woe and what with happiness, when we are more frequently upon the point of obtaining our most glorious and delightful aspirations? While we fancy the cloud of adversity is thickening around us than when, to our limited perceptions, we are emerging into the sweet sunshine of felicity. Situated as Albert Satan now was, even hope was a stranger to his heart. He could see not one ray of sunlight amid the dreary gloom by which he was immured. All was blank despair. Like some wave-tossed mariner, who, after struggling with the remorseless seas for a long, dreary night, looks with lackluster eye along the world of waters as the first streak of the morning light enables him to do so, and sees no hope, no distant land, no sail, and feels that to struggle longer is but to protract death which is certain. Albert gave way to the circumstances by which he was surrounded, and as he entered the magistrate's house, the expression of deep dejection on his countenance was remarked with significant whispers and glances by the officers, who looked upon it as a sign of conscious guilt, and entertained no more doubt of the fate of their prisoner than they did of their own existence. So confident were they that he was, in truth, the murderer. Oh, could he have guessed at that moment that he was under the same roof with his Ada? Could he have dreamt that he was breathing the same air which she breathed? What bursts of glorious sunshine through the murkiest sky that ever frowned upon the world could, in its contrast, have equaled the feelings that would have possessed his breast, in lieu of the twin hag's grief and despair, which now possessed it wholly? And Ada, the beautiful and good, the pure of heart, the noble, the gifted Ada, she was sleeping, all unconscious of the events of that fearful night. Little imagined she that her great enemy had died so awfully, or that he who loved her lived in such great jeopardy. The morning was rapidly approaching now, and Albert was taken into a room facing the east, in the residence of Sir Francis, and closely guarded, until the magistrate should make his appearance, which in a few moments he did. Having been awakened with the news that a barbarous murder was committed, and the criminal was in his house, Albert stood facing the window, and it was partly the dull reflection of the early morning light, and partly the death-like paleness of his face, from the state of mind he was in, which made him look more like a corpse than a living man, and for a moment prevented Sir Francis from recognizing him. Albert flinched not from the magistrate's earnest gaze, but looking steadily at him, he said, "Sir Francis Hartleton, I am brought here accused of murder. I am innocent, but I cannot say more. Do with me what you will, for I am tired of life." "Mr. Satan!" cried Sir Francis. "The same," said Albert, "the unhappy Satan." Sir Francis remained a moment or two in deep thought, then he said, "Officers, what is the charge against this young man?" "Murder, your worship," replied one. "Leave the room, all of you. I will hear the evidence one by one." "Oh, sir," said Albert, "there is evidence enough. Fate has marked me for destruction. You may send me now to prison and spare your labor. I am innocent, but yet submit. You see, I am patient, sir." "You speak from the bitterness of your heart," said Sir Francis. "I am here to do my duty without favor or affection. My previous knowledge of you I now wholly discard from my mind. You come before me as an utter stranger, accused of an awful crime. You shall have justice, and were you my own son, I could say no more. Now, officer, let me hear what you have to say." Sir Francis himself swore the officer, who remained in the room, and who was the principal spy upon Jacob Gray. "Your worship," he said, "is aware that my duty has been to keep watch on a man named Gray." "Which duty you must have tonight neglected," said the magistrate. "I beg your worship's pardon. Gray don't need any more watching." "What do you mean?" "He is dead." "Dead? Gray dead? It surely is not his murder, but go on, go on." Sir Francis reclined back in his chair and partially shaded his face with his hand while the officer proceeded in his narrative. "It was nearly 1:30, your worship, when, upon passing the door of the house where this man Gray lived, I saw it open, and upon examination saw that it had been forced by someone. Not knowing then how many persons might be there, I ran to the round house in Buckingham Street and got assistance. Then I and several officers with lights entered the house. The first thing we heard was the moaning of a woman, who we found tied to a bedstead in the room adjoining the shop, and immediately after we proceeded upstairs when we heard the prisoner calling out to someone. Who did he call to? The name was Ada. When we got to the top of the house, we found the prisoner on the landing in a state of great excitement, and upon going into the first room we came to, there lay murdered and dreadfully mangled the man Gray your worship had told me to watch. He was quite dead. Quite, your worship. We picked up this cloak stained with blood, which we believe belongs to the prisoner." "That is all you have to say?" "It is, your worship, except that the prisoner has been dodging Gray about as closely as I have for a day or two now." "Do you wish to ask any questions of this witness?" said Sir Francis to Albert in a cold tone. "None," said Albert. "He has spoken the truth, and yet I am innocent." "What further evidence is there?" said Sir Francis. "The other officers can swear to what I have said, your worship," said the officer, "and I have left one to see that no one meddles with the body." "That was right," cried Sir Francis with sudden animation. "I will go there myself at once. There may be some papers." Albert immediately spoke in a tone of such deep emotion that Sir Francis paused as he rose from his chair, and listened to him with an interest and a growing doubt of his guilty connection with Learmont, that it would have given him the sincerest pleasure to verify. "Sir," said Albert, I implore you for the sake of one for whom I have suffered much, one who I have loved, who I still love more fondly, more fervently than I love life itself, to search for the packet which long ago I told you was directed to yourself. How Jacob Gray came by his death as I hope for God's mercy I know not. "No, not," said Sir Francis. Then turning to the officer he said, "Wait without," and in a moment he was alone with Albert. There was a pause of some minutes' duration, and then Sir Francis said, "You may, or you may not, as it may please you, give me an account of this affair." "For the sake of the name I bear and the memory of my dear father," said Albert, "I will declare my innocence, and although you may judge me wrongfully, shall die happy, if you will do justice to one who is dearer to me than myself. That one is the persecuted Ada, who, if she be still living, I implore you to succor. Oh, sir, you do not know her, and I have no words to paint her to you. But about this murder," said Sir Francis uneasily, "I will tell you all I know. Being some time since destitute, I applied to one Learmont for employment and was by him entertained as his secretary. So have I heard. Go on, sir." "The first confidential employment he put me on was to follow a man home, who he thought was imposing upon his benevolence. But before I could proceed upon that employment, I had related to him the secret of my heart, my passionate love for Ada, even as I told it to you. Sir, my long and weary search for her, my bitter reflections concerning the cruelty of Jacob Gray, I told him all that, and his generosity seemed much worked upon. He proffered me unbounded assistance. His wealth, his power, all he said should be exerted to do justice to the innocent. And you believed him. I did, and was happy in the thought that Ada would be rescued from her miseries. Then by a strange chance it turned out that this very man who he had commissioned me to watch to his house was Jacob Gray." "Indeed," said Sir Francis in a peculiar tone. "Yes, and then I thanked heaven for its great goodness, and believed myself on the road to happiness. I did watch Gray home and flew to Learmont with the news. He then enjoined me by a solemn promise to allow him the whole management of the affair, which, from gratitude to him, I could not refuse, but I lingered ever round the house where I believed Ada to be. I could not deny myself the delight of fancying myself near her. It was joy to look upon the house that I thought contained her, to watch a passing shadow at a window and fancy it was hers. During that watch I encountered your officer, whose motive in being a spy upon Jacob Gray I could not divine. Last night I commenced my watch, and being hidden in a deep doorway immediately opposite the house, which engrossed all my attention, I saw between the hours of 12 and 1, 2 men approach and pause at the residence of Gray. By some means they quickly opened the door when, partially emerging from my place of concealment, I saw that one of them was Learmont. Sir Francis Hartleton slightly started and changed his posture so that Albert could not see his face. "The other," continued Albert, "I know not." "What kind of man was he?" "A tall, bulky man." The smith, thought Sir Francis to himself. The door was closed when they had entered the house, and in an agony of impatience I waited for their reappearance, expecting to see Ada with them, for I doubted not but the squire was rescuing her from Jacob Gray. "Well, well," said Sir Francis in a tone of deep interest. "What followed then?" 1 o'clock had struck, and no one came forth, nor could I hear any commotion in the house. My agony of impatience was growing exquisitely painful. My eyes were fixed upon the only window which showed a light, and I was on the point of forgetting all promises and rushing over to the house, when with a crash a considerable portion of the window was forced outwards, and a faint scream caught my ears. Maddened by apprehension for Ada, I rushed across the road and knocked loudly at the door. Then, scarcely waiting for an answer, I burst it open, and shouting the name of Ada, I rushed into the house. Sir Francis rose from his chair, and in a voice that echoed through the room, he cried, "Young man, on your soul, is this all true?" "On my soul," said Albert. "As you hope for heaven's mercy." Albert stretched out his arm as he said solemnly, "May the curse of God be upon me evermore if what I say be not the truth. I am innocent. I am innocent." Sir Francis sunk into his seat again and drew a long breath before he said, "You shall have justice." "Be assured you shall have justice. Go on, I pray you." I have little more to add, save that I obtained a light of a female in the house, and that still calling upon Ada, I ascended to the room where lay awfully mangled the ghastly remains of Jacob Gray. Upon my descent, your officers seized me and accused me of the murder. And that cloak is not mine. The natural feelings of Sir Francis Hartleton's heart would have prompted him on the instant to tell Albert that he fully believed what he said. But while he never, when acting in his magisterial capacity, forgot that he was a man, he now felt the necessity of remembering that a sworn deposition had taken place. With some difficulty, then he mastered his feelings and said, "I shall proceed at once to the house where the deed in question has been committed, and be assured that all shall be done to discover the truth. Till then, you must remain here in custody. As a magistrate, I can only act upon sworn evidence." Sir Francis now went to the door, and giving one of the officers whispered instructions to allow no one to see the prisoner, nor suffer him to leave the room. He left him as a guard over Albert, while with hasty steps, and accompanied by one of his most trusty officers, he proceeded to the house of Jacob Gray. Chapter 118. Albert's Despair, the Tests of Truth. With far pleasanter feelings as regarded Ada and her fortunes than he had ever experienced since his opinion of the unworthiness of Albert Satan, Sir Francis arrived at the house where so awful a scene of bloodshed had taken place. He was immediately saluted with respect by a constable who had remained in charge of the shattered door, and upon entering the house, the first person belonging to it he saw was Jacob Gray's landlady, who sat in her parlor wringing her hands, and lamenting the death which had taken place under such horrible circumstances in her house, and which, as she feelingly remarked, was a uncommon wicked thing, considering she was a lone woman, and lived principally by letting her lodging, for nobody wouldn't come and live in the house now, because Mr. Gray's ghostesses would, as a matter of course, haunt the attic and the staircase, so it would. "Now, my good woman," said Sir Francis Hartleton, "I am a magistrate, so tell me now how all this happened." "Lord love you, sir, if you was 6 magistrates, I couldn't tell you. All I knows is, as I am a ruinated woman." Well, something must be done for you, but I want to know what you heard about this murder." "Oh, dear me, sir, Master Gray was such a great man, he was, and his relations must be wretches." "His relations?" "Yes, sir. When he come to live here, he says he, my relations would take my life if they could. That's what he said." "Well, I didn't think much of that, but last night, no, it was after 12, for I recollect I'd heard the Abbey clock strike, 'cause the wind blowed in that quarter. Well, I was a-listening to the rain when I heard never such a smash in my shop. 'What's that?' says I, and without more ado I gets a light and I goes out." "Well, and you saw the young man?" "No, I didn't, sir." "There was 2 villains, sir. One was an amazing tall villain, and the other was uncommon big, only the amazing tall villain looked so in consequence of being so desperate thin, he did. Well, sir, the other villain, not the amazing tall one, he asks where Master Gray lives, and I tells him. Then he says as he's his uncle, and desires me to say nothink, and ties me to my blessed bed-post and laughed in my face. The idea, sir, of laughing at a lone woman." "Satan has spoken the truth," said Sir Francis. "Learmont and Britton have murdered Gray." "Sir," said the woman, nothing. Is there anyone else in the house?" "Yes, sir. There's an old lady upstairs, and she says as she gave a light to one of the murderers." "All confirms his statement," thought Hartleton. "All that now remains for me to do is to secure Gray's confession." Turning then to his officers, he said, "Show me to the murdered man's room." And following them up the narrow staircase, a few minutes brought him to the presence of the awful remains of Jacob Gray. Sir Francis shuddered as he looked upon the dreadful spectacle, and turning away his eyes, he said, "Do not allow the body to be moved. There will be an inquest on it, but search every hole and corner of the room for any papers, and should you see any, give them into no hands but mine." The search which took place was the most energetic and active that could possibly be made, but it was, of course, quite unsuccessful. So after a full hour being spent in it, Sir Francis Hartleton most reluctantly turned towards the corpse, saying to his men, "You are not afraid of a dead body. The papers I spoke to you about are most important, and as they may be about him, I wish you to search the pockets." Hardened as those men were, and callous to most scenes of horror, they approached the remains of Gray with evident reluctance, and made a brief search of his pockets. Nothing was found but a small sum of money and a wedge-shaped steel instrument, which was then commonly used by housebreakers to wrench open doors with. "There are no papers here, sir," said the men. Sir Francis Hartleton turned from the room with a look of great disappointment. He entertained now not a moment's doubt, but that the object of Learmont's murder of Gray was to get possession of the packet addressed to him, Sir Francis, and there was every reason to believe that in that object the squire had succeeded. Ada's name and birth, thought Hartleton, seem ever doomed to remain mysterious. Well, she may still be happy, and as for Learmont and Britain, they must, at all events, expiate this crime upon the scaffold if it is brought home to them. Full of these mingled reflections, Sir Francis hurried back to his house and sought the room in which sat poor Albert Satan, melancholy and solitary, for he could not make up his mind whether his tale, truthful as it was believed by the magistrate or not. And when Sir Francis appeared again before him, he rose with a saddened countenance to hear what he had to say to him. "Mr. Satan," said Hartleton, "what you have told me has been confirmed, as far as it could be, by the parties in the house I have been to. But tell me now how it was that you, after communicating to me the singular facts you did concerning this Ada, stayed away from me so long." "I called upon you, sir," said Albert, "and not seeing you, I fancied you had cooled upon the matter. The Squire Learmont had prejudiced me against you, representing you as cold and selfish. Mr. Satan, you have yet to learn that those who say the least are often the most to be trusted. I am convinced of your innocence of this murder." Albert clasped his hands as he cried, "Thank heaven! Thank heaven! I shall not die the death of a felon. In some battle for right against might, I am content now in a foreign land to lay down my life. Something tells me that Ada is lost to me forever. The villain Gray must have taken her life, and I am desolate." "You jump, perchance, too hastily at that conclusion," said Sir Francis. "You may yet find her. She may even some time since have escaped from Gray. Oh, if I could but think so." "Why should you not? Besides, do you mean to give up your friend, the squire?" "I do. From the first I have had my suspicions of that man. It is not for me to say he killed Jacob Gray, but I will see him no more. His ways are crooked and mysterious." "Why, he certainly is not the most open and candid character in the world, Mr. Satan. But were I you, I would not yet give up all hope of discovering Ada." "Oh, sir, if I could find the smallest foothold for hope to rest upon, I should be again, as I have been, sanguine, but my heart is very sad and full of despair. Being now at liberty, as you may consider yourself, what may be your intentions?" "I shall pursue a course," replied Albert, "that I marked out for myself before I entered the service of this Squire Learmont. I shall, in the capacity of a common soldier, join the army, and hope to find an early and an honorable grave. But your testimony will be required on the inquest which will be held on Jacob Gray. I cannot help it. I tell you, sir, I am as one wearied now from the world and all its uses and companionships. Ada, I feel, is lost to me forever. Farewell, sir. For what exertion you have made, and for what consideration you have shown me, I thank you. Farewell, sir." "Do you intend now to enlist?" "I do." "Well, then, I wish you a happier fate and brighter destiny than you have sketched for yourself. If such be your determination, it is not for me to prevent it." With a heavy heart, Albert rose, and bowing to Sir Francis, who followed him to the room door and gave orders for his free egress, he passed out of the house, sick and weary at heart. Albert then paused in the street a moment, and the idea came across him that it was just possible he might, by calling upon Learmont, procure some hint or information of the fate of Ada. But he rejected the proposition almost as quickly as he formed it, and the ghastly corpse of Gray rose up before his imagination, mutely but strongly accusing Learmont of the murder. "No, no," he said, "that man is a man of blood. For some cause unknown to me, he has made me a mere tool in his hands to aid in the destruction of Gray. I will leave him to his conscience and to the laws. I will see him no more." The unhappy young man then turned his steps towards the park, and sauntering down the bird-cage walk till he came to the old barracks, he accosted a soldier who was lounging by the gate. Albert had never once glanced behind him, or he might have seen Sir Francis Hartleton, who had, resolving to be perfectly assured in Albert's truth and faith, permitted him to leave the house in the manner we have recorded, but followed him as closely as consistent with ordinary caution. Had Albert gone to Learmont's, new suspicions would have risen up in the mind of the magistrate and choked like noxious weeds the kindly feelings which he was beginning to entertain towards him. But now that he saw him enter the park and proceed towards the barracks, Sir Francis felt the pleasure which a noble mind always receives from getting rid of suspicion and doubt. Albert and the soldier passed into the barracks, and then Sir Francis Hartleton immediately stepped up to the gate, and addressing another soldier, said, "I must see that young man who has just passed in. My name is Hartleton. I am a magistrate." Sir Francis was well known by reputation, and upon his announcement of who he was, the soldier ran after his comrade and Satan and brought them both back to the gate again. "What does this young man do here?" said Sir Francis. "He offers to go in the army," said the soldier, "and I was conducting him to my officer." "I have something to say to him first," remarked the magistrate. "Will you follow me home, Mr. Satan?" "No, sir," said Albert proudly. "I wish to give you and myself no further trouble with each other." "Nay, but I have something to communicate." "You are too late," said Albert. "I came to you in my agony of mind and implored you to assist in righting the wronged and saving the innocent from oppression. You received my suit coldly. You have done, for aught that I know, nothing. Leave me now, sir, for my own course. I want no cold friends." "You are angry with me for no cause," said Hartleton, who was secretly pleased at Albert's independence of spirit. "If I have appeared lukewarm in your affairs, I beg you will not attribute it to indifference." "You may call it what you please, sir," said Albert. "Good morning. But I want you to come back with me." "I hope your honor don't mean to persuade our recruit off," said the soldier, who was in apprehension that he should lose his gratuity for bringing so unexceptionable a soldier as the handsome Albert Satan to the regiment. "If I do take your recruit away, my friend," said the magistrate, "you shall lose nothing by it if you will call upon me tomorrow." "Thanks to your honor." "This is as idle as it is insulting," said Albert. "Am I to be made a thing of barter between you?" "I tell you, Sir Francis Hartleton, that you shall not, were you 20 times what you are, interfere with me. When your activity is implored, you are cold and most indifferent. But now when your presence is quite unlooked for and unnecessary, you come after me, as if merely to perplex and annoy me. Take me to your officer, soldiers. I will serve the king despite of this mocking magistrate." "But I have not done with you yet," said Sir Francis with provoking coolness. "I have an affair in hand in which you must assist me." "This is insult, sir." "No, I have a young friend who I think would make a very good match for you, as you are a likely-looking young man." Albert's cheek flushed with indignation as he cried, "Sir Francis Hartleton, you came to insult me. Unworthy is it of you, who are reveling in the amplitude of means and power, to deride the unfortunate." "You are—" "Come, come, be calm," interrupted Sir Francis. "You must come with me." "I will not." "Then I must make you. I shall have you taken into custody. Ho there!" The magistrate turned and beckoned to his officers, whom he had directed to follow him, and when they sprang forward to the gate, he said, "Take this young man in custody to my house." "This is the very wantonness of power," cried Albert. "How dare you thus abuse your office? Take him away. I will follow." Albert was immediately seized and, burning with rage, conveyed to Sir Francis's house again, while the magistrate followed with a smile upon his face. Chapter 119. The Meeting of the Lovers. Sir Francis Hartleton's officers paid but little heed to the loud and angry remonstrances of Albert Satan, but hurried him the short distance between the park and the magistrate's house, at which in a few minutes they arrived, and in obedience to their orders, fastened him in the same room from where he had come so recently. As Sir Francis stood for a moment on the threshold of the apartment, Albert turned to him and said, "Sir Francis Hartleton, for the treacherous and ungentlemanly conduct of which I have been the victim, I will now denounce you as a disgrace to the office you hold. I look upon you as—" "Nay, nay, hold," cried the magistrate. I will hear no more. The less you say, the less you will have to retract and ask my pardon for. Your pardon? Cried Albert. I— Shut the door, he is raving, interposed the magistrate, and in a moment Albert was alone. The young man stood in the middle of the floor, in deep disgust with Sir Francis, and revolving in his own mind what he should do in the situation he was now placed in. He walked to the window which overlooked a garden, but there were iron bars across the framework, which appeared too firmly let into solid oak to be removed without appropriate tools. I will not, however, be caged here if I can help it, thought Albert, and he seized one of the bars and exerted all his strength to move it, but it was in vain, for it showed no signs of giving way. Albert then glanced around him for some weapon, but none such was in the room. He then threw himself into a chair, and after a few hasty expressions of indignation, relapsed into melancholy silence. Suddenly, then, he recollected a small knife that he had in his pocket, and he thought he might possibly be able to cut away sufficient of the woodwork to wrench out one of the bars from the window, which, could he accomplish it, would leave a space sufficiently large for him to get through, and drop into the garden, which was at no very great depth, although amply sufficient to make anyone, not laboring under the excitement of mind that Albert was, pause ere they adventured the leap. He found the job of cutting away the woodwork at the window a long and a tedious one, for he could only get the oak away in small pieces, and the iron bars were very deeply embedded. I have heard, thought Albert, of these things being done with more inefficient tools than a tolerably good knife. Aided by perseverance, I shall rejoice to give this tricky magistrate the slip, even if I walk directly to another, and claim an inquiry into the causes of my present most unjustifiable detention. When the heart is in any work, it makes good progress, says Lord Bacon, and so it seemed in the present instance, for Albert was rapidly getting towards the end of the bar when an unhappy circumstance retarded his labors. In getting out a large piece of the wood, he struck the blade of the knife on one side and snapped it short off by the handle. In the excitement, then, of the moment, he seized the bar and did what, at a cooler time, he could not have done, namely, wrenched one end of it from its hold. The powerful leverage he now had soon enabled him to free it at the other extremity, and a prospect of escape seemed on the instant open to him. In a moment he threw up the window, and glancing into the garden, he was on the point of springing out when he saw that there were some iron rails covering some underground part of the premises, upon which he must have fell, had he adventured the leap. Albert paused for a moment, and the sudden thought struck him that he could make a means of descending in safety. He took Gray's cloak, which had been left hanging on the back of a chair, and firmly tying one corner of it to one of the remaining bars of the window, he let the remainder hang out, intending to slide down by it. Now, Sir Francis Hartleton, he exclaimed, with all your power I am able once more to defy you, and lest my flight should give occasion to surmises of my guilt, on account of Jacob Gray's murder, I will betake me to the nearest magistrate, and allow him to hold me in custody if he pleases. He flung himself out at the window. His weight cut the cloak across, and there fell at his feet a folded paper. The young man lay stunned for a moment by his sudden fall. Then he slowly rose, and his eye fell upon the paper. It was addressed, to Sir Francis Hartleton with speed. Albert clasped his hands, and a cry of surprise escaped him. He knew the endorsement. It was Jacob Gray's confession. We must now leave Albert for some few moments to his mingled feelings of surprise, and joy and grief, for such were all struggling in his breast, in order to follow Sir Francis Hartleton to his own private study, whither he instantly repaired after seeing Albert, as he thought. Properly secured for the present, he sat down, and covering his eyes with his hands, a habit he had when he wished a steady communion with his own thoughts, he remained silent for some time. Then he spoke in a low voice and with a confident tone. This young man's honesty and honor, he said, has been sufficiently tested, and the noble confidence of Ada in his love and sincerity is, thank heaven, not misplaced. The mystery that envelopes Ada's name and history, I fear now will never be disclosed. But I must make these two young people happy, and they will be foolish to torment themselves about the past when the present will be so dear to them, and the future so full of hope. There shall be no sense of dependence, for I will exert all my interest to procure Albert Satan some honorable employment. And although the solution of the mysterious conduct of Learmont and his strange connection with Gray and Britain may go to the grave with him, yet she, the long-suffering, persecuted girl, will be happy with the object of her heart's choice. I must see her and prepare her for the interview which she shall have with him. How will his anger at his detention here change its complexion when he knows its cause? Sir Francis then summoned an attendant, and desired that Ada might be requested to come to him as soon as possible. The message was duly delivered, and in a few moments our heroine, to whose fortunes we have clung so long and who holds so large a place in our hearts, glided like a spirit of beauty into the magistrate's study. Sir Francis Hartleton, when he had offered her a seat, looked with kindly interest in her face and said, "Ada, you look unhappy. You are paler than you were." A slight increase of color visited Ada's cheek as she replied in her sweet, low, musical voice, "I am all unused to cloak my feelings either of joy or of sorrow. I am not happy. I have told myself often that I am most ungrateful to you for your great kindness to me, by being unhappy. But the heart will not be reasoned with, and the subtlest logic of the mind will fail to stop a tear from dimming the eye, when the full heart says weep. You are full of regret, Ada, that I think harshly of young Albert Satan." I am, said Ada. "Oh, sir, you do not know him as I know him, or you would seek some other cause for his conduct than faithlessness. Hear me, Ada," added Sir Francis with emotion. "Since I last saw you, I have had occasion to alter my opinion." A half-suppressed cry of joy escaped the lips of Ada, and then she clasped her hands. And while the rapid beating of her heart testified to the emotion occasioned by Sir Francis's words, she fixed upon his face her beautiful, eloquent eyes, and eagerly dwelt on every word he uttered. "Believe me, Ada," he said, "my deep concern for your happiness alone made me anxious that he who was to make or mar your happiness in this world should be proved pure as virgin gold, ere with joy I could see you become his. I have tested him." And, said Ada, "and believe him true." Continued Sir Francis, "Although the victim of as strange a series of circumstances as ever fell to the lot of mortal man." Ada burst into tears and sobbed for very joy, while the magistrate turned his head aside to conceal his own emotion. "My dear Ada," he said after a pause, "I have much, very much to tell you that concerns you mostly, but I will not now detain you to listen to me. Take this key, it opens the little eastern room which looks into the garden. Release the prisoner you will find there." "It is Albert," said Ada. "It is." She rose and placed both her hands in those of Sir Francis Hartleton, and smiling upon him through her tears, she said, "Dear friend, can I ever thank you? Can the poor Ada ever hope even in words to convey to you the full gratitude of her heart?" "Let me see you happy, Ada," said Sir Francis, "and I am more than repaid. Go to your lover, who is, I fear, a very impatient prisoner, and tell him from me that I will never interfere with him again, let him do what he may." Ada could not understand what Sir Francis meant by his last words, but at that moment she was not much inclined to ask explanations, but taking the key while her hand trembled, and her lustrous eyes seemed swimming in an ocean of tenderness as she glided from the room to rescue her lover. Ada knew the room well to which Sir Francis had directed her, and her eager footsteps in a few moments brought her to the door. For one brief moment, then she paused to recover herself from her state of agitation. In the next she had opened the door, the room was tenantless. Ada flew to the window. There hung the torn cloak. "Albert, Albert," she cried, and sunk upon the floor in an agony of grief. Sir Francis Hartleton heard the cry of Ada, and hastening from his room, the truth shot across his mind in a moment when he saw the cloak hanging by the iron bar. "Who could have imagined this?" he cried. "Ada, Ada, be of good cheer, all will be well. He cannot leave the garden." "Oh, Sir Francis," cried Ada, "for heaven's sake explain to me the meaning of all this. What could induce him to fly thus strangely?" "Think nothing of it, Ada, all will be well. I meditated giving Albert Satan an agreeable surprise, and he has given us a disagreeable one. That is all, hark." As Sir Francis spoke, there arose a confused noise in the garden, and upon his going to the window, he saw Albert in the grasp of two of his officers. Without any remark concerning what he was to say, he turned to Ada and said, "Leave all to me. Do you remain here, Ada, until I come to you? I pledge you my word all shall be explained to your satisfaction within this present hour." Sir Francis then hurried from the room, leaving Ada in a greater state of bewilderment than ever, and, hastening to the garden, he met the officers who had recaptured Albert. "So, sir," said Sir Francis, "you have, methinks, a small amount of patience." "Patience, sir," cried Albert. "Why should I have any under a tyranny as unexampled as it is despicable? In plain words, sir, tell me what you mean by detaining me. Young man, it is for your own good. Let me advise you now, for your own benefit. I shall send someone to you to talk you out of your unreasonable humor." "I warn you, Sir Francis Hartleton," said Albert. "I am now upon my defense, and, if you send any of your myrmidons to me, they may chance to regret coming within the reach of my arm." "Indeed? Now I will wager you my head that you will be in a more complacent humor shortly. Bring him in and confine him in my parlor." Resistance against the powerful men who held him, Albert felt would be quite absurd and merely wasting his energies to no purpose. So he suffered himself, although boiling with rage, to be led into a room on the ground floor. "Now, my young friend," said Sir Francis, "I shall send someone to you to tame your proud spirit." "I defy your utmost malice," cried Albert. "Oh, let him rave, let him rave. Shut him in," said Sir Francis calmly. The moment the door was closed upon the prisoner, he drew from his breast the Confession of Gray, and was upon the point of opening it, when his high sense of honor forbade him breaking the seal of a communication addressed to another, and he dropped it on the floor as he said, "No, no. Although this magistrate, from some inexplicable cause, is my enemy, I must not forget that I am a gentleman." The words were scarcely out from his mouth when he heard the door unlocked gently, and arming himself then with all the indignation he felt, he cried in a loud voice, "Whoever you are, advance here at your peril." The door opened very slowly, and when it was just wide enough for the person to enter, Ada glided into the room. "At my peril, Albert?" she said. The color forsook the cheek of Albert, and he stood gazing at her for a few moments, incapable of thought or action. Then, with a gush of joy, he flew towards her. "Ada, Ada, my dear Ada, are you in life, or am I mocked by some vision? My Ada, speak." "Albert," he clasped her to his heart. He kissed her cheek, her brow, her hands. Tears gushed from his eyes and mingled with those of the long-lost, fondly cherished idol of his heart. They could neither of them speak, and nothing was heard for many minutes in that room but sobs of gushing joy, such as make the heart leap in ecstasy and give humanity a glimpse of heaven. Chapter 120. The Lovers. The interview of Sir Francis Hartleton with the Secretary of State. The ball. Albert Satan first broke the silence, and as he clasped Ada's hands and gazed into her beaming eyes, he said, "Ada, my own beautiful Ada, am I indeed so blessed? Do I once again see you in all your beauty smiling on me? Am I dreaming, or are you, indeed and in truth, my own dear Ada, the dream of my boyhood, the cherished idol of my heart?" "Indeed and in truth," said Ada. "Oh, I am too happy. Heaven forgive me all my sinful repining. Does not this moment's joy repay me for all? My darling, my true and beautiful, what a heavenly light shone from the eyes of Ada! What a sunny smile played around her cheery mouth, dimpling her cheek with beauty. "We will part no more, Albert," she said. "After many, many trials, we have met at last to part no more. God has blessed us in each other's love, and we will not cast from us the pure, bright gift of heaven." "We will not," cried Albert. "Bless you, my own true-hearted Ada. At the very moment of my despair, I have been, as it were, lifted to heaven. 'Tis foolish of me, Ada, but even now, so great is my happiness, I can scarce believe it real." He drew the blushing girl again to his throbbing heart. He kissed the raven tresses of her silken heart. He looked into her eyes, sparkling with dewy tears, and saw the happiness that shot from every radiant glance. Her cheek, gentle and soft as a rosebud's inmost leaf, touched his. Was there ever so much happiness? Could all the ills of life concentrated poison the rich fragrance of that one cup of overflowing joy? We will not attempt to record the gentle confidences of the happy lovers, the broken sentences, the speaking glances that filled up the pauses which the faltering tongue, too much oppressed by the heart's gushing eloquence, could not choose but make the tones upon which memory in after years lingers like the shade of a loved one long hidden in the tomb, nor the thousand purest vows breathed by Albert, nor the thousand smiles with which they were all believed by Ada. Suffice it to say that they were very happy, and those of our readers who have felt a sympathy with the trials of the lone maiden will be pleased to leave her for a brief space, knowing that her heart is dancing with joy, and that even the memory of the past is immersed in the pure and heavenly enjoyment of the present. Sir Francis Hartleton's first step after seeing Ada enter the room in which Albert was to communicate to his wife all that had passed, and commission her to explain all to Albert, if such explanation should be sought for before his return, for he felt it necessary, in consequence of the extraordinary events which had transpired, to communicate to his impatient friend, the Home Secretary, before even taking steps to apprehend Britton and Learmont for the murder of Grey, which upon Albert's testimony he felt was what might be safely ventured upon. The magistrate accordingly left his house and proceeded on foot to the secretary's office, where he was fortunate enough to find the great man disengaged. "I have come," said Hartleton, "to state to your lordship some strange circumstances with relation to the person named Learmont, concerning whom I have before had the honor of conversing with you." The secretary put on a face of alarm as he replied, "Really, Sir Francis, you must drop this matter. His Majesty has only this day in council determined upon a dissolution of the present Parliament. Of course I tell you in confidence, and this Learmont's votes in the Commons may be of the greatest consequence." "But, my lord," said Hartleton, "there is good reason to believe that no later than last night he committed a most awful murder." "Dear me," said the secretary, "he might as well have waited till the general election was over. It is really such a very awkward thing to hang a man who can command several votes in the Commons." "It may be so," said Sir Francis with a smile, "but when people who command votes will commit murder, what is to be done?" "Ah, that's very true, but uncommonly disagreeable." "I thought it my duty," continued Hartleton, "to let your lordship know before I arrested him." "Bless my heart," said the secretary. "Now I recollect there has been a record here today containing an invitation to a masked ball which this very man is going to give on Friday." "Indeed, my lord." "Yes. I sent a civil acceptance of the invitation, of course, because I meant to sound him in the course of the evening about his votes. Now really, Sir Francis, you must let the ball be over before you come in with your charge of murder and so on." "I will if your lordship pleases, but the property of Learmont, provided he be convicted of murder, will revert to the Crown, in which event you will have his votes." "Ah, but, my dear Sir Francis, the Crown, in common decency, must waive its right to the property in favor of the next of kin." "I believe there can arise no claimant," said Sir Francis. "Therefore there can be no delicacy on the subject." "Well, that's lucky, but you will let the ball be over." "I'm told it's to be a splendid affair, and really so many of our political friends intend to make it a complete rendezvous that it would be 1,000 pities not to let it go off with some eclat." "I shall, of course, not interfere, my lord, but should anything occur to force a magisterial duty, I trust your lordship will not expect me to shrink from performing mine." "Well, I suppose not, but don't be provoking, Sir Francis, if you can possibly avoid it. By the by, I quite forgot to ask who he had murdered. It's nobody of any consequence, I presume? He certainly had no vote." "No vote?" "No, nor was likely ever to have one." "Indeed." "Well, I do hate people who have no vote most cordially, and I should say there can be only one class of people more abominable, and that is the class which votes against one. I don't at all see the use in this world of people without votes. How uncommonly silly Learmont must have been, really." "Silly enough, my lord, to put his neck in jeopardy, for a jury will most naturally bring him in guilty, and the king cannot very well spare a murderer." "Why, no, not exactly, but at all events don't say a word about it till after the ball." "Unless there should arise an absolute necessity, I will not, but the inquest upon the body of the murdered man may interfere with your lordship's wishes." Bless me, yes. What's today? Wednesday? Oh, well, I must speak to the coroner about it, and the inquest must just be put off till Saturday. In fact, I don't see the use of an inquest upon a man who had no vote, Sir Francis, but I suppose these things must be done to please the common people. They must indeed, said Sir Francis. Any tampering with what Englishmen consider their liberties will ever be a dangerous task for a minister. Ah, well, we must do the best we can, but you know it would have been much better if this Learmont, while he was murdering, had murdered someone with a vote who was opposed to us. It might have made a difference of 2 votes, you see, Sir Francis. So it might, your lordship, but when people murder, I am afraid they think more of their own private quarrels than of votes. Ah, no doubt. You are quite right. Good morning, Sir Francis, good morning. Good morning, your lordship. Sir Francis Hartleton could not help laughing as he walked homewards at the curious morality of the secretary, who measured everybody's importance by their number of votes. And he thought to himself, surely this system of representation will be some day done away with, and Englishmen will be permitted to exercise their franchise and their conscience freely. Absorbed then in meditation concerning the important steps which required to be taken previous to the Friday evening, beyond which time Sir Francis Hartleton was quite resolved Learmont should not remain at liberty, he sauntered home from the ministers. Believing, as the magistrate now did, since Jacob Gray was dead, and no written papers could be found about his person, or in his lodging that no overt act as concerned Ada could be brought home to Learmont, he resolved to have a warrant made out for the squire's apprehension, on the charge of murdering Jacob Gray, a crime which upon the testimony of Albert could be brought as nearly home to him as strong circumstantial evidence could bring it. It may be then, thought Sir Francis, that when he sees his mortal career closing, he will do one act of grace and declare who and what Ada is, detailing his reasons for persecuting her so strangely and for taking the life of Jacob Gray. That now seems to be the only chance of arriving at a solution of the mysteries which still envelop this whole strange transaction. When Sir Francis reached home, a letter was put into his hands, which, upon opening, he found to contain these words, Mr. Learmont presents his compliments to Sir Francis Hartleton, and begs specially to request his company on Friday evening to a masked ball and supper. Well, said Sir Francis, of all the cool pieces of assurance that it was ever my lot to encounter, this is the coolest. But I can well understand Learmont's feelings now. He fancies himself rid of some great danger by the death of Jacob Gray, and this is the very mockery and insolence of security in inviting me, who he hates so cordially, to his entertainments. Well, be it so, I will be there, Learmont, and it shall go hard, but your masked ball shall have a far different conclusion to what you imagine. Let me see, this ticket admits Sir Francis Hartleton and friends. Yes, that will do, that will do. A plan of operation occurs to me, which on the surprise of the moment may wring from the guilty heart of Learmont something of importance to the interests of Ada. She shall go with me to this masked ball. Yes, Learmont shall be surprised from his usual cold caution by her sudden appearance, which, conjoined with his arrest, may so disturb his faculties as almost to induce a confession of all we wish to know. It shall be tried, it shall be tried. Chapter 121, The Confession. While Sir Francis Hartleton was still engaged in these reflections, a low knock sounded on the door of his room, and when he cried, "Come in!" the happy face of Ada appeared like a beam of sunshine in the entrance. "Ada," he said, "come in." There were the humid traces of tears upon her cheek, but they were like the pearly drops of dew which hung upon the rose leaves, speaking not of sorrow or decay, but giving new beauty to what before seemed matchless. They were tears of joy, and the magistrate saw that they were so. He held out his hand to Ada as he said with a smile, "Will you forgive me for tormenting Albert a little?" "He will scarce forgive himself," said Ada, "and sends me as his ambassador. He had a right to feel a little angry, Ada, but has he told you that your old enemy is dead?" "He has," said Ada. "Much as I had to complain of against Jacob Gray, I would that he had come to some gentler death. Heaven have mercy upon him." "He has need of heaven's mercy, Ada." But are you not much disappointed that all chance of discovering your name and station seems now faded away?" "I scarcely know how to answer you," said Ada, "for hope that it may not be so has, within the last half-hour, disturbed me more with anxious doubts and fearful surmises than ever agitated my breast before. This paper." As she spoke, she handed to Sir Francis the confession of Gray still sealed up as Albert had picked it from the garden. "Gracious heavens!" said Sir Francis, as a sudden flush of color to his face showed the interest he felt in the document. "Where got you this, Ada?" "When Albert, impatient of his temporary detention in the room overlooking the garden," said Ada, "made an attempt to escape from it. He tried to descend from the window by the aid of a cloak, which rent with his weight, revealing this packet of papers addressed to you." "Thus heaven works its wonders," said Sir Francis, "and the very circumstances that at the moment of their occurrence fill us with regret bring us to the dearest of our wishes. You know this handwriting, Ada? It is Jacob Gray's. Then there can be no doubt," said Sir Francis, as with fingers that trembled with eagerness he broke the seals by which the packet was fastened. "There can be no doubt that these are the papers, or similar ones to those long ago addressed to me by Jacob Gray and said to be concerning you. Albert thinks with you," said Ada, "and longs to penetrate the mystery of their contents." "Will you leave me?" said Sir Francis. "I would fain read this alone, Ada. Will you grant me that indulgence?" Ada rose as she said, "Dear friend, a wish of yours shall ever be a command to me, but remember that, let these papers contain what they may, I can bear to hear all." "Nothing shall be concealed from you, Ada," said Sir Francis. But my own deeply interested feelings would not permit me to read these documents aloud to you at first." Ada saw his extreme excitement and agitation, and instantly leaving the room, she gave him an opportunity of reading alone the long-sought-for confession of Jacob Gray. Sir Francis's first step was to lock himself in his room, and then, with a flurry at his heart and a total abstraction of mind from everything but the papers which lay before him, he tore them open and read as follows. To Sir Francis Hartleton, I, Jacob Gray, address the following confession and statement of facts to you, because, from circumstances within your own remembrance, you will the more readily believe what is here recorded. May the bitterest curse of a dead man fall on you and yours, if you do not take instant means to bring to an ignominious end those who I shall accuse of crimes which shall far exceed any that I have committed. By the time you receive this, I shall most probably be dead, or have left England for some distant land, where all search for me would be in vain. I leave, however, behind, whether dead or absent, this legacy of vengeance, and so fulfill a promise I made to my own heart to destroy those who would long since have murdered me, but that I had fenced myself round with safeguards which they dared not despise. In the year 1737, I was staying at Genoa, where I had been discharged from the service of an English family for matters of no consequence to my present narrative. For some months I could procure no employment, until an English gentleman by name Mark Learmont was taken ill at one of the hotels in the city, and the proprietor of the establishment, fearing that his guest was dying, sent for me as a countryman of the sick gentleman to attend upon him. I nursed and tended him with anxious care, and I soon learnt that grief was his only malady. He told me he had left England in consequence of the death of his wife and child, and that he could never more with pleasure look upon his ancient home again, which he had left in the care of his brother. Time, however, seemed in some measure to assuage his grief, and when he got well enough again to travel, he retained me as his permanent attendant, liberally rewarding me for the services I had rendered him. We went from city to city of the Italian states until we came to Rome, where an attempt was made by some hired bravo to take the life of Mr. Learmont. He was saved, however, by the gallant interposition of a young Italian nobleman named Geronimo Maedlini, and my master became in a short time on terms of the greatest intimacy with the family of his preserver, who had a sister so surprisingly beautiful that even Mr. Learmont forgot his grief for her whom he had loved so fondly, and became attached to Ada Maedlini with a passionate fervor that knew no bounds. Learmont was handsome, brave, and accomplished. The young Italian returned his passion. A child was born, an illegitimate child, which Ada Maidlini died in giving birth to. Mr. Learmont was again plunged into the most excessive grief. Rome became more hateful to him than the home in England he had left. The very language of Italy was ever reminding him of the beautiful being who had gone to an early grave through her love for him. In vain, he traveled from city to city. His grief knew no reduction, until at length, wearied with travel and sick at heart, he resolved upon once more revisiting his native land, taking with him the child of Ada Maidlini, who had been named after its mother, and who had begun to exercise a strong control over his affections. A letter was written to the brother, who had been left sole master of the estate of Learmont, signifying the intention of the widowed man to return and once more assume the control of his own property for his young daughter's sake. When we reached Dover, that is, Mr. Mark Learmont, myself, and his infant child, a letter was awaiting my master from his brother. That letter I by chance saw. It said that peculiar family circumstances, which the writer would explain when they met, rendered it necessary that their first meeting should be a secret one, and quite unknown to any person connected with the property. It named as the place of rendezvous an old deserted mansion, the lower part of which was converted into a smithy and had been long occupied by a man named Andrew Britton. Full of wonder at this letter, and yet never doubting that there were, did he but know them, full and reasonable grounds for it, Mr. Learmont wrote to his brother, according to his request, and promising to be at the old smithy with his child by the evening of a particular day which he named. He sent me beforehand to apprise his brother of this. I was the bearer of the answer, and when I reached Learmont's house, he that is now called Squire Learmont, and who resides in your immediate vicinity, received me most cordially. He spoke to me of the advantages of wealth, of the luxuries of independence, of the delightful feelings of those who could scorn the world's utmost malice, secure in the haven of independence. But it is idle to dwell upon the deep temptation that he held out to me. I consented to the murder of my master and his child. The day of his arrival came. It was one of alternate storm and sunshine. But, as the evening approached, the elements seemed to have broken loose and to have united to shake the very earth with terror. The wind howled, and the forked lightning shot from earth to heaven, while peal after peal of thunder shook the habitations of the peasantry, convulsing the stoutest hearts with fear and destroying all the produce of their industry. It was on such a night that, leaving Learmont and the smith Andrew Britton in the smithy, I started to meet my doomed master. From obscure hints the smith had dropped, I was satisfied that Mr. Learmont's first wife and child had been murdered by him and the brother, and even after I had consented, I shuddered at the awful crime I had pledged myself to assist in committing. But it was too late to retract. I had already received some of the wages of crime. I could not recede. But surely I was innocent compared with who would shed a brother's blood. Let him suffer the penalty of his crimes. Let the rich Squire Learmont dangle on the gallows tree. Spare him not, nor Andrew Britton, you will find him at the old Chequers. Let him too die a death of pain and ignominy, so shall I have my revenge, my deep, long-cherished revenge. I met Mr. Learmont. He alighted from the carriage, which he left at a distance of a mile or more from the appointed place of meeting with his brother. He gave me the young child to carry, the infant Ada, and we walked under cover of the darkness of the stormy evening until we reached the smithy. I was to kill the child, while Britton took the life of the father. But one thing they had not told me, namely, that they intended to burn down the old smithy after the deed was done, in order that the two bodies should be consumed in the ruins, and no suspicion should arise of their untimely fate. It was an hour to me of horror, Mr. Learmont entered the old smithy unsuspectingly, and I followed with the child. He took his brother kindly by the hand, and I heard him say, "Well, brother, what is amiss that we cannot meet in my own home? Come this way, Mark," said he who is called the squire, as he opened a heavy door at the further end of the smithy. "Come this way, and you will know all, Mr. Learmont followed him, and I went after them with the child. It was clinging to my neck, and as I gazed upon its features, by the occasional flash of lightning, all strength seemed to desert me, and I felt I had not power to take its life, I thought I should have sunk into the earth. A fearful timidity came over me, and the cold perspiration of terror bedewed my brow. I scarcely know then what happened, but the storm without increased to tenfold fury, and while the smithy was being set fire to by Learmont, the squire, I saw by the dull red glare that began to spread itself around, and light up everything with its ghastly luster. I saw my master stagger back, as if from some sudden blow, and the smith, Andrew Britton, faced my gaze, armed with a forge hammer with which he had already struck one blow at my master. "Mister?" Learmont then tried to wrestle with his opponent, and he screamed, "Murder! Murder!" He called to on me to help him, but I could not move. I saw another blow given, and I heard the sickening crushing of his head as the hammer sunk into his brain. And then he fell, with one shriek that rung in my ears for many months, scaring me from sleep, and causing me to start in horror from my bed. The fire had spread with greater rapidity than had been calculated upon, and at the moment of my master's murder, a portion of the roof fell upon me and the child. I was hurt, but the infant was not. Alarm and horror took possession of my faculties, and I fled, shrieking, through the house. Seeking for some outlet to escape by, I got confused in a labyrinth of rooms. Burning flakes fell upon my flesh. I cried for aid, but no voice answered me, and I felt a conviction that I was purposely left there to perish. Despair lent me strength, and with the child still in my arms, I leaped a burning staircase. I saw a crowd of faces before me, and, with frantic cries, I rushed from the building with the child. Who then snatched the infant from me, I know not, for I was suffering much pain. But certainly it was taken from me by some of the villagers, and I, frantic with the terrors I had received, and believing that the hand of Providence was upon me, fled I knew not whither, until I sunk exhausted from fatigue in a wood a short distance from the village on the road to London. The cool night air assuaged the pain of my burns, and after resting for some hours, I found myself sufficiently recovered to think upon what I should next do. Return to the smithy I dared not, for I dreaded the vengeance of the squire, not only on account of my failing in what I had to do, but I could not dispossess myself of the idea that my death had been determined upon between him and the smith so soon as I had killed the child, and was no longer useful to their purposes. I had received in advance a sum of money from my tempter, Learmont, and after some thought I resolved upon proceeding to London, and there endeavoring to forget the horrors I had gone through in the varied amusements of a great city. I turned my back on the village of Learmont, and all its terrible recollections, taking my route to the capital by the quickest means I could find. It was on the second day that I arrived, and resolving to husband my money until I could procure some other employment, I took an obscure lodgings and kept my expenses as small as possible. It was the fourth evening after my arrival in London that a woman who was sitting upon a step with a child in her lap implored my charity. I refused her, and was about to pass on when a glance told me that the child with her was the young Ada Maidlini, the child of Mr. Learmont. I paused and questioned her. She told me her name was Tatton, and said she had fled from the country with the child to save its life, which had been threatened by a man wicked and powerful. All this confirmed me. I snatched the child from her arms, for I thought it an admirable possession, since it would give me the means of making my own terms at some future time with the squire of Learmont. The woman screamed and ran after me, crying for help. No one was near us, and with one blow I silenced her, and she fell to the ground. What became of her I never knew, but I took the child home with me, and the next day I changed my lodging, passing the infant as my own. From house to house I shifted my residence, always thinking myself suspected by someone, until I went to reside at a low house, kept by a woman by name Strangeways, who resided in the neighborhood of Swallow Street. Before going there, however, I bought boys' clothing for the girl, as I thought it safer to make her appear as a boy than let her real sex be known. Nearly 10 years had elapsed, and I was falling fast into poverty, for a concern in which I had placed some money under tempting promises proved a failure. Then I bethought me of some means of improving my condition and recruiting my empty coffers. After much thought, I resolved upon going to the village of Learmont, and forming a coalition, if possible, with the smith, Andrew Britton, for the purpose of extorting money from the rich squire. But previously to going, I wrote a paper, containing all the particulars here related, and sealing it. I left it with Ada, who I had named, in conformity with her male attire, Harry, charging her to let it reach the hands of yourself in the event of my not returning by a stipulated time. I went on my errand. It was in the winter, and the snow lay thickly in the valley of Learmont. As I reached the village inn, I inquired if the smith, Britton, was still alive. I was told he was, and heard then the clank of his forge hammer, the same most probably that had taken the life of Mr. Learmont? I sought him, and suffice to say that I not only convinced him of the inexpediency of attempting aught against my life, which, as I guessed he was much inclined to do, but succeeded in inducing him to join with me in extorting large sums from the guilty squire. Britton, too, I persuaded to search the body of the murdered man, when, as I told him, he found papers of great consequence to the squire, papers which he would gladly have redeemed at any price, but which were of infinitely more value as a source of permanent income to their fortunate holder. I had lent the smith a knife of mine at his own request before the murder, and when I visited him he produced it, stained with human gore, taunting me with the fact that my name was on the handle, and that it would ever prove a damning evidence of my guilt. 'Twas were we 3 men in each other's power. Either Britton or myself could bring the whole 3 to destruction, and the squire was but too glad to ensure his own safety by paying large sums to us from time to time. He came to London, and we followed him. Andrew Britton led a life, as he now leads, of riot and extravagance at the public house called the Chequers, Westminster. The Squire Learmont lives in splendor, as you must be aware, in your immediate vicinity. I have led a life of dangers and terror. My existence has been continually threatened by Learmont, who, could he at any time have laid his hands upon Ada, who he believed to be legitimate, and likewise have secured my written confession, would have murdered me. I repeat, I may be dead or absent from England when you arrive, but be it which way it may, if you want proofs of what I assert, search the ruins of the old smithy at Learmont, and you may still find some traces of the murdered body of Mr. Mark Learmont. Apprehend Andrew Britton, and search for the knife I mention, as well as for any papers that he may have taken from the dead body. Among them will be found the letter from the squire, begging his brother to meet him at the old smithy instead of coming direct to his own mansion. It will be understood by you, then, clearly, that I accuse these 2 men, Squire Learmont and Andrew Britton, of the murder of Learmont's elder brother and the projected murder of his illegitimate child. She, Ada, left me some time since, after an attempt made by you to take me into custody at the old house at Battersea Fields, among the ruins of which I believe you will still find some articles that belonged to Ada when her father's death occurred. Let, then, these men be brought to an ignominious end. Remember that the Learmont family will become extinct with the present squire, for the girl Ada, I repeat, is an illegitimate child. The elder Learmont and Ada Madelini were not married. The large estates, then, must revert to the crown, and my vengeance will be complete. If I am living, I shall hear of the execution of Learmont and Britton, for who can doubt their guilt? If I am dead, and the spirits of the departed retain any shadow of the feelings which agitated them in this world, I shall still rejoice that I have had my revenge. Jacob Gray. Chapter 122. The consultation with Albert and Ada, the arrangement for the ball. When he had finished the confession of Gray, Sir Francis Hartleton looked up and drew a long breath. An inexpressible feeling of relief came over him, and he cried, "It is as I partly expected. Ada is related to this squire nearly. With regard to her alleged illegitimacy, I do not believe it for a moment. The malice of Jacob Gray, for denouncing him in the open street, is fully sufficient to account for his making such an assertion. That, however, is a fact which can be very easily ascertained, and I have not a shadow of doubt but my beautiful young friend, after all her severe trials and persecutions, will become the possessor of the splendid estates of Learmont, and will be able to reward the constancy of her lover with a princely income. Oh, What a relief it is, after all, to find that Jacob Gray cannot claim the least shadow of kindred with Ada. Well, he has gone to his account. And, although I have no moral doubt in the world of the guilt of Britton and Learmont as regards Ada's father, yet this paper would be very insufficient evidence to proceed upon. If they suffer the penalty of the law for murder, it will be for that of Jacob Gray himself. Sir Francis Hartleton then left his room, after locking up Gray's confession, and hastened to where he had left Albert. The good-hearted magistrate will be excused by our fair readers for forgetting that, in all probability, Ada, when she had left him, had gone back to Albert, and that, consequently, when he, Sir Francis, opened the door very abruptly, the beautiful girl was just, to the smallest possible extent, annoyed, to be seen with Albert's hand clasped in her own, and such a smile of joy on her face, that her lover thought himself in heaven, and, at all events, would have challenged anyone to produce a heartfelt joy equal to that, which then filled him with thankfulness. "My dear Ada," said Sir Francis, "I have to apologize." Ada rose, and while a blush spread itself over her face, she said, "Sir Francis Hartleton, how can Albert and myself find words to tell you how much we owe to you, our noble, considerate, generous friend? What would have become of the poor, destitute, desolate Ada but for you?" "And I, sir," said Albert, while a tear glistened in his eye, "I'm afraid I have offended you past all forgiveness." "No such thing," said Sir Francis. "You know I was very provoking indeed, Mr. Satan, but Ada, my dear, go and fetch Lady Hartleton, for she must hear what I have to tell you." Ada looked in his face a moment, to read by his expressive features the character of the intelligence he had gleaned from Gray's confession, and the magistrate, shaking his head, said playfully, "Now, Ada, that is too bad." But the smile with which he accompanied his words assured her that what he had to say was not the worst that could be under the circumstances anticipated, and she flew to Lady Hartleton to come and join the group. When they were all assembled, Sir Francis said, "What I now tell you must remain in our own breasts until Saturday. Ada, I shall commence with one piece of intelligence which will not displease you, and I am sure remove one occasionally disagreeable thought from your mind. Jacob Gray is not in the remotest degree connected with you by the ties of relationship." "Thank heaven," said Ada. "Now then, my dear Ada, I counsel you to hear, with a patient resignation, the will of Providence when I tell you you are an orphan." One sob burst from Ada's breast, for she had always pleased herself with the idea of some day finding a dear mother or father. That dream was now dispelled, and it was with some difficulty she could say, "Heaven's will be done. I should not mourn, for have I not found all the love and care of dear parents from you, my kind friends? Your father," continued Sir Francis Hartleton, "was a noble, honorable gentleman, your mother a lady of wealth and family." Go on," gasped Ada, while Albert Satan and Lady Hartleton looked the intense interest they felt in Sir Francis's words. "Will you not, Ada?" he added. "Be now content with knowing so much, and seek not to dive deeper into the past. Tell me more of my father and mother," she sobbed. "Oh, leave me not to conjecture. The mind will ever conjure up from the realms of fancy tenfold horrors. Tell me all, oh, tell me all." "I cannot refuse you," said Sir Francis, "because you have a right to demand to know all. Your mother, as far as I can rely upon my information, died in giving birth to you. Your father—" Sir Francis paused, and Ada, clasping her hands, cried, "My father, what of him? Oh, speak." "Your father fell a victim to the avarice of one whom he trusted. His own brother murdered him." Ada shuddered, and as the tears rapidly coursed each other down her cheeks, she said in a low, plaintive tone, "Tell me all now. Surely I have heard the worst. My poor father. Returning with you when you were an infant to his native land and his ancient home, his life was taken by 3 men. One was his brother, the other a smith by name Andrew Britton, and the third—" Sir Francis Hartleton paused, and Ada filled up the blank with the words, "Jacob Gray." "True," said the magistrate. "Jacob Gray was, it appears by his own confession, a confidential servant of your father's, and was suborned by your wicked and most unnatural uncle to commit the crime, or, at all events, aid in its commission, which for so many years plunged him in all the miseries of a guilty conscience. and placed you in the singular circumstances from which you have been but so recently rescued. My name, said Ada. Your name is Learmont. Learmont, cried Albert, God of heaven, can this be possible? Then he who I have fancied my friend, he who so speciously taught me to believe he was doing me such great service, is the uncle of Ada. He is, and her father's murderer. The assassin, too, of Jacob Gray. The same. And he, the stout, bulky man, whom I saw enter Gray's abode with the squire. He is Andrew Britton, the smith, the associate in guilt of the squire Learmont. You were made a mere tool to assist in the destruction of Jacob Gray, who, no doubt, was troublesome on account of his rapacity, and dangerous on account of the written confession he kept by him, and which has so providentially and strangely fallen into my hands. Albert Satan looked perfectly petrified with astonishment for a time. Then, in a voice of emotion, he said, "O heaven, how near was I proving your worst enemy, my Ada, by too credulously becoming a victim to the arts of the man, who, of all others in the wide world, you had most to dread." "I can scarcely understand all this," said Ada. "You must relate everything to me, Albert, in a more connected manner. Is this Learmont a tall, dark man with a face of death-like paleness?" "He is," said Albert, "and he is my father's brother." "I grieve to say that such is the fact," said Sir Francis Hartleton. "The law must take cognizance of Jacob Gray's murder, and that will most probably be the only one of Learmont's crimes that can be satisfactorily proved against him. A word with you, Mr. Satan." While Ada sat with her hand clasped in that of Lady Hartleton, who was striving to soothe the agitated spirits of the gentle girl, Sir Francis took Albert to the window and said, "Gray, in his confession, asserts the illegitimacy of Ada, but from all that I have ever heard of the character of the elder Learmont, as well as from the evidently anxious manner in which Gray has repeatedly stated the circumstance, I much doubt its truth. It is quite necessary, however, that such a point should be satisfactorily set at rest, or we shall have difficulty in procuring for Ada her father's property, which has been so long withheld from her by this squire, as he has falsely called himself. The family of Ada's mother can surely be easily found, and I think someone must be instantly dispatched to Italy, where Ada was born, in order to prosecute the necessary inquiries." "Oh, Sir Francis," said Albert, his countenance beaming with pleasure. "Let them say what they like of Ada, she is to me the whole world. With her I can be happy as the day is long, and I am sure we shall never sigh for the wealth, the possession of which could not make our hearts more true to each other than they are now." "Yes, my dear sir," said Sir Francis with a smile. "I quite agree with you that you may make yourselves very happy indeed in a humbler station of life than that in which I have hopes of placing Ada. But it is but common justice that she should possess what is hers of right. The Learmont property is immense." Albert sighed. "Why, what's the matter now?" said Sir Francis good-humoredly. "Can I expect," said the young man, "that Ada Learmont, the rich heiress, should give her hand to the poor, destitute Albert Satan?" "Oh, I have nothing to do with that," exclaimed the worthy magistrate. "You must settle all that between you. Ada, I wish you to give an opinion on a very knotty point raised by Albert Satan." Before Albert Satan could interpose, Ada approached the window, and Sir Francis added, "You must know, Ada, that Mr. Satan is of opinion that if he were to get immensely rich, his feelings would alter as regards his affections for one poor and dependent." "Good God, Sir Francis," said Albert, "I never said any such thing." "Then it was Ada's feelings which were to alter, provided she was rich and you poor." Albert looked abashed, and Ada said in a gentle voice to him, "Is this kind, Albert?" "No, Ada," he said. "It is foolish and wrong. Forgive the scruple that rose up in my mind of still urging my suit to you when, as I hear from Sir Francis Hartleton, you are likely to become very wealthy." "And did such a thought cross your mind, Albert?" said Ada sadly. "When you stood between little Harry Gray and him, who is now no more, when you spent days and nights of anxious toil in searching for me. Did then a thought of that affection which sprang up in my heart for the only human voice which had spoken kindly to me, the only heart that had felt for my distresses, cross your mind? Our persecution, distress, danger, misery, all to fail in shaking our faith, to leave the gold the triumph of doing so. Albert, is this well done of you?" Sir Francis quietly walked away from the window, leaving Albert to make his peace how he could, which it is to be supposed he did, as, after a few moments, Ada, with her usual frank candor, gave him her hand, and shaking her head said, with a smile, something that made his eyes glisten with joy. Chapter 123. Learmont and Britain after the murder. Having devoted so large a space to the hopes, the fears, the surprises, and the joys of those in whose happiness, and freedom from the distresses and persecutions which surrounded them, we are so largely interested, we turn with a sensation of sickening gloom to the two men of blood. Learmont and the savage Smith, after they had sated themselves with gore, and like ferocious tigers of the jungle, came slinking from the feast of blood which they had sought with avidity, and tasted of so greedily. Neither of them spoke after they reached the street door of Gray's house, until they had placed several streets between them and the one in which the awful deed was committed. There was a dogged, apathetic kind of movement and manner about Britain, as with a heavy tread he slowly walked by the side of the squire, which more resembled the gross serenity of some overgorged reptile than anything else. Never before had the Smith's appetite for destruction been so thoroughly sated. Never before had he accomplished a darling wish of his heart so fully and so completely. His hatred of Jacob Gray had been one of his chief passions for years, and he had always pleased himself with the notion of some day having a revenge which should be in accordance with his savage nature, and full of terror. Yet in his wildest dreams, in his most fanciful imaginings of what he would like to do to Jacob Gray, he had fallen short of the scene of horror and blood he had that night gone through. Yes, Andrew Britton was satisfied, quite satisfied as regarded Jacob Gray, and he felt all the ennui and satiety which was sure to arise, when the great object which he had always pleased himself he should one day be able to accomplish was done. Jacob Gray was dead. He had died by his Britton's hands an awful death, such as rejoiced him to inflict, and which was only disagreeable because it was done, and could not be repeated. Now and then he would cast a scowling glance upon the squire, as if he longed to strike him down with the cleaver he still held in his grasp. He felt like a man, the great object of whose existence has slipped away from him, leaving the mind no fixed point upon which to fall back in thought. "Curses on him," he muttered. "He's dead." And Britton felt himself almost injured that Gray could not be brought to life again in order to give him again the pleasure of dashing Bond's cleaver into his quivering brain. But what were these thoughts of the coarse-minded, brutal animal, Britton, in comparison with the whirlwind of frightful feelings that made a hell in the seething brain of Learmont? If he looked up to the sky, huge gouts of blood seemed to intercept his view of the blue vault of heaven. If he cast his eyes downwards, he could not divest himself of the idea that he was treading in ensanguined pools of human gore. He ground his teeth together till he produced a resemblance of the crashing sound which the cleaver wielded by Britton had made as it came in contact with the crunched bones of Gray's skull. His last despairing cry of "Mercy! Mercy! Mercy!" was still ringing in his ears, and, finally, such was the intense excitement of his feelings that he was compelled to lean upon the arm of Britton as he gasped, I shall go mad. I shall go mad. Andrew Britton, get me some water to cool my brain. I shall go mad." "Water, BDD," growled Britton. "Have some brandy. Why, what's the matter now?" Do you not hear, Britton? Gray is still screaming for mercy. Does not the sound rush like burning lava through your brain? Hark, hark, he still shrieks, mercy, mercy, mercy. Learmont held the smith by the arm as he spoke, and trembled so especially that he shook the bulky form of Britton to and fro. "Why, what's come over you, squire?" cried Britton. "Curse you, you are not going to make a die of it now, just as that canting thief Gray is put out of the world." "Oh, Britton, Britton, was it not horrible?" "No, it wasn't. When you knock a fellow on the head with a cleaver, you do for him at once, and all you get out of him is a kick or two. Come this way and don't be shaking here. Come and have some brandy, and water. I'm as thirsty as I can be, and water always makes me worse. Come on, oh. You are a beauty, Master Learmont. You used not to be such a fool. Time was since I've known you when you'd have thought nothing of this. Don't you remember?" "Oh, hush, hush, hush," said Learmont. "Do not call to my recollection things which have already left their brand upon my soul." "Ha, ha, ha," laughed Britain. "Now I will have some fun with the squire. Don't you recollect knocking your brother Mark's first baby on the head, squire?" "Peace, peace, fiend," gasped Learmont. They had now reached the door of a small public house, which was kept open usually all night for the convenience of thieves and watchmen, when Britain pulled Learmont across the threshold to the little bar, where a man sat smoking with imperturbable gravity and placidity. "Brandy," cried Britain, as he reached over the bar and snatched the pipe from the man, throwing it into the street. The man was one of those slow thinkers, who are sometime comprehending anything, so he merely stared at Britain out of two exceedingly small eyes that were nearly buried in mountains of flesh. "Brandy," again cried Britain, as he gave the front of the bar a clanging blow with the flat part of the cleaver that made every bottle dance again, and so astonished the potman that he slid from his chair and sat on the ground, looking first at Britain and then at Learmont, with as much alarm depicted in his countenance as it could depict, considering it was by no means well calculated for portraying human feelings. If the potman's mind was rather overcome by the sudden abstraction of his pipe, the blow upon the bar with the cleaver completed a mystification which, to all appearance, looked as if it would last a considerable time. So Britain, perceiving a little half-door leading within the bar, on the swing, entered without any ceremony, and laying violent hands on the first quart pot he saw, he drew liquor from every tap in succession that came to hand, until he had filled the measure with a combination of strong spirits, of which he took a long draught, and then handed it across to Learmont, who stood holding himself up by the bar and but slightly conscious of where he was or what Britain was doing. "Here," cried the smith, "drink some of that." Learmont took the quart measure and lifted it to his lips mechanically. He drank some of the contents, and then handed it back to Britain, who, after pouring the remainder on the fat landlord's head, gave him a thump with the measure, saying, "That's to clear your wits, and if you say that two gentlemen have been here with a cleaver, I'll come back some day and smash you." With this Britain hustled Learmont out of the house, and in about 3/4 of an hour the fat landlord said, "Bless us and save us." Learmont was half intoxicated with the draught of spirits he had taken when he reached his own doorstep, to which he was conducted by Britain, who said to him, "Now, squire, you are home again, and that job's jobbed. Jacob Gray won't trouble you any more, and as for his confession, why, I begin to think as you do, that there never was one." "Ah, the confession, gasped Learmont. We are lost, Britain, if, after all, there should be one found." "Go to the devil," said Britain, as he shook himself free of the squire and, flourishing the cleaver, proceeded on his way to the Chequers. The first person that Britain encountered on his road home was a particularly slow-moving watchman, whom he leveled at once with a thwack between the shoulders, inflicted with the flat part of the cleaver. Then, when he reached the Chequers, it was a great satisfaction to him to find the door shut, because it gave him an opportunity of taking the heavy cleaver in both hands and bringing it down with a blow upon the lock that on the instant smashed it, and burst the door wide open to the great consternation of the landlord, who immediately hid himself below the bar and only peered up when he heard Britain's voice exclaim, "Curse you all! Where are you? Boil me some brandy, I say, or I'll smash everything in the place." "Oh dear, your majesty, so you've come home," faltered the landlord. "Dear me." Britain's only reply to this conciliatory speech was to throw the cleaver at the landlord's head, who only escaped it by ducking in time when it flew over him, smashing some dozens of glasses, and producing a noise and confusion within the bar that was quite gratifying to Britain's feelings. "Hilloa," cried Bond when he saw Britain enter the parlor. "Here have I been waiting for you I don't know how long. Who told you to wait?" roared Britain. "Nobody," shouted Bond in as high a tone. "Where's my cleaver?" "In the bar, didn't you hear it?" "Ha, ha, ha," laughed the butcher. "I did hear a smash. You are a great genius, Britain. I say, have you settled that fellow, eh?" "What's that to you?" "Oh, nothing, I only asked. I suppose he was one too many for you." "Too many for me. I've smashed him." "Very good," said Bond, resuming his pipe with an air of great composure. In the meanwhile, Learmont was lighted by his wondering domestics to his own chamber. They had never before this seen him in such a state of physical prostration, but that they were in too great fear of his violence to offer him even a kindness, they would have assisted him up the staircase, for they saw that he was scarcely capable of ascending alone, and had to clutch to the banisters nervously for support. When he reached his chamber, he sank into a chair, and after a few moments he said, more lights, more lights. Let me have more lights here. The place is dark." One of the servants lit the wax candles which were in silver sconces on the mantel shelf, and then humbly inquire if his worship had any further orders to give. "None, none," said Learmont. "None. Why do you stare at me so? Is there blood upon me? How dare you look upon me with eyes of suspicion?" The servants looked at each other in surprise and terror, and slowly slunk to the door. "Let me have wine, wine," cried Learmont. "Wine to give me new blood, for, by the God of heaven, what I have is freezing in my veins. Wine, wine, I say." They brought him wine and a massive silver goblet to drink it from, but when they did so, they found him resting his head upon the table and apparently half asleep, for he was moaning occasionally and muttering the words, "Mercy, mercy, mercy." None dared to arouse him, but lifting up their hands in silent terror, they gently closed the door and crept softly down the staircase, leaving him alone with his dark and awful thoughts. The sun was lighting up the east, and the dim clouds of night were rapidly changing their ink-key hue for the glorious tints of day. But there sat Learmont still with his head upon the table, and the glare of the many wax lights he had ordered, strangely mingling with the roseate tints of the coming day. Oh, what awful images of horror and despair came marching in dismal troops through the brain of the blood-guilty man. Over and over again was the fearful tragedy he had been an actor in, exhibited to his shrinking imagination. Then he fancied himself alone with the mangled body of Jacob Gray. His feet were rooted to the floor of the room, and he thought the body rose, while Gray, with his long, ghastly-looking fingers dabbled in blood, strove to hold his eyes in their sockets, to replace the splintered pieces of his fractured skull, the while he glared at him, Learmont, with such a look of stony horror that with a shriek the squire awoke, and stood in his chamber a picture of guilty horror, staring with bloodshot eyes at the waxlights and the morning sunshine with a racking brain and a fevered pulse. Chapter 124. Albert's Visit to Learmont. The squire's triumph. After a time, Learmont became more conscious of his situation, and a feeling of exhaustion coming over him in consequence of the fatigue, both of body and mind, he had undergone. He partially divested himself of his apparel, and throwing himself upon the luxurious bed which was in the room, he soon dropped into a deep sleep, which was not visited and rendered hideous by any of the frightful images which had before been conjured up by his oppressed brain. It was some 4 hours or more before he again awakened, and then he found himself much refreshed both bodily and mentally. He ran over in his mind accurately all the circumstances of his present position, and now that his cooler judgment had sway, and the horror of the recent events he had passed through was beginning to subside, he inclined more and more to his previously expressed opinion, that Jacob Gray had not really written any confession, but had merely pretended to have such a document always at hand, for the purpose of awing him and saving his, Jacob's, life from any attempt on the part of either of his great enemies. Learmont rose and paced his room in deep thought, and then, while he stood as it were upon a mine, which, did he but know it, was ready to explode beneath him and hurl him to destruction, a feeling of self-satisfaction began to creep over him, and he reassured himself into a belief that he must have materially bettered his situation by the destruction of Gray. "It must be so," he muttered. "There is no confession written, and Gray was not only a heavy expense, but would, no doubt, some day have played some serious trick in payment for the attempts which, to his knowledge, had been made against him. 'Tis well, then, he is dead, exceedingly well, for my worst enemy is gone. Britain will drink himself to death, surely. And as for the pretended papers he has, of such great consequence to me, as he and Gray ever affected they were, I now begin to think that, like Jacob Gray's written confession, such a tale is merely invented as a bugbear to my imagination. Yes, I must be now in a far better position, and the day will come when I shall have no further fear of the stability of my fortunes. Reasoning thus, he argued himself into a more placid mode, and then the dark feelings of hate, revenge, and gloomy triumphs, which for a time had been overpowered and forced to hide their diminished heads in consequence of his great excitements, once more rose, phoenix-like from their ashes. And the wild, scheming, blood-stained villain smiled as he glanced round him upon the magnificence with which he was surrounded, and which he thought would soon be all his own, without the shadow of fear being cast over them. "By the powers of hell," he cried, "I will still let them see that I can live right royally in my noble halls. When last I met the Minister of State, methought he looked strangely at me, and he certainly did, upon some most shallow and slight excuse, put me off when I spoke of my baronetcy, promised as it has been for so long. That magistrate, too, that Hartleton, who I so deeply hate, there was a sneer, too, upon his face when I saw him last, as if he would have said, 'Learmont, your fate is hurrying on, and I shall triumph over you.' Ha! Ha! My best sense of security lies in the fact that he leaves me alone. Could he but get up the shadow of a charge against me, how gladly would he strive to blacken me and my fame in the eyes of those who, despite him, will yet heap honors on my head. Sir Francis Hartleton, I know you well as my active enemy, and while I am unmolested by you, I am safe indeed. I will persevere, most certainly, in my intention of giving a fete on Saturday, which shall surpass in richness and magnificence any that have yet been vaunted highly by my crowds of visitors whom I despise, but yet find useful as tools to work out my great scheme of ambition." Learmont then rung for his servants, and with a malignant pleasure caused the cards of invitation to his grand masked ball for the Saturday to be sent to Hartleton and to the minister. "I will vex the very soul of this Hartleton," he said, "by the gorgeous display of wealth I will make." A shade of care then suddenly came across his brow, as for the first time since his departure from the House of Grey, he thought upon the promised visit of Albert Satan. "Ha!" he cried, "my young secretary, I had nearly forgotten him. Will he prove troublesome? Did he catch a glimpse of me at Grey's? No, that he did not, and if he did, well, the shortest plan of operation with regard to him is to give him more hopes, no matter how slenderly based, and along with them a cup of wine which shall contain an insidious drug. Yes, I will poison him, and then send him some long errand to a distant part of the country, which he will never live to return from, a most safe way. So shall I be rid of him without the horror. Learmont shuddered as he spoke, of seeing such another death, perhaps, as that I would fain blot from my memory forever, but which rises gaunt and bloody ever before my mental eye. I must not think of it. My fete, my brilliant fete, my baronetcy, those are grateful imaginings. The receipt of Learmont's card of invitation to Sir Francis Hartleton we are already aware of, and in the course of the day its presence, as it lay before him, gave the magistrate an idea, which, if it could be successfully carried out, would have some time in the apprehension of the guilty squire, as well as, in all probability, force some sudden recognition of Ada and her rights. Besides, it was, at all events, important that, as he, Sir Francis Hartleton, had given his promise to the Secretary of State that Learmont should not be molested until after the Saturday's fete, the squire should not be led to suspect that any of his plans had failed, or that any immediate danger beset him. For the purpose of preventing such a thing from occurring, Sir Francis Hartleton proposed to Albert Satan that he should see Learmont on that evening, in pursuance of the arrangement which had been entered into between him and the squire. Another difficulty, or rather a doubt, beset this line of proceeding, however, and that was to know whether the squire was aware or not of the fact of Albert having been present at the house in which Grey was murdered on the night, or rather morning, of that event. To solve this question, or, at all events, to render it an innocuous one, Sir Francis Hartleton advised that Albert should take with him to the squires an exact copy of the confession of Jacob Grey, and hand it to him, admitting that, seeing the door of Grey's house open, he had entered and become possessed of the document by the accidental tearing of a cloak in which it was concealed. "Such a step on our parts," said Sir Francis, must have the effect of thoroughly disarming Learmont of all suspicion of his danger. And since his friend, the Secretary of State, has him so much under his special protection, on account of his parliamentary influence, I should like very much to let him see personally what a beautiful protégé he has, and make the masked ball the scene of his apprehension. I am quite willing to act upon your advice, said Albert. And indeed, I am not a little curious and anxious to know what Learmont can possibly say to me this evening when I call upon him, and demand Ada, according to the solemn promises he made me. With this understanding, Albert and the magistrate repaired to the study of the latter, where they took an accurate copy of the confession, which Albert placed in his pocket, while Sir Francis charged himself with the preservation of the original. "Return as soon as possible," said Sir Francis. "And, above all things, be mindful of treachery." "I think I am more than a match for the squire," said Albert, smiling. "Be that as it may," said the magistrate, "remember that during your stay at his house there will be a force within hearing of you should you require any assistance. We must trust this man of many crimes as little as we possibly can," without saying anything to Ada of his intention, for he knew that her anxiety would be very great if she knew that he was venturing into the house of Learmont. Albert, just as the shades of evening began to fall upon the streets, and House left the residence of the magistrate, and proceeded at a sharp pace towards Learmont's splendid abode. He was readily admitted, and upon being shown into the room where he usually saw Learmont, he found him seated with a multitude of papers before him, apparently very busily engaged. He started as he saw Albert, and yet he felt intensely gratified, for it tended much to assure him of his safety. His only difficulty consisted in his want of knowledge of whether Albert had seen him or not at Gray's. "You are true to your appointment, Mr. Satan," he said after a few moments' thought. "Have you heard any news of Jacob Gray?" "He is murdered," said Albert. Learmont turned a shade paler as he said, "So I have heard this morning, and that has, I fear, placed an obstacle in your way." "I found that he was murdered," continued Albert, "at an early hour this morning. Being anxious concerning her whom I loved, I passed the house in which Gray resided when I saw the door ajar. That excited my curiosity, and I entered from an impulse which I could not control." "He did not see me," thought Learmont. "He suspects nothing." "I called aloud upon Ada," continued Albert, "but no one answered me. Procuring then a light from a woman in the house, I proceeded to search it, and found Gray a mangled, horrible corpse." Learmont drew a long breath as he said, "I heard so much this morning from a casual visitor, and I was intending before now to take with me a warrant from the Secretary of State, which would have been granted upon my applications to take Gray into custody, and offer the young girl, in whom you have made me feel a strange interest, an asylum under my own roof until your arrival tonight." "You are very considerate, sir," said Albert. "By the accidental rending of a cloak which I presume belonged to Jacob Gray, a packet of papers." Learmont uttered a loud cry, and rising, he stretched out his hands, saying, while his face was livid with apprehension, You have them. The confession, this instant, on your life give it to me. You have not dared to read. You will take some wine, you will. This goblet will refresh you. The papers, give me the papers." He shook like an aspen leaf as he pushed the cup of wine he had drugged, in case he should wish to get rid of Albert, towards him, and his voice grew hoarse with anxiety as he continued to say, "The papers, the papers." Albert handed him the copy of Gray's confession, which Learmont snatched with the most frantic eagerness. "You see, Mr. Satan," he said, "I am most anxious about the welfare of yourself and this young maiden. I pray you drink. The wine is good. Yes, this is addressed to Sir Francis Hartleton, but it is far better in my hands. She would fare badly, you know, in the tender mercies of such man as he. Drink? You do not drink." There was something about Learmont's extreme eagerness to induce him to drink that excited the suspicion of Albert, and he resolved that he would not touch a drop of wine, but having executed his errand, would get out of the house as quickly as possible. Learmont rose as he spoke, still grasping the document Albert had given him in his hand, and said, "Wait for me a short time. I will read this most carefully and then communicate to you the result. Drink, Mr. Satan. I pray you do not spare the wine. You look fatigued." with an expression of triumph upon his brow and a haughtier, firmer tread than he had used for years. Learmont left the room, with, as he supposed, the confession of Jacob Gray in his possession, and Albert Satan disposed of, as he thought he would be, by partaking of the drugged wine. He then considered he should have no further trouble concerning Ada, except what might easily be overcome. Before he returned to Albert, the latter had cast the wine from the window, and when Learmont glanced at the goblet and saw it was empty, he said, "Mr. Satan, I have read the paper. It says that your Ada, your much-loved Ada, is an orphan, and that you will find her at Chatham." "At Chatham, sir?" "Yes, off with you. You must inquire for the residence of a Mr. Henderson. He is well known and will conduct you to Ada. Off with you and come back to me when you can." These last words were uttered after Albert, who was disgusted with the scene, had hurried from the room. Then Learmont drew himself up to his full height and cried, "He will be dead within an hour. I triumph, I triumph." Chapter 125. The Masked Ball. How singularly different the various actors in our eventful drama of real life passed the Thursday and the Friday preceding Learmont's masked ball. To the squire himself, it was a period of restless inquietude, for even in his moments of self-exaltation and triumphant congratulation, there was bitterness at his heart, and he could almost fancy a voice said to him in a hissing whisper, "This is not real." Had it not been for the great preparations he occupied himself in making and superintending for the approaching entertainment, his imagination, having more leisure to brood upon the past, would have brought upon him greater suffering than he really endured, but, as it was, each hour that had winged its flight, he told himself that he was safer still, and that he had now little more to do than enjoy the discomfiture of his enemies. That Albert Satan had died of the poison which he, Learmont, thought he had taken, he entertained no doubt. The only circumstance that surprised him much was that he had not seen Britain, but having ascertained, upon inquiry, that the smith had not been 1 degree removed from helpless intoxication since the Wednesday morning, he felt satisfied, and rather pleased than otherwise, at the speedy destruction which Britain must be making of his powers of existence. Oh, with what malignant satisfaction he read and reread, as he supposed, the only document which could have hurled him from his high estate to destruction, to death, to infamy. How he laughed with a wild, demoniac mirth at the simplicity of Albert Satan in handing him the confession, and being so easily put off from a knowledge of its contents. With what a proud air he trod his splendid saloons, and how haughtily he reasoned with himself about that providence which he in his wild excitement of fancied success almost considered he had circumvented. "This ball," he muttered, "shall be the scene of my triumph and the discomfiture of my enemies. Envy shall become more envious, humility and sycophancy more humble and cringing, for all shall see that the star of Learmont is in the ascendant. Then this confession, addressed to Sir Francis Hartleton, shall make assurance doubly sure. I will totally confound him by handing to him a document of my own contrivance similarly addressed, but with contents most widely differing from this. Yes, it shall be done. With seeming candor and simplicity the subtlest plots are carried out, the deepest designs concluded successfully. What will be the result? All that I can wish. I will write a supposed confession of Jacob Gray and hand it to this active magistrate." For some moments Learmont was so delighted with this plan that he paced the saloon in which he was in silence, while a grim smile lit up his face, giving him a close resemblance to some of those strange old carvings, which modern fashion, if not modern taste, is rescuing from the dust and oblivion of centuries at the present day. In silent meditation, he concocted his plan, which he considered would either place Ada in his power, or force the magistrate in a very disagreeable position, for the mock confession he meant to write, and hand to Sir Francis Hartleton as having been brought to him by his secretary. He intended should merely contain an appeal to his, Learmont's, charity in favor of the orphan girl. While triumph was thus setting on the brow of Learmont, while heaven was inflating his heart with the vanity of success, as if but to make his fall more awful, Ada, who we have followed through her various fortunes so long, was indeed happy in the best, the purest exception of the term. Her joy was not the feverish excitement arising from successful machinations. It was heavenly serenity, the sunny happiness of a heart which knew no guile, and was only too much blessed in being permitted uncoerced and unpersecuted to follow out the dictates of its own ennobling feelings. The whole household indeed of Sir Francis Hartleton seemed to share in the satisfaction that there abounded from what cause they knew not. But they were satisfied, from the smiles of Ada and the returning color on her cheek, the evident happiness of Albert Satan, and the pleasure which sparkled in the eyes of their master and mistress, that something must have happened to bring great joy among them. It was the Saturday morning before Britain had the least interval of sobriety, and then so stultified were his faculties with the debauch of the last 2 days, far exceeding as it did any that he had previously indulged in, that he was some time in comprehending what Bond the butcher meant, when, after repeated howlings in his ear, he heard him say, "Britain, curse you, you beast, the squire, your rich friend, is going to give a ball tonight, I hear, and all the people are to go, they tell me, with masks. Do you hear, you brute?" "Yes, and be hanged to you. You are as drunk as you can be, and you know it," responded Britain. "More brandy, more brandy?" "Damn Jacob Gray, no, curse it, it's no use damning Jacob Gray any more now. He's damned already, damn everybody." "Ah, Master Britain," exclaimed a man who had just entered the Chequers with a determination of enjoying a pipe and a quart of ale and a grumble. "We live in hard times, Master Britain. Are we to have our heads smashed? Are we to have our throats cut? Are we to be murdered in our beds, are we?" "I tell you what," said Bond, "if you come any more of your are-we's, I'll just throw you out of the window." "Throw me out of the window? Pooh! I sit here on the liberty of the subject, and what I mean to say is that everything is smothered nowadays. Here's been 2 murders, and they've both been smothered up. There was poor Mr. Vaughan's murder. Whoever heard anything of that, I should like to know? Then there's been the murder of Mr. Gray, a most mysterious affair, and Sir Francis Hartleton, who prides himself so much upon his being such an active magistrate, he does nothing. Nothing, my masters, I may add, nothing. Smash him," said Britain, and Bond, immediately rising, would have probably done some serious mischief, had not the man who, by good luck, was near the doors taken alarm in time, and rushed out crying murder until he was met and pacified by the landlord, who persuaded him to sit down in the bar while he sneaked into the parlor to fetch his pipe and ale. Just as the landlord entered the room, Britain shouted to him in a half-drowsy tone, "Hark you, mind my sedan chair is ready tonight. I'm going to Squire Learmont's ball." "Bless your majesty, are you really?" "I never." "Didn't you?" said Britain, as he flung the fire shovel at the landlord's head, who made a precipitate retreat without the ale and the pipe, which articles, rather than again venture into the parlor, he again supplied to the talkative man. By 1 hour after sunset, Learmont had the various lamps and chandeliers lit in his splendid mansion, and with feelings somewhat akin to those with which he had first made a tour from room to room, he glanced around him upon the rare magnificence with which he was completely surrounded. "'Tis well, exceedingly well," he muttered. "I have suffered much to bring about such a night of triumph as this. Within some few brief hours, 300 of the highest and the noblest in this country will be assembled in my halls, while I, the observed of all observers, do the honors of my costly home. Tonight, I will claim a fulfillment of the minister's promise concerning the baronetcy. Tonight, in soft, whispered accents, will I once more essay to win the hand of the proud beauty whose ancient patrician name will add a luster to my own 2 new nobility. This is indeed a night of triumph. I ought to be happy." Even as he spoke, such a pang shot across his heart that he absolutely reeled again, and when he could speak, he said in faltering accents, What means this emotion? Why do I tremble now? What have I to fear? Nothing, nothing. What can happen? Oh, nothing. I am safe, very safe. I wish my company would come. I like to hear the hum of life in my glorious abode. I like to see the moving plumes. I like to note the diamonds' glittering presence. I wish they would come. I wonder where and how Albert Satan died. The poison he took was subtle. He could not escape. That was impossible, quite impossible. He might have been a dangerous enemy. I wish my halls were full. One of those disagreeable feelings came over Learmont now to which he had been frightfully subject of late. Namely, a fancy that someone was constantly behind him, turning as he turned, and ever keeping so far behind him as never to permit him to catch a glimpse of what it was. This terror always for a time reduced him to a pitiable state of nervous weakness, and the only resource he could ever find was to sit in a chair, the back of which was close to a wall. Trembling, therefore, and slinking along like one accursed, he sought the small room he usually sat in, and there remained for some hours in the position we have described, awaiting the coming of his guests. Soon after 9 o'clock, the street began to show signs of animation. Ancient lumbering coaches drawn by sleek, fat horses bore precious freights of rank and beauty to Learmont's doors, which were thrown wide open, the steps being lined by lacqueys, many of whom bore flaming links. Some gentlemen came on horseback, concealing their costumes with ample cloaks, and before 10 o'clock, for our ancestors began their amusements earlier and left off sooner than we do, the thoroughfare was nearly blocked up with chairs. Then ensued a scene of squabbling among coachmen, linkmen, chairmen, and a faint imitation of which sometimes is exhibited at a modern rout. Learmont's saloons presented a most dazzling appearance. The richness and variety of the costumes, the immense looking-glasses, the brilliant lighting, the glitter of diamonds, the waving of countless plumes, the music now coming in wild crashes of melody, and then sinking to a plaintive measure above the soft tones of which could be heard the hum of voices, the merry laughter of the young, and the shuffle of the dancers' feet, as now and then a space would be cleared for a giddy couple, who ere the regular ball began would extemporize a dance. Learmont, too, was marching among his guests for some time, like a spirit of evil. There was a cloud upon his brow, but he wrestled with the dark spirit that clung to his heart, and soon his countenance became wreathed in smiles, and he had a word of welcome, of gaiety, or of friendship for every one of his guests. Sometimes he would pause and cast his eye about him, to note if all had arrived, a fact he could only judge of by the thronged state of the rooms, for being a masked hall there was no announcement of names. Learmont, however, had provided against the contingency of not knowing those parties to whom he wished to speak privately, by leaving orders in his hall that as their tickets were taken, an accurate account of their costumes should be brought to him. He had already been told that the minister had arrived and was enveloped in a purple cloak, embroidered with silver lace, and that Sir Francis Hartleton, likewise in domino, had come with a small party in his company, he having a black velvet cloak and a hat with white feathers. The Brereton party Learmont was well aware he would have no difficulty in recognizing, for they were too much impressed with their own dignity to hesitate in throwing off all incognita as soon as possible. The dancing was to commence at 11 o'clock, but before that hour Learmont saw that the principal saloon was uncomfortably crowded, and he immediately ordered the folding doors conducting to the next apartment, which was deliciously cool, to be thrown open, and the ball to commence. Directing his eyes to the musicians and clapping his hands, they struck up a lively measure, when he advanced to the haughty Lady Brereton, the younger, and offering her his hand, begged the honor of opening the ball with her, at the same time slightly removing his mask to assure her who he was. Although such a measure was needless, for there was not one of his guests who had ever seen him before that failed to recognize him. A large space was cleared for the dance, and Learmont led the proud beauty to perform one of those elaborate and tedious minuets now so properly exploded. When it was over, Learmont led the lady to a magnificent seat, and while the band struck up a lively measure, and one of those laughter-provoking dances which 100 couple might engage in was proceeding, making the very lights dance in the chandeliers, he stooped to the lady's ear, and whispered, "May I presume to hope that my devotion to your beauty will ensure me success in my suit for your hand? My income is immense, and I have nearly 500,000 of ready money. The other half you see around you in the decorations of this house." There was surely some fatality about Learmont's money, for at that moment a trembling servant stepped up to him and said, "And it please you, sir, there's a row in the hall, and please you, sir, it's him." The man tendered to Learmont a dirty scrap of paper on which he read, the king of the old smithy and friend. Chapter 126. The Death of Learmont. It was well Learmont's face was partially concealed by a mask, or even the Honorable Georgiana Brereton might have had her fine aristocratic nerves shocked by the death-like hue of his features, as he gasped. "Damnation!" A slight scream burst from her ladyship's lips, and then a general clapping of hands caused Learmont to look around, when he saw Britain attired in his garments as a smith, and wearing an enormous nose, executing a grotesque dance with Bond the butcher, who had disdained all concealment, and came in his usual, not very elegant costume. Up the center of the saloon, the guests making way for them, they came like two bears at play, stamping, waving, whirling round, treading on each other's toes, and then cuffing each other with boisterous mirth, till they reached the place where Learmont stood when, rushing forward with a shriek of rage, the squire clutched Britain by the throat with desperate energy and said, "Villain wretch, how dare you?" "Hands off, squire," cried Britain, and eyes on, added the butcher, recollecting that these were the words of an announcement he used to append to the fattest meat. "Bravo! Bravo! Capital!" cried many of the guests, thinking that the whole affair was got up as part of the evening's amusement. Even the minister smiled and wondered to a mask who stood next him if the two strange creatures had votes. "Andrew Britain," growled Learmont in the smith's ear, "are you mad?" "You be D.D.," was the elegant rejoinder. "Hurrah! Come along, Bond, now for it." Upon this, the butcher took from one capacious pocket the same cleaver which had been the instrument of Jacob Gray's murder, and from another a large bone, with which he executed such a lively tune upon the flat of the weapon, that Britain roared again with mirth, and after a wild dance, sat down on the floor and shouted like a wild animal. Then he caught hold of the Honorable Georgiana Brereton's foot, and her white satin slipper coming off in his hands, he fell on the flat of his back while shouts, screams, roars of laughter, and the clapping of hands sounded through the saloon. Learmont made a rush from the rooms, and summoning all the servants he could meet with, he brought them back with him, in order that they might eject Britain and Bond. But by this time the smith had arisen from the floor, and turning to the squire, he said, "Honor bright, and no nonsense. D.N. it, squire, a joke's a joke. We're off again. I've had my fun, and there's an end of it. Ladies and gentlemen, you may all be D.D. Strike up, Bond." The butcher again played the marrow-bone and cleaver, and with many whirls, shouts, and singular gyrations, he and Britain left the saloon. Learmont stood for some moments trembling with rage. Then, suddenly, he cried, "Music, music, the dance, a mere jest. Music, I say." A crash of melody followed his call, and he was looking for the lady he had left when a domino in a black velvet cloak met his eye. The domino bowed and unmasked. "The rooms are warm, squire." "Ha, Sir Francis Hartleton," cried Learmont. Then a sudden thought struck him, that he would efface all recollection of Britain's drunken vagary, by calling public attention to the forged paper he had intended to give Sir Francis privately. He waved his arm to the musicians, and they suddenly paused in the midst of a lively air, which had the effect of preparing the guests for something unusual. As many as could crowded round Learmont and Sir Francis Hartleton, while the former said in a loud voice, "I have had placed in my hands a packet addressed to Sir Francis Hartleton, which I am informed has been found at the lodgings of the man who, you have all heard, was murdered on Wednesday morning early, in this immediate neighborhood." Sir Francis Hartleton looked astonished, and taking off his mask, he glanced round him anxiously. A murmur of curiosity rose among the guests, many mounted upon chairs, and some few even upon the tables. A more curious scene than Learmont's saloon then presented could scarcely be imagined. "Read, raid," cried many voices, as Sir Francis took a sealed paper, which was handed to him by Learmont, and put it in his pocket. The shouts to him to read the document increased each moment, and then a sudden thought crossed the mind of Sir Francis that the squire might be caught in his own snare. In the same pocket in which he had placed the packet Learmont had given him, Sir Francis had the real confession of Jacob Gray, which he had brought with him to show the minister, should an opportunity present itself. "Shall I read that, and confound the guilty squire at once?" thought Sir Francis. I have plenty of assistance at hand for his capture." He hesitated a moment, and then said aloud, "His Majesty's Secretary of State is present. If he will sanction my reading the paper aloud, I will do so, but as it may possibly criminate someone, I demand that the door be secured." "Aye," cried Learmont. "Secure the door. Let no one pass in or out." He then cast a triumphant glance at the magistrate, for he felt so very sure how disappointed he would be. The minister now took off the mask and said, "Well, well, it can't be helped. Go on, Sir Francis." There was now a breathless silence, and Sir Francis Hartleton drew from his pocket the real confession of Jacob Gray. Learmont was in far too great a state of excitement to notice any difference in the aspect of the documents, and waving his arm, he cried, "Silence, friends, and welcome guests. We may find some secrets here worthy our attention." Sir Francis cast his eyes upon Learmont with a look of peculiar meaning as he said, "You will, I think, in this instance, Squire, turn out a true prophet." He then opened the confession, and while every sound was hushed and all eyes bent upon his, he, in a clear, full voice, read, "To Sir Francis Hartleton, I, Jacob Gray, address the following confession and statement of facts to you because, from circumstances within your own remembrance, you will the more readily believe what is here recorded. May the bitterest curse of a dead man fall upon you and yours, if you do not take instant means to bring to an ignominious end those who I shall accuse of crimes which shall far exceed any that I have committed. By the time you receive this, I shall most probably be dead, or have left England for some distant land, where all search for me would be in vain. I leave, however, behind, whether dead or absent, this legacy of vengeance, and so fulfill a promise I made to my own heart to destroy those who would long since have murdered me, but that I had fenced myself round with safeguards which they dared not despise. In the year 1737, I was staying at Genoa, where I had been discharged from the service of an English family for matters that are of no consequence to my present narrative. For some months I could procure no employment, until an English gentleman by name, Mark Learmont. The guilty squire seemed absolutely stupefied until the magistrate had got thus far, and then with a cry that struck terror to the hearts of all who heard it, he drew his sword, and with the wildness of despair dashed through the throng of masks around him, shouting, "'Tis false, 'tis false, false as hell. I did not do the deed, make way, who stays me dies upon the spot. Help, help! A plot, a plot." He had wounded several persons before, in the universal panic, they could get out of his way, and then Sir Francis Hartleton raised his voice above all other sounds, shouting, "Seize the murderer." In an instant some half-dozen of the maskers threw off their dominoes and masks, presenting to the astonished eyes of the guests roughly attired, well-armed men, who immediately darted after Learmont. Two other persons likewise threw down their masks. One was Albert Satan, and the other was Ada. But by this time the half-maddened squire had fought his way to the further end of the saloon, and dashing against some folding doors, they flew open, disclosing a flight of steps leading to a conservatory filled with rare plants. Waving then, his sword round his head, he sprang up the steps. "Surrender or we fire," cried Sir Francis Hartleton. Learmont turned and said something that was not heard in the confusion. Blood was streaming down his face, for he had bit his lips through, and he made repeated lunges with his sword, as now with frantic voice and gesture he cried, "Off, off, tear me not to hell, fiends, off! Why do you glare at me, off, off? 'Tis false, false, I say, a plot, a plot!" "Seize him," cried the magistrate, as he himself sprung upon the first step. "Yield, monster," said Albert Satan, as passing Sir Francis he flew up the staircase. At the sight of him, Learmont uttered a cry of despair, but when Ada, fearful for Albert's safety, was by his side in a moment, and Learmont met her gaze, his sword dropped from his grasp, and he could but totter backwards towards the conservatory, shrieking, the dead, Gray next, and then, my brother, my murdered brother." With a heavy crash he fell just within the door of the conservatory, and was immediately seized by the officers of Sir Francis Hartleton, who himself, turning on the steps, said, "I much grieve to have marred the mirth of this noble company, but I apprehend Squire Learmont as a murderer and assassin, a persecutor of the innocent, a reveler in the wealth of another. This young maiden I here proclaim as heiress of the estates of Learmont." Ada shrunk back as Sir Francis pointed to her, and leaning upon the arm of Albert, she sobbed as she said, "Oh, tell me, Albert, what is the meaning of all this fearful scene?" "I have proof of the marriage of this lady's mother with the elder brother Learmont, now in custody from the Austrian ambassador," said Sir Francis Hartleton. "His predecessor was present at the ceremony." "Ada," cried Albert rapturously, "look up, my own Ada. This," said Sir Francis Hartleton, addressing her, "is your house. It is for you to make the company welcome or not." Ada burst into tears and was led down the steps by Albert and the magistrate, but scarcely had they entered the saloon when the officers who captured Learmont appeared at the top of the stairs with him. All eyes were fixed upon his face, which was livid and ghastly. He offered no opposition, but came down step by step with an awful calmness, like one going to execution, who had long since bid adieu to hope. When he reached halfway, he paused, and extending both his arms, while his fingers pointed to Sir Francis Hartleton, he burst into such a frantic howling laugh that the officers shrunk from him aghast. Then an awful spasm came across his face, and like a log, he fell upon the stairs. When raised, he was found quite dead. A small phial, which was afterwards picked up in the conservatory, and which contained yet a lingering drop of deadly poison, told his fate. The erring spirit had flown to its maker, there to render up that awful account, which we may shudder at, but not define. Chapter 127. The Pursuit for Britain. A shudder ran through the gaily attired guests at this awful and most unlooked-for termination of the fête they had come to witness. Many pulled off their masks, and Ada, as she clung convulsively to Albert, said, "Oh, that I had remained unknown, poor and nameless, rather than acquired what they say I have, by such awful steps as these." Sir Francis Hartleton then spoke aloud, saying, "This man has poisoned himself to escape the just penalty of his crimes, but another act of justice yet remains to be done. Officers, hasten to the Old Chequers at Westminster. Living or dead, arrest Andrew Britton." There was a wild shriek at this moment at the door of the principal saloon, and in another moment, brandishing a knife in her hand, Mad Maud rushed forward. "Who spoke of Andrew Britton?" she cried. "Who talks of him? Tell me where he is, that I may hunt him, that I may see his blood flow like a rivulet. Heaven has kept life in me yet, that I may see Andrew Britton die. Ha, ha, ha! He is to die before poor Mad Maud, who was hooted and pelted through mud and mire, till the good angel pitied her. The good angel, bless you, heaven bless you, look kindly on poor Maud, who has come to see Andrew Britton die." The guests huddled together in groups, and looked in each other's faces with fear and amazement, while each wondered what next would occur to fill them with terror, ere they could depart from the splendid mansion which they had approached with such widely different feelings. Sir Francis Hartleton, observing the officers pause as if waiting for some orders concerning Maud, who they all knew, and felt assured, as was indeed the fact, that she had strayed from his house, called to them in a loud voice, to the Chequers, and secure your prisoner. Hasten, he may receive an alarm from someone and yet escape us for a while. I will see to this poor creature's safety. Who stays me must have a charmed life," cried Maud, springing to the doors and holding above her head the glittering knife, while her eyes beamed with a scarcely inferior luster. To the Chequers! Ha, 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 to the Chequers!" Her voice was harsh and grating to the ear, and she was heard, as she left the house still shouting, to the Chequers, till distance drowned the fierce, maniacal cry. Sir Francis Hartleton then sheathed his sword, and turning to the Secretary of State, said with a low bow, "As a higher authority by far than my humble self, I will leave your lordship to take what steps may seem to you proper in this house, while I pursue my proper vocation in attempting the arrest of as great a criminal as London at present possesses." "Who, I?" cried the minister. "Bless my heart, I really don't know what to do. But before you go, Sir Francis Hartleton, be so good as to introduce me to your charming young friend there, who, you say, is to inherit the Learmont property. I wish just to ask her which way she means to make her tenants vote at the next election." Before the minister had finished this speech, Sir Francis Hartleton had left the saloon, being perfectly sure that Ada was safe with Albert Satan, in order to assist at the capture of Britain, whither we will follow him, being equally well assured that Ada was in good hands. The officers had made good speed, and when Sir Francis reached the street, he found more than 50 of the youngest and most active of Learmont's guests hastening towards the Chequers, their strange motley dresses producing a singular effect, as they were mingled with boys bearing links, and many stray passengers who joined the throng in intense curiosity to know whither they were going. None of the officers had thought proper to interfere with Mad Maud, for there was nothing to be got by running the chance of an ugly wound with the knife she carried, and the consequence was that she outstripped everyone in the race to the Chequers, being the unconscious cause of giving an alarm of danger to Britain which he otherwise would not have received. He was still sitting with Bond, exulting over the success of his visit to Learmont's, and regretting that, before he left, he had not gone to greater lengths in his wild spirit of mischief, when a scuffle at the door of the Chequers attracted his attention. And then he heard the voice of Maud, a voice he knew full well, shrieking in its loudest accents, "Andrew Britton! Andrew Britton! I have come to see you die. Savage Britton, come forth. Murderer, I have come to see you die." "Now, by all the foul fiends," cried Britton, "I will be troubled by that croaking witch no more." He rose from his seat, and despite the remonstrances of Bond, rushed into the passage to execute summary vengeance upon poor Maud, when he was seized by one of the officers, who had been quicker than his fellows, and who cried, "Andrew Britton, you are my prisoner." For one instant Britton was passive, and then drawing a long breath, he seized the unlucky officer round the waist, and with one tremendous throw he pitched him through the open doorway into the street, where he fell with a deep groan, for a moment obstructing the passage of his comrades, and giving Britton time to dart up the staircase, which he did as quickly as his unwieldy bulk would let him. In another moment the voice of Sir Francis Hartleton, the only one he dreaded, rung in his ears as the magistrate cried, £100 for the apprehension of Andrew Britton. "After him, men, after him! Follow me!" Maud stood screaming with a wild, unearthly glee in the passage and clapping her hands while Sir Francis and his officers rushed up the narrow staircase of the Chequers. As for Bond, he just looked out at the parlor door. When he saw how affairs were proceeding, he went back and drunk up all Britton's liquor, after which, lifting one of the low parlor windows, he stepped out and walked leisurely down the street with his pipe in his mouth, as if nothing particular had happened, except that when he reached the corner he knocked the ashes out of his pipe against a post and remarked, "That's a smasher." Britton was not much intoxicated previous to the arrival of his enemies, and the shock of finding himself thus openly sought for by his worst, or at all events, his most dangerous foe, completely sobered him. "What has happened to Learmont?" was the question he asked of himself as he reached his attic and bolted the door, in order to gain a moment's time for thought. It was but a moment, however, that he had to spare, and while the confusion and terror of his mind were each instant growing stronger, he opened the window and clambered out into the gutter, along which he crawled a few paces, and then commenced the ascent of the sloping roof of the old house, knowing that upon its other slope it abutted so closely upon some other houses that in the darkness of the night he would have a chance to escape. For the first time, however, in his life, a mortal fear crept over Britton's heart, and when a shout arose in the street from the maskers, some of whom saw his dark figure crawling up the roof, he was compelled to clutch desperately to it, to save himself from rolling down headlong. One glance behind him showed him the officers on the gutter and preparing to ascend the roof. "Come down, or we fire!" cried one. "No, no," shouted Sir Francis, "take him alive, he cannot escape." "Cannot escape," groaned Britton as he made frantic efforts to reach the top of the roof, but each time foiled by his own too powerful struggles, for the small flat tiles kept coming off in his hands, which were already torn and bleeding from his recent exertions. Some flambeaux were now elevated on long poles, borrowed from a neighboring shop by the maskers, and a broad red glare was cast upon the roof of the Chequers, bewildering the eyes of the smith as well as making him visible to all his enemies. Then shouts, hoots, screams, and all sorts of discordant cries burst from the rapidly increasing crowd below, while several of the officers began to crawl up the roof after Britain, who by the most tremendous efforts had nearly succeeded in gaining the summit. "Come down, men," cried Sir Francis to his officers. "He is in our power, down, all of you." The magistrate had sent one of the officers along the gutter with instructions to ascend the roof as rapidly as possible some distance on, and getting upon the other slope meet Britain when he should reach the top, and seize him. This maneuver was executed with adroitness and dispatch, for what to the terrified and half-maddened Briton was a task of immense difficulty, was nothing to the cool and determined officer, whose head exactly rose up and faced Briton's as he reached the summit of the roof. With a cry of rage, Briton clutched the man by the collar, at the same moment that the officer made a desperate attempt to push him down the sloping roof into the gutter. Then all the devil in the smith's nature seemed to revive. Fury kindled his eyes, and with a yell more like that of a wild beast than a human being, he dragged the officer over the pinnacle of the roof, as if he had been a child, and dashing down with them tiles, mortar, and rubbish. The two rolled with tremendous speed into the gutter. There was a shout from the crowd below, for Briton's capture appeared certain, when a large piece of the flat stone which formed the street side of the gutter gave way with the shock of the two rolling bodies, and fell into the street with an awful crash. A shriek then arose from 100 throats. One half of either Briton's body or the officer's, no one could tell which, hung over the abyss. There was one plunge of the feet, and many of the crowd turned away their eyes as before the officers above, or Sir Francis Hartleton could get a hold of them. Both Briton and his captor fell over and, locked in an embrace of death, reached the pavement with a dull, hideous sound. There was then a rush forward of the crowd, but it was found in vain to attempt to unlock the death clutch of the two men. Both were dead. Briton's face was terribly disfigured, and when, with a wild, terrible cry, Maud sprung to the corpses, it was only by seeing that the one whose face was discernible was not Briton, that she could guess the other to be the savage Smith who had worked her so much woe. She did not exult, she did not scream or laugh with her usual mad mirth, but a great change came over her face, and in a low, plaintive tone she said, "Where am I? Is this my wedding day? What has happened?" She then clasped her head with her hands and appeared to be trying to think. Reason had returned, but it was to herald death. "He who loved me is no more," she moaned. The savage Smith took his life, God bless. Her head sunk upon her breast, lower, lower still she drooped. Then some tried to raise her. They spoke kindly to her, but her spirit had fled. Chapter 128. Conclusion. Our eventful history is nearly ended, and yet we would fain linger by Ada and her fortunes. We would fain follow still through the various scenes of life, the child which was brought from the blazing smithy, the enthusiastic girl who, in the majesty and might of innocence, defied Jacob Gray, the pure beautiful being, who in maturer years denounced him as a murderer, she who still clung to her first, her only love, and when the dearest friend that fate had given her. Sir Francis Hartleton even doubted, still asserted her confidence in his devotion, his integrity, and his love. We would like to follow her into domestic life, to see how the budding graces of the girl reached the glorious meridian of their charms, and how then they mellowed into a graceful autumn. But already we have been seduced beyond our limits by our beautiful Ada and her strangely varied fortunes. And we must leave to those readers who have gone with us heart and hand thus far to imagine for themselves much that we would fain record. Something, however, we cannot refrain from stating, and first and foremost we may say that Ada became Mrs. Satan just 1 week after the eventful ball at Learmont's house, and that the Secretary of State came to the marriage and wanted to give the bride away. But Sir Francis Hartleton claimed the privilege, and reconciled the minister to his disappointment by assuring him that Ada meant to let him have all the parliamentary interest connected with her property. The ladies at the period of Ada's marriage wore immense state dresses, which would stand up of themselves. And Ada's, still well preserved, is considered a kind of heirloom in the author's family, who, by the by, may as well state at first as at last, that he is a lineal descendant of the persecuted girl, and more proud of his ancestress than if she had been a throned queen. For the satisfaction of his lady readers, the author begs to state that Ada's wedding dress was, and is of silver-gray satin, on which are wrought roses in white silk, with here and there so delicate a roseate tinge, as to give quite an air of reality to the mimic floral adornment. She wore no ornaments in her hair, but a rare and costly lace robe, presented to her by Lady Hartleton, was confined to her forehead by a single diamond, from whence it hung down to the very ground. Then Albert Satan looked extremely well in the uniform of a captain in the Guards, to which rank he had been immediately presented by the minister, of course not on account of his votes. Oh no. Lady Hartleton, we find by an old letter before us, was foolish enough to cry at the marriage, but Ada was quite obdurate and would not shed a tear, saying in her quiet way, "Why should I weep when I'm happy?" And as nobody knew why, she left the church with a smile. We dislike interfering in family affairs, but we must say that we would have proposed Ada's first little one to be called Albert, as it was a boy, but she would have it named Francis after the worthy magistrate who stood godfather to it. The next was a girl, and that Albert would have named Ada, and after that came. But our readers may imagine all that when we tell them that Ada was the happy mother of as happy a family as ever lived. Sir Francis Hartleton went himself down to the old smithy, and upon digging carefully among the ruins, a skeleton form was found, which from the remnants of clothing still adhering to it, was proved to be Ada's unhappy father. In the nearest churchyard, the remains were, with all proper solemnity, consigned to the tomb, but Ada was not informed of the circumstance for some years after she had been in full enjoyment of the Learmont estates. It would appear that Britain had never run the risk of having a written confession in London with him, but upon a careful search in the smithy, a bag was found, in which was a knife with the initials of J.G. on the handle, and several letters, likewise odd papers, one of which was a certificate of the marriage of Ada's mother at Rome. Another proved clearly that Learmont, who had lived so badly and died so terribly, was really illegitimate, so that his claim to the estate was not good under any circumstances. Those documents and papers Sir Francis handed to Albert Satan, and by him they were, as time and occasion served, shown to Ada. Dame Totten was diligently sought for by Ada, and finally found in a wood shed. She said that soon after the fire at the smithy, Learmont and Britain called at her cottage, and with bitter threats, insisted upon her bringing the child to Learmont House in the morning, and that she, fearing for its life, fled from her cottage with it, and reached London, where she subsisted for some time on charity, till a man robbed her of the child, leaving her insensible from the effects of the blow he gave her. The aged woman, for she was nearly 90, shed tears of joy upon Ada making herself known to her, and need we say that the remainder of her life was assisted with every comfort by Ada. Bond, the butcher, was hanged at Tyburn for a highway robbery, attended with brutal violence within 1 year after the death of Britain. As for the landlord of the Chequers, he lost his license, and the last that was heard of him was his selling a liquor called Snap, then in vogue at Bond's execution. Thus, despite all her grievous trials and all her dangers, was Ada the betrayed happy, and, in course of time, she thought with chastened sorrow upon the fate of her father, and learned to regard with patient resignation as one of the decrees of heaven the murder at the old smithy. The author to his readers. The author of Ada and Jane Brightwall cannot conclude these romances without returning his most grateful acknowledgments to his numerous readers for the signal and most unprecedented favor with which they have been pleased to regard those productions. Lloyd's Weekly Miscellany. Having attained a circulation quite unparalleled in periodical literature, might have well assured the author of the above tales that his best friends, the public, were willing to afford him the highest, the noblest, and the best stimulus to future exertion, namely, their applause. But he is in a situation, however inadequately, to return his personal thanks to some 200 and more ladies and gentlemen who have favored him with private communications expressive of their approbation. If anything would move the heart and head to future exertion, it would be such generous appreciation of what has been already attempted to be done. and the author can only say that in the tales which he have the honor of laying before his kind patrons, as well as those already in progress. His constant aim shall be originality, true sentiment, and poetic justice. The hope of Albert Satan to Ada the betrayed. 'Tis my hope that I may live to love alone but thee. 'Tis my hope that thou mayest live my only hope to be. 'Tis my hope, and ever shall it thus be hoped by me, that we may never part again till time shall cease to be. 'Tis my hope, as gray is gone, thy miseries are o'er, and the fear of ever losing thee will never happen more. 'Tis my hope, and feel assured my hopes are not in vain, that thou wilt ever be support to this my hopeful strain,